Welcome to the 2022 T20 Cricket World Cup on the ABC Listen app, ABC Sport Digital and across the BBC.
The fickle nature of 20-over cricket has conspired with some patchy Australian weather to ensure we have a tantalising closing phase of the Super 12s at the 2022 T20 Cricket World Cup in Australia. Nice to have your company at the Brisbane Cricket Ground. My name is Quentin Hull. Wherever you're tuning in through the ABC and the BBC, it's fantastic to report that the skies are clear and Australia and Ireland will get through without the weather tonight. Tomorrow, two games are due to be played here, Afghanistan and Sri Lanka, along with England and New Zealand. Well, we'll leave that for tomorrow, but the forecast isn't good. As far as this Monday night is concerned, it's going to be a good scene. 25,000 fans expected, with Australia and Ireland both coming to this fourth game of their Super 12 phase with the same record. One win, one loss, one washout. Ireland, of course, qualifying through the group phase down in Hobart before they were able to get into the Super 12 phase of the tournament. Their most recent assignment was due to be against Afghanistan at the MCG on that double washout night. Before that, they got past England by 5 runs, courtesy of a Duckworth-Lewis Stern calculation, with the wet weather getting in the way there. Their Super 12 phase starting in Hobart with a loss to Sri Lanka, while the Australians comfortably beaten first up by New Zealand at the SCG, comfortably got past Sri Lanka at Perth back on Tuesday by 7 wickets and didn't get a hit on Friday night against England, which means tonight and Friday's games for these two teams at the Adelaide Oval are of huge consequence to see whether or not they can progress to the semi-finals. Let's get out to the middle for the news from the toss with Isha Gua.
Match 19 of the Super 12, and things are hotting up in Group 1 for Australia. I've got Andy and Aaron alongside me. Aaron, you've got the coin. Give it a flick. Tails is the call.
It is a tail.
It is a tail. Andy, what would you like to do and why?
Yeah, we're going to bowl first. It's obviously a big game for us, and it's always nice knowing what you have to do, particularly in that second innings, but we're going to have to bowl pretty well and create chances. Australia,
the hosts here at the Gabba, always a tough match, but you must have built a lot of confidence after that win against England.
Yeah, we did, and there's a big excitement in the group. It's not every day you get to play the world champions in their own backyard. We're going to embrace the challenge. It's going to be a big challenge, but I think one the guys are really looking forward to, and confidence they can take from last week as well.
What's the advice you've given to the rest of your teammates about playing here? You've obviously played here, but not a lot of the rest of the team have.
Yeah, there's a few more people in this time than there was last time, but what an opportunity to play a team like Australia, and we just want to go toe-to-toe with them as best we can and see what the result is.
Any changes to your lineup?
Same team.
All the best.
A little bit,
Aaron, come in. What would you have liked to do?
We would have bowled first as well. It looks like a really good surface, so I don't think it'll change at all though.
How much have you talked about net run rate amongst the group? This is such a massive game for you, and your approach to how you're going to go about this game.
Yeah, we haven't talked about it as a group. I think that's something that throughout a game you have to earn the right to be able to push net run rate, and it's obviously an issue after copping a decent thumping in the first game against New Zealand. But I think all you've got to do is concentrate ball to ball and make sure that you're doing the basics really well, and if that opportunity presents, you look to take it, but as soon as you try and force that too much, you can get yourself into some trouble.
Do you have any changes to your lineup?
One change, Adam Zampa's back in for Ash Agar.
Did you consider playing the two spinners?
Yeah, we did. We considered all combinations. Ash was really stiff. We felt as though with the really short side here that them overs might run into each other a little bit, but yeah, we're still really confident with the side that we've got.
All the best this evening.
Thank you. Cheers.
So news from the middle. Ireland have won the toss and have decided to bowl first.
Thank you, Isha. Repeating that team news. As expected, Adam Zampa, who couldn't play in Perth due to complications with COVID, he was probably going to come back for the MCG game, but he is in tonight, which means Ashton Agar is out of the team, and the Ireland team is the same one that beat England back at the MCG with the DLS method. So it's Aaron Finch, Dave Warner, Mitchell Marsh, Glenn Maxwell, Marcus Stoinis, Tim David, Matthew Wade, Adam Zampa, Mitch Stark, Pat Cummins and Josh Hazlewood for Australia, while for Ireland, Paul Sterling, Andy Balbirnie, Lorcan Tucker, Harry Tector, Curtis Camphor, George Dockrell, Gareth Delaney, Mark Adair, Barry McCarthy. Fionn Hand keeps his position in the team, and Josh Little is there as well for Ireland. Fantastic to welcome well-travelled world cricketers, former internationals Ravi Bopara and Ben Cutting to the broadcast. Gentlemen, looks like we're going to get through tonight okay. Everyone's talking about the rain of tomorrow, but first things first, looking forward to Australia and Ireland tonight. Both teams, 1 win, 1 loss, 1 washout with 2 games to go. Tantalising.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this game because it's going to go a long way to saying how important the game is tomorrow for England. Obviously, with my England hat on. Obviously, I fancy Australia today, but I think Ireland have had a good start by winning the toss and bowling first. I mean, it can be a slippery, a potential banana skin when you're playing against a team like Ireland. They do some of the basics really well. They do have guys up front who can take wickets and get your team into trouble early.
Ben Cutting is a man that's played so much cricket on this ground across all forms, but particularly a lot of 20-over cricket. Cutsy, welcome. What are we in for tonight as far as conditions are concerned? And what are your thoughts now that you see that Ireland gets to chase?
Thanks, Q. No, it's exciting. I always enjoy a white ball T20 at night at the Gabba. You know, we saw a day game yesterday, relatively low scoring, 146, 150 runs. But I think tonight Aussies will be looking to target the short boundary. We've sort of moved on the square with the wickets compared to yesterday. So a much shorter boundary, runs can flow here, and it's quite humid out there. So we could see a bit of dew, particularly second innings tonight for the chasing side, which will make it interesting for Ireland. But Ravi said they are a bit of a banana skin.
This is the same pitch that was used only a couple of weeks ago when we were here, Ben, for the second of the 2 20-over games between Australia and the West Indies. So to give the scores of that night, which is probably the best form we can give for tonight, Australia made 7 for 178 batting first on that night, and the West Indies fell 31 runs shy. So first up tonight, off your knowledge, Ben, and off the form line, what are you thinking's a minimum for Aaron Finch and the Australians?
I think 180. You've got to put 180 on the board minimum, particularly this wicket, this short boundary, down to our right where we are. You've got to target that. 10 overs from that end, they always come hard, whether it's the Big Bash or international T20Is. That's the end you target.
Ravi, your thought?
Yeah, I agree. I think 180 would be a very good score. It doesn't look that short. I mean, you guys are saying one short boundary. That's a normal size boundary to me. Look, what are you talking about, short boundary? But yeah, I think 180. I think given the firepower that the Aussies have against the Ireland attack, which I don't think they'll be too worried about. There is guys in there, obviously, who can cause you a little bit of trouble. But with the quality that Australia got in their batters, they're all hard hitters, explosive. They should be able to get themselves up to 180, which I think will be more than enough.
For our Australian listeners, Ravi, tell us a bit more about this Irish team, because you've seen a bit more of them. Australian fans have hardly seen them in this country. They've only ever played one previous T20 game. That was back in the World Cup in Sri Lanka in 2012. So Australia won on that occasion. They've only ever played 5 white ball internationals, where Australia's won 4 of the 50-over games, and there was no result among them. But educate us on what you've seen in the last couple of years as far as the threat that Ireland could present tonight.
Well, firstly, what I do like about Ireland is they won't show the Aussies or anyone any respect, really. They respect you, but they're not going to go out and say, "Oh, let's wait, let's see if we can get into the game." They won't do that. They'll go, "Right, we're coming after you." With the likes of Sterling up top, and the captain Barbirney as well, who's played well. Those guys will put you under pressure, or at least try to put you under some serious pressure, and they'll keep coming. That's their nature. The Irish, they'll just keep coming, and they're a decent side. They do well. Especially they've played a lot of cricket against the likes of Afghanistan, Bangladesh, and these teams. So they've become better over time. And going on their bowling side, I mean, Josh Little, he's been picking up wickets. He's been playing leagues around the world now and doing really well. He's improved his game over the last sort of 12 months to 18. He recently was in the 100 where he bowled really well. He's got a bit of pace as well. But the only thing is, what I would say is, playing at the MCG and playing here is slightly different. I thought the MCG had a lot in it for the bowlers, especially the type of bowlers they are, where they're pitching it up, a little bit less pace, so there's a little bit of nibble. I'm not sure you're going to get that here. I think if you're going to pitch it up here and look for a little bit of nibble at 75 miles per hour, you could see the ball 10 rows back.
Ben, there was a pretty set formula for the last T20 World Cup. There was only one change throughout the tournament. Ashton Agar only played the one game, and then Mitch Marsh came back in. Australia got the chase. Australia won their first world title. And now, with the differing conditions in Australia, 12 months on, a lot of talk about the makeup of the 11. Tim David's inclusion, Steve Smith's exclusion has been the major change. Do you think the selectors know what the best team is?
I don't think they do. It was very different last year. Obviously, there was, the external noise between Justin Langer and the players, which might have galvanised the players somewhat. Playing overseas as well in the Emirates. Coming home in front of your home crowd, there's always more pressure. For me, I would love to see Steve Smith in there. I'm surprised he's not. I was down by the boundary earlier today before the game started, and Smithy walked out with bat and gloves in hand, and he's still out there now, an hour later, hitting high balls out to the ropes. So I'm surprised that he's not in the playing 11, given his preparation like he is.
Perhaps just sending a reminder to everyone that he is ready to go if required. And the good news is that Matthew Wade is going to play, and it'd be interesting to see if there's an issue about his health with concerns about COVID around the Australian keeper bat.
Particularly with the heat out there today at the Gabba. I remember when I had COVID, I wasn't in any shape to play anything for about 6 or 7 days.
Sorry, I've just had on my mind. Who would you bring Steve Smith in for?
For me, it's probably Stoinis. I know he had a great night the other night, so it probably can't be him now. So either him or Tim David.
Really?
Yeah, I just feel like with the hitters they've got through the middle there, with Stoinis, David, Maxwell, they're all very similar. They're very impactful, but if you lose a couple of early ones, Steve Smith is that one that he can adapt his game and change the pace, move the ball around. He's not going to go out there and clear the rope.
Repeating Ireland has won the toss. Australia is going to bat first. Quentin Hull, Ben Cutting and Ravi Bapari with you on Grandstand Cricket through the ABC and the BBC. Let's take you into both camps before we get the first ball here, and we'll start with the Australians, Zane Bojack.
Aussie quick Josh Hazlewood. How much you're looking up at the sky, making sure there's no rain coming out of those clouds?
Yeah, I had a quick look at the radar actually on the bus on the way here, but it looks pretty good. Looks like it's coming tomorrow, so it might ruin golf.
Now, I know your captain, Aaron Finch, has said you're not worried about net run rate tonight, but how do you keep it out of your mind when you go out there to play?
I find it pretty easy. I think it's something you can probably chase with the bat more than the ball. I think, if you go chasing your tail when we're bowling, then things can happen and the runs can leak. So, it's probably something you look at more when you're chasing, and if you're chasing a lowish total.
Given that no result, sort of heaped a little bit more pressure on both yourselves and England, how important is it that you do get a good result tonight?
Oh, it's hugely important. If we're not, first of all, if we don't get the win, then that's it. So, that's first and foremost in the front of the mind, and I guess net run rate's a bit in the back of the mind, I guess, when it presents itself later on down the track.
And what about your skipper? Has the side got around him? He's been under a bit of pressure from us media types.
Yeah, I think he's starting to get used to it now. It's been a while, and I think it's no skin off his nose. I think he doesn't read into any of that sort of stuff, and he'll be very focused on coming out and opening the batting and worry about his captaincy. Once we're out in the field, so he'll be fine.
What do you make of Ireland? They've got some pretty handy players. Curtis Camphor, Balburney, he was outstanding against England. Yeah,
it looks like from a bowler's point of view, it looks like their top 3 or 4 are scoring the bulk of the runs, especially in the last 7 games in this tournament and the 18 months previous. So they're probably the key, and we've looked a bit at them.
All right. And what about for yourself? I think you got 3 wickets for the tournament so far. They're coming out okay?
Yeah, the ball feels like it's coming out nicely. It's, I guess, felt a bit start-stoppy sort of. We've travelled a lot. We didn't play last game, win and a loss, so hopefully start that momentum shift now and get back-to-back wins leading into what could be a good semi-final.
And you've got a good record here at this pitch as well. Are you looking forward to getting the rock on this pitch?
Yeah, it's always an interesting one. Like, if there's a little bit of grass on it, it can play in your favour, but the boundaries are big. There's a lot of 2s and 3s, and then there's obviously a short pocket, so runs can leak as well if you don't get it right, so you've got to be on your game.
All right, and just finally, Marcus Stoinis with the fastest 50 the other day. What's he been doing? Has he been walking around being the muscle man and telling everyone about it?
He hasn't, actually. I think he's probably watched his replay a few times, but no, nothing's changed from Stoinis. He's still the same character, pretty good fun, so he's nice and relaxed, and hopefully do it again.
All right, well, on behalf of all of Australia, we wish you the best of luck, Josh. Thanks for chatting to us, and go Oz.
Thank you. Cheers.
Well done, Zane, and thanks to Josh Hazelwood giving us a moment or two of his time. He picked up 2 wickets in the well-beaten cause against the New Zealanders at the SCG. Got 1 wicket against Sri Lanka in Perth, and it's generally become one of the very reliable Australian quicks, and amazing to think, Ben Cutting, that he spent, 3.5 years outside of the Australian T20 lineup from an international perspective, and he's been excellent in the last couple of IPLs as well. What's made him so good in this form of the game?
I think the simplicity of how he bowls. His plans are so simple. Obviously, he's got the height, the pace and the bounce to go with that, but he literally just hits his same test match line and length for 2 or 3 overs up front with a new ball, and he can nail his Yorker at the back end. It's not too much more complicated than that for him.
And Ravi Bopara, it seems to be, particularly at this place, from the visiting batter's perspective, you come here and you think, here's a big, tall Aussie quick that's going to give me pace and bounce that I don't see many other places in the world of cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Aussies have, throughout the years, they've always had those tall, quick sort of bowlers who come in and slam the deck. Whereas in England, you find more of the sort of skim the surface, which gets that's the way you get the most out of the decks in England. But here, you really have to be strong, hit the wicket hard, and that's why the Aussies have produced those sort of bowlers. They can come in, they can really hit the deck hard and make life difficult for you.
As far as Ireland's concerned, if you didn't know who Curtis Campher was and you're a cricket fan following this tournament, well, you certainly know him after the amazing innings to get Ireland home against Scotland, where he scored 72 not out off 32 balls. He's an all-rounder, highly talented cricketer at the start of his career. Adam Mountford caught up with the talented Irish all-rounder Curtis Campher.
Well, thanks for joining us ahead of the game. How excited are you to be playing here at the Gabba, to be playing against the hosts in this tournament?
Yeah, it's a massive game for us. Obviously, we know what's all at stake here in terms of points-wise, but just for us as a nation, we're looking forward to playing one of the best.
And in terms of Ireland and your position, you've still got a good chance of reaching those semi-finals. Frustration not to have that chance to play against Afghanistan in Melbourne.
Yeah, we're chomping at the bit to get going at them. Obviously, with the rain coming there, it's still a point we'll take. At the end of the day, 2 weeks ago, if you said that you'd be sitting in this position, we'd bat your hand off for it. But yeah, looking ahead here, if we can put a good performance today, we'll never know what happens.
And how much confidence does you and the squad have after that victory against England?
Yeah, I think it just bolsters us again. We had a great performance against West Indies and similarly up against England. So I think for us, we can stick to the processes and know that we can do it. It's really good for us.
Because the fact you've already in this tournament turned around England, you've beaten the West Indies, Australia, what's the problem?
No, not sure about that. They're a class act. So hopefully we can just stick to our basics and worry about ourselves, and we'll see. Hopefully the result takes care of itself.
And from a personal point of view, you obviously had that excellent performance against Scotland in that must-win game for Ireland. How are you feeling from a personal point of view coming into this game? Yeah,
it's great always to contribute to the team and make sure in the winning cause. I've had a few times now where I've done quite nicely and we haven't got over the line, so it was really nice we always speak about being the man that pulls a stump out the ground, and it was nice to do that for the team.
And the good thing, I suppose, in this competition is that lots of people have been that person, haven't they? You've had all-round performances. People have put their hand up when they've needed to. Yeah, 100%. I think we got a young squad, but quite an experienced one at that. It's lovely to see different guys in different games put up their hands. It kind of shows the versatility and the way we can adapt to each situation. And you personally have got great memories in this tournament. Of course, last time around, 4 wickets and 4 balls. You've had the situation here with the winning performance against Scotland. Is there something about this tournament that inspires you personally? No, I think just playing against the best and challenging yourselves against them is really cool. I think that's what drives me, and kind of the reason why we play cricket is to be on these stages. So fortunately, it's gone my way in the last few games, but hopefully I can keep doing that. And what do you make of this facility, the Gabba? Oh, it's amazing. It's beautiful. Just looking around, the wicket looks really good. I heard it's going to be quite a big crowd in today, so we're looking forward to it. And finally, how confident are you and Ireland feeling that you can cause another shock tonight? Hopefully we can just stick to our basics and do the right things. You never know what happens. Thanks for joining us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adam. Great to hear from Curtis Campher, a man that you've played cricket with, Ravi Bopara. What can you tell us about him?
I have. It was in the T10 in Abu Dhabi. And before that, I didn't really know, what he did, or was he an all-rounder, was he a bowler? He actually played as a bowler in the T10 for us, and he bowled quite well. Bowled with decent pace, swing up front. We didn't really know how much he could bat. He didn't really get a bat in the tournament, but I've been watching him recently over the last few games and thought, hold on, we probably missed out when he's batting during the T10. But he did a really good job with the ball. He comes hard, he keeps coming. I think his background's South African, but one thing I loved about him, he did not back down. He just did not back down. Even when you had the likes of Andre Russell and these guys smacking the ball all over the park, he just kept coming.
It's exciting when we see these developing nations present a cricketer that we think, hold on, this might be someone we can build a team around which can cause, and we've seen, the odd upset here and there. And we only hope that from an Irish cricket perspective, he's going to continue to blossom and the team around him, Ben.
And I think a lot of that comes back to, you know, the way world cricket has become. There's so many franchise tournaments, T10, as Ravi was saying, other T20 leagues that, you know, associate nations or the smaller developing nations in cricket can get their players into those tournaments for experience, play alongside them. They get to play against guys like Andre Russell, play with Faf du Plessis. That's where they learn. They can take that back to their home country and their home team, and it's all the better for cricket.
Let's go to the Australian captain for a moment, because he continues to be a talking point, Aaron Finch. Red ink, but scratched around by his own admission the last time they played in Perth. Didn't get the hit back into form at the MCG, which we're all saying, oh, look, Aaron Finch will get back to the MCG. He'll be happy with that. And now comes to bouncy conditions again. Mind you, I don't think the Ireland attack is going to have the same type of penetration, but it's a watch, isn't it? It's an interesting one.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't think he would have particularly enjoyed batting at the MCG, the way the ball's been moving around and swinging. This is probably a better surface for him, where there's a bit more bounce. He can play on top of the bounce. But we do say that about Ireland, but remember, they do have a left armer up front who can swing the ball. He's got the ability to swing the ball back at him. And I'm not sure he particularly enjoys the left arms bowlers swinging the ball back at him. So it may play in his mind a little bit.
I think anyone named Trent and Aaron Finch doesn't like facing them. But if there's left armers as well, referring to, of course, the way that Trent Boult has had a great dominance over Aaron Finch. There was pressure on him before the tournament in the Emirates. Australia was able to cast all those aside by winning the tournament. But at home, that pressure continues to mount, doesn't it?
Even more so, particularly when you got the media, everyone starts talking about it, and it can tend to blow it up more than it feels like for yourself. I'm interested to see how he opens the batting tonight.
Time for the anthems, and then Jonathan Agnew coming in to join you ahead of Australia and Ireland.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts, all beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains that let us sing, advance Australia fair.
There we go, the anthem's done. Good morning to everyone listening back home, and of course good evening here to everyone listening in Australia. Big game this, and vital from Australia's perspective that they don't do in England and slip up against a very motivated Ireland side. They're going to come out here and they will, I'm sure, absolutely try and grab this game by the scruff of the neck as they did against England, and it succeeded too, of course, with rain finishing it off. As far as England were concerned, they are up against it. They'll be playing tomorrow, rain permitting as well. I just could put that caveat in there because the forecast for Brisbane tomorrow is not good at all. I'm not sure what I've done to deserve this, but anyway, fingers crossed that tomorrow England will play New Zealand at this same time. So if you're setting your watches back at home in particular, then you'll have England, New Zealand all being well at this time, which is coming up to 8 o'clock in the morning. Great time to be listening to some cricket. And of course in Ireland too this morning, watching this and listening to it, well, very anxiously and excitedly. I think they were unlucky the other day with that washout against Afghanistan, but can they do something here just to shock the hosts? It's been that sort of a tournament so far, Ben. I don't know. I wouldn't like to bet on any of these games at the moment. You simply don't know what's going to happen, but at least at the moment it's clear, it's warm, it's a nice evening, albeit with this rain coming in overnight.
Aggers, it's a beautiful evening, as it always is here in Brisbane this time of year.
Well, I hope you're saying that tomorrow.
No, thunderstorms predicted tomorrow, which is a good and a bad thing. Can bring a lot of rain, but they do tend to blow through very, very quickly as well. So
right.
that's the good side of it.
And that breeze is coming up, I think, looking...
it certainly is. Bringing a cool change with it, down to 25, 26 degrees.
Josh Little's going to bowl first. And he'll bowl from this end, so the Stanley Street end of the ground, left armour. Let's see how he goes against Davey Warner, of course, that angle. They do have a slip. And what about Aaron Finch too? Just 1/2 century in his last 12 innings. And lots of focus on Australia's captain. Certainly there was some talk today about maybe Steve Smith coming in, not for Finch, but somewhere, although it's always very difficult to see where he's going to fit into this very strong team. But Australia putting out the team that we expected. Those two players recovering from COVID. Wade, who apparently wasn't very well yesterday, but he's managed to shake that off, and he's playing today. So to Adam Zampa as well. I've got all these exciting moments coming up where we're going to welcome listeners from around Australia. We're going to welcome our listeners in West Australia and also Northern Territory too, which is nice. That's happening in about 30 seconds from now. And well, everyone's ready a little bit early, I think. Chris Gaffney there, the umpire's got his hands on his hips. He's waiting for the clock absolutely to tick around to the right moment. He's just telling Dave Warner, they can hear, he's got 20 seconds to go, so it's absolutely done on a stopwatch start here. And of course it has to be, because of the timings of the overs, which if you don't get right means that you're penalised with fielders being brought into that defensive circle. Good evening, West Australia and Northern Territory. Lovely to have you with us. Welcome to the Gabba. We're all set to go. It's Australia against Ireland, who've won the toss, and they put Australia into bat. And we're just about ready to go for the first ball of the match. Australia, the team that we expected it to be, with Zampa coming back, having finally shaken off COVID. Matthew Wade, similarly, is also in the team too. So we've got Warner and Finch out there. They've got there rather early, the players. Everyone's ready. Everyone's good to go. They've got to wait another 30 seconds yet until the timer is absolutely right up on the clock. So, well, I don't think David Warner's too worried about it, but this is a big game. It really is. And Australia would have sat there and watched on their tellies as Ireland beat England down in Melbourne with that washed out finish. And they certainly don't want to have that experience themselves. You expect the Irish bowlers to bowl a fullish length. They'll just move the ball this way and that. Here's the countdown. And now we're ready to go. And it's Josh Little from our end with a slip who runs in to bowl the first ball of the match, and Warner tries to paddle it away around the leg side. He's got away with that rather there. Little, often anything that goes past the batsman and down the leg side is signalled a wide. But umpire Gaffney is in charitable mood this evening, and he allows that to go by. So Warner, Finch, Marsh and Maxwell, Stoinis, who played very well the other night, Tim David, Wade, Stark, Cummins, Zampa and Hazelwood making up the bulk of the bowling attack there. That's the Australian side, and Ireland unchanged from their win over England. In goes Little, left arm over, and bowls short this time, and Warner plays that firmly into the offside. They go for a quick single. They'll get there as well as the throw comes rifling in from point. And so Australia and Warner are both off the mark, one for no wicket. Sterling, Balbirnie, Tucker and Tector, Campher, Dockrell, Delaney, Adair, McCarthy, Hand, and Josh Little, who's bowling at the moment. is the Irish team. Some cloud around, so we're expecting rain overnight, and it's a question of when it stops tomorrow. I don't think we're going to avoid rain. It's a question of when it's going to stop, though. The England-New Zealand game is the evening match, so that's 6 o'clock local time in the evening. Finch on strike, and it's tugged away into the leg side. He's off the mark. Ball rolls way out to deep square leg. They should get two. There are enormous boundaries here at the Gabba. And the throw comes in on the bounce. And so Aaron Finch is also off the mark, and Australia go to 3 for no wicket in this first over. This Group 1 match, with New Zealand currently on top. England currently in second place, but that'll change tonight because Ireland and Australia are at 3rd and 4th, and they're all on 3 points. Sri Lanka and Afghanistan 2 points apiece. Little bowls outside the off stump, and Finch is on the back foot and then plays it into the offside and very quickly looks at the bottom of his bat there a little bit suspiciously, as if that came off absolutely the last inch or two. In fact, he's looking at the very bottom of it now. It's about a snooker cue. He was looking at the end of it that you chalk. I don't think it came quite off the bottom of that, but he's just making sure, I think, that it wasn't split or cracked or something. Still the slip. As Little breathes in heavily, takes those shadows with him of the floodlights. Is there, and he bowls short. That's pulled away into the leg side out to deep mid wicket. A long chase for the fielder running round. You've got the big screen behind him, and the throw comes in. It's Gareth Delaney out there in the deep. 2 more to Australia. We go to 5. 5 for no wicket. No sign yet, Ben, of much swing or anything like that, I must say.
No, it's been a good start from Josh Little, but he's probably not bowled the length required to swing it here at the Gabba. He's been back of a length, which is not a bad option, particularly for these 2 batters early on.
Finch waits, he runs in, bowls to him outside the off stump, and there's a bit of a rarity in T20 cricket, with the opening batsman allowing that to go through outside the off stump. We don't see that many times. 5 for no wicket after the first over. A reasonable crowd in. They're expecting 20 to 25,000. And as is always the case with these vast stadia, it's just difficult to see and to gauge, to judge how many are actually in. What we do have a large number of, well, they're servicemen. And maybe service women too, down there to our right. They're wearing khaki coloured and sort of bush hats down there. I have no idea who they are. They look a bit, do you remember the old Skippy the Bush Kangaroo days? It's a bit like the fella that used to look after Skippy.
It does. It could potentially be some of our Army Reserve servicemen and women, which is great to see down here at the Gabba.
There's a lot of them, there must be.
There are quite a few.
A couple of hundred, maybe.
I hope the bar's stocked.
Well, yeah, anyway, they're sitting down to our right-hand side where the old Queensland Cricket Club used to be back in the day. But, they're sitting on excitedly. And Adair is going to bowl the second over from the far end. Moves in, bowls, and Warner steers it to third man. The fielder comes in quickly. Again, he wasn't absolutely down on the boundary edge. And they take 1 more, so at 6 for no wicket. Quentin Hull knows who they are. They've probably got nothing to do with Skippy at all, but I just recognise that sort of colour and the hat that the Ranger used to wear. Went where they filmed Skippy once, actually, down there just outside. It's outside Sydney, isn't it? It's a tribute to the movie Super Troopers. So they're not army people at all. They've come dressed up.
That's how well they've dressed. They've stitched us up.
Oh, so they're fancy dressers. There's a lot of them.
One of my favourite movies, that too. Super Troopers 1 and 2.
Well, that's very well coordinated. They're all sitting in the same place. Here's Adair, bowls, and comes
swing
down the pitch there. There is some swing. He tried to flick that towards mid-on, and it missed the off stump. So that's the fuller length, and definitely some swing there for this right arm over seamer, bowling a lovely full length.
Used his crease well there, Adair. Wide of the crease. Enticed Aaron Finch into the drive with the full length delivery, but fuller length than what Josh Little bowled the first over. But to be fair, in the power play of a T20 at the Gabba, you can't get away with that length too many times before you get hurt down the ground. Well,
it definitely swung. Here's Adair once more, bowls, and that's played more carefully this time into the leg side by Finch. He's got his eye on 2 here, but Warner's shouting no. One of those again, we saw it the other night, where if you just drop the ball with the right amount of weight on it, you could pick up 2 as it trickles to the edge of the circle, but that time just a little bit too much weight on it. for that. They've taken 1, 7 for no wicket. Waratah Park, that's the place.
Waratah Park.
That's where Skippy was filmed, isn't it?
Yep.
You can see the Rangers house there and all sorts of things. You go and visit. A few kangaroos hopping about. There's Adair again, bowling outside the off stump. Warner watches that. He plays no stroke this time. Sterling is standing there at slip, waiting for the chance of a catch. And I guess, well, I think, I'm not guessing, but I mean, in terms of net run rate, I would think, given a choice, Australia would have batted second. So they know a target. They've still got some catching up to do, haven't they? If they could restrict Ireland down to a score that they could knock off in 15, 16 overs, that would actually do their cause a lot of good. But they can still improve their net run rate by doing it this way, of course. But that seemed to be a likelier scenario, I thought.
That's right. I think they're just looking to win the game first and foremost.
Yeah.
It's a good wicket, bat first. We saw the wicket was a little bit on the dry side yesterday for the Gabba, but you know, see how
There's coming round the wicket. He bowls. Warner shuffles forward. Plays again a doughty-looking defensive stroke there, bending at the knee, getting right behind it, playing up towards mid-off, and there is no run. 7 for no wicket. The ball to go in the second over on a warm evening in Brisbane. Very pleasant indeed. Wandering round today. Saw Pommy and Bangor running down by the river. It's quite an impressive sight. This first thing this morning, moving at a good pace. Here's Adair, moves in, bowl. Oh, it's a poor ball. It's very well fielded at point. It's a low full toss. He's trying to bowl a slower ball there. And he managed just to get away with that a bit because the fielder was able to dive and stop that going for what would have been a certain 4. So 1 off it, 8 for no wicket. With 2 overs gone. And I must say hello to Beck. She's a Queensland girl. She started off life up in the northeast of England, actually, but she's one of our big followers on social media and listening. So I'll say hello to you, Beck. Thanks for all the messages that we get from you. I hope you're enjoying the evening. 8 for no wicket, 2 overs gone. And Barry McCarthy is going to bowl, so another change. Right arm seamer, still the slip. And he'll bowl to the left-handed David Warner, fiddling with this and that and finding the peak of his helmet, and now he's ready. And McCarthy, wearing number 60, runs away from us, bowls short, pulled away, caught. Warner's out. He's absolutely picked out the man on the edge of the circle there at short fine leg. A yard or 2 either side, that would have been 4. Not much of a ball, dragged down, a little hint of swing perhaps, but a perfectly authentic flick off the hip from David Warner. Has picked out the fielder as easy as you like, no mistake made, and that's a bit of a gimme as far as Ireland are concerned. And they've got rid of the dangerous Warner, who I think would have played that shot if he had bowled that ball 99 times out of 100. I think it was just the shot to play, but the man happened to be up and it went absolutely straight to him. That's the end of Warner. Caught by Adair. He's out for 3 and it's 8 for 1.
Barry McCarthy, when it's your night, it's your night. He would have bowled the ball that many times over the course of his career, and it would have disappeared to the rope pretty quickly. But unfortunate there for David Warner. Just tried to flick one off the hip, about belly button height, and he's just turned it around the corner straight to the man at 45 in the ring there. It can happen from time to time. We've seen it before, but it brings big Mitch Marsh to the crease.
Yeah, I don't think how else he could have played that, really. It was just there for that shot, wasn't it? And I suppose all you could say is he perhaps might have tried to keep it down, but it was the ball for the shot, or the shot for the ball, and it's brought about his downfall. Here's Marsh's first ball. He's hit that out towards deep square leg. Beautifully timed. Is that 4 or 6? It's just bounced inside the boundary, I think. Signalled 4, but my word, he got hold of that.
Great intent, first ball, Mitch Marsh. Halfway down, attempted bouncer with deep square leg out on the rope. To be fair, off the bat, I thought they went straight down his throat. I thought he had two wickets and 2 balls there, but a good shot in the end. It worked out well for him.
He really hit that hard, like a rocket. There's a man out there, but he had no chance. 12 for 1. Marsh making his intentions clear. As McCarthy runs into him, bowls on the leg stump, turned away into that leg side again. There's Delaney coming up to field, and they take 1 run. So 13 for 1 in the 3rd over of this Group 1 match in Brisbane. Tomorrow at this same time, it'll be, well, hopefully, England against New Zealand. And we haven't seen that. We haven't seen much of England, of course. The washout at Melbourne. So they were practicing today. McCarthy kicks up his heels, and that's short, and tugged away into the leg side by Finch, but straight to the short fine leg fieldsman just inside the circle there. Over to our right hand side, it's Fian Hand, who we might well see bowl in a moment. Well, very well against England.
Very intrigued to see how Aaron Finch moves forward in this power play, given they've lost an early one, Australia, 1 for 13. It's always tough when you're not in form, but wickets are falling around you. You still need to get the run rate up, but if you don't feel like you're in the form to do that, it could be a double-edged sword.
McCarthy again, quite a long run. He gets there now, bowls over the wicket. Finch on the back foot, steers that away, cuts it to backward point. On the boundary there, they pick up ones with square 3rd man, really. Picks up 1. I wondered who, I think it was Finch. Somebody there went, ah! You could hear it on the pitch mics. I think maybe it was Finch. That didn't quite go where he wanted it to go. And he rehearsed the shot again when he got down to the non-striker's end. I think he's trying to play it a bit finer than that. 14 for 1. But he goes to 6 now. Marsh on 5. Slip, short 3rd man and short fine leg. And in goes McCarthy and bowls outside the off stump. And, well, a nice bit of bounce there. And Marsh allows that through to the wicketkeeper Tucker. The end of the over, a successful one for Ireland. 14 for 1. With 3 overs now having been bowled. And our Rangers down there. See the... he's got a trumpet in there, one of them. Some bugle of some sorts. He's playing Waltzing Matilda or something, I presume, down there amongst all of them. That is a very, very well coordinated turnout, isn't it? All wearing the same, all sitting together.
Done well to get tickets all together.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got one steward there sitting in front of them, making sure everyone behaves.
Dare say they might get a little bit rowdier as the night goes on too.
They might.
If the bandaries start flowing from the Australians.
Yep, I think they probably will. Now, a change of ends for Little. Coming on from the far end. He's there and he bowls outside the off stump. Comes off the bottom of the bat, going for that quick single out to the offside again. The throw.
Well short.
He was gone, wasn't he?
Well short of his ground.
He's run out by yards. He'd given up.
That's twice. That's twice he's nearly been run out by a good half metre in the first 3 overs of the power play.
Oh, he was gone. He was gone. It was his call. I mean, he was on the back foot. That was the trouble. It was Dockrell there coming in from cover. If he'd hit the stumps, that would have been the end of Aaron Finch.
Tell you what's impressed me so far from the Irish, and to be fair, I'm not surprised given, former Australian spin bowler Nathan Horrocks is their bowling coach, is their plans and their field placements.
Little moves in bowls and Marsh this time calls no. As that's played in a similar direction into the offside. And Dockrell fields.
Dockrell have spent a lot of time in Brisbane over the years, played a lot of Brisbane grade cricket for Valleys, leading up to the COVID break that we all had.
Was a fine cricketer. I mean, as a young, promising spin bowler. He went to Somerset, of course, played county cricket there. 15 for 1 as Marsh steers. Oh, it was a misfield. Steered firmly to backward point. Those little slips, little errors. Ireland have got to try and avoid Delaney. It's bounced through his hands there at backward point. No real reason for that.
Got him a little bit quicker than he expected, I think, there. Yeah. He's feeling quite close to the bat in the ring by the time he walks in with the bowler. But like I said before, the plans and the field placement so far from the Irish bowlers have been exceptional. Nathan Horrocks has played a lot of big bash cricket here. He's well aware of where the ball tends to fly on this surface.
There's Little moves in bowls.
Oh,
it hits him. Finch ducked there. And whether he misread that length a little bit, I'm not sure, but he ducked.
Sounded like it flicked through his shoulder or off his ribs. Yep.
Up on the bicep.
The shoulder blade.
I must say, he doesn't look in great touch, does he? And I know that's kind of an obvious and easy thing to say for someone who hasn't been scoring runs, but all stuff off the bottom of the bat, even that run there where he'd been run out, he doesn't seem to be absolutely on top of his game at the moment. So I know it's an obvious thing to say because the runs would demonstrate it, but something like that too, where that's just hit him up on the bicep and the back. He steps away this time. He gets away. He's got that through. Dockrell dives, can't stop it there at point, and that'll make him feel better. It often just takes one well-timed stroke and things can just click back into place again, and he's played that very well.
We can see that brewing. He actually made a change in the field before he bowled that ball. Josh Little brought third man up and put fine leg back out, which sort of signified that he was going to bowl into the wicket and at Aaron Finch's body again. So if Aaron was able to give himself some room and clear that front leg to access the offside and really punch it on the up through the covers.
Good stroke. 20 for 1. Last ball of the fourth over coming up. Little's on his way. Bowls to Finch, who hits that again. Oh, you heard him again curse as he didn't get that where he wanted. He could see that going through the covers, but actually hit it straight to the fielder. So 20 for 1. 4 overs gone. Marsh has 6. Finch has 11. Warner is the man who's been dismissed cheaply, with Ireland putting Australia into bat on this warm evening. Cloud building, but just the last signs of the sun of the day. It's sort of a sunset over there to our right-hand side. All happens quite early here, doesn't it, in Brisbane, because of the time change and the local time. It seems to get light very early, and obviously dark quite early as well. So it's 6:15 in the evening here. The lights are on, burning down. We've got Adair to bowl from our end. The slipper's gone now. It's the 5th over, and in he goes over the wicket, bowls, and catch it, they shout. There's an appeal flag before wicket as well. The ball actually is caught there at backward point, but no one's appealing for that. It was a full-on LBW appeal really, but that was going down the leg side. It's Marsh there trying to hit that away high over deep square leg. 20 for 1. It's a dot ball. That's the important thing as far as Ireland are concerned. They're doing all right so far. They're keeping things under some sort of order.
Not a typical start in the power play from the Australians, but dare I say it, this could be the over that Mitch Marsh targets. Tries to get the momentum back.
It goes again. Adair bowl's a bit too short. That's mistimed. Ball runs away down to fine leg. He again was trying to pull that out into deep mid wicket. Can't get it where he wanted. 21 for 1. What are they going to do here for Finch? They've got, I think, fine leg coming up. Yes, they have. And they're going to drop back that man in the offside, because Finch has been tending to stand round about the leg stump, but to hit the ball away square. So they've got there's a man sort of covering lots of ground out there, as a third man-ish, deep backward point and so on. Adair bowls outside the off stump, forced away out to that fielder, and he slides across the turf, prevents it going for 4, and Finch comes back for 2. Very much a strong area there, a bit of width, short of a length, plays that horizontal backstroke very firmly. 23 for 1, halfway through the 5th over. Adair mops his brow. Sticky evening. Runs away once more. Bowls to Finch. Oh, he's gone for a huge one. Into the ranges it comes.
Into the Super Troopers.
Yeah, a huge 6. That's gone miles. Those who remember the old Queensland Cricket Club, that would have been amongst the parasols in there. So that's long gone. It's all this huge stadium now, but that's where the Rangers are. Great excitement as the ball landed amongst them. Well, what a shot that was.
Freed the shoulders, didn't he? It was a long time coming, Aaron Finch. It was a runner ball up until that, 19 off 14 now. But lovely shot into the Super Troopers for the Super Trooper fans. Obviously Rod Farber lookalikes down there.
He goes Adair again outside the off stump, but it bounced there, surprised Finch. Looking to play that favoured cut shot, but the ball went over the top of his bat and through to Lorcan Tucker. Definitely a bit of extra bounce. 29 for 1, a ball to go in the 5th. Adair walks back to his mark again. spins himself a catch. Finch is ready. In goes Adair. He's there. He bowls. Oh, well, it's a slower ball, but it's a horrid delivery. A wide, dribbled through, very wide outside the off stump. Just didn't get that right. It's that pressure ball, isn't it? Last ball of the over. Still the 5th over. He's been smashed for 6. The last thing you want to do is to give away another boundary off that last ball. Tried something a little bit quirky. I'm afraid he's got to go and try it again. 30 for 1.
Yeah, you can see what he's trying to do there. He's got the big boundary out to the offside, trying to bowl a change of pace out on the wide line, so Aaron Finch can cut it out there for 1.
And he goes again, bowls again. It's a slower ball. He's got it into the offside, but over, long off. And there's that boundary. Very well played. It's always a danger ball, that. And it's gone over the rope for 4. So 5 overs gone. It's 34 for 1 with Davey Warner out. And Quentin Hull's coming in here.
The T20 Cricket World Cup on the ABC Listen app, ABC Sport Digital and BBC 5 Sports Extra.
Because when I'm in a room with you, that missing piece is found.
Skipper's got a start. 23 off 16 deliveries for Aaron Finch.
He's Duke, you. It was interesting to see how he's going to take this on, but slow to start, watchful. Particularly after they lost David Warner early, but 1 for 34 now from the 5th. 1 over to go on the power play, and it looks like they're going for spin. Ireland.
Delaney coming into the attack from the Stanley Street end. 1 over left in the power play. And it'll be interesting to see the way that the Australians try and work the spinner around the park, Gareth Delaney, who's had mixed success throughout the tournament. His best performance, 3 for 16 in the win against the West Indies and Hobart. But in the Super 12s, took 1 wicket against Sri Lanka and didn't take a wicket against England. He starts to Marsh, who drives just wide, mid-off, and it will beat the infield down to the rope for 4. It was aerial for a moment or two, and half a chance for Dockrell, who dived to his right, but couldn't prevent the boundary as Marsh moves on to 11, and Australia 1 for 38.
We heard the shout of catch it from the bowler, Delaney there, but not close enough to mid-off, who's up in the ring. They've got long on, deep mid-wicket outside the ring. Finished the 6th over the power play. I think Aussie batsmen will look to stay leg side and try and hit through the offside with all the men up.
Right arm leg spin, Marsh forward defending Delaney, and he trots across to his right to field on his follow through. So both of these teams go to Adelaide for their final games. Be played in a double-header on Friday. The Australians to play Afghanistan and Ireland to play New Zealand. As Delaney bowls and Marsh sweeps, but straight to square leg. And little does the fielding to prevent the run.
Well fielded there, just picked the fielder out, hit the ball hard. Good intent shown by Mitch Marsh since he's come to the crease. Delaney in again.
With 3 balls left in the power play. Over the wicket, Marsh defends from the crease. So apart from that first ball going for 4, it's been a pretty good over from George Delaney.
Very good start. No real spin, as you'd expect with the new ball in the power play, but it'll be interesting to see how this wicket wears as the night goes on.
Well, Gareth Delaney, his teammate George Dockrell, who's out in the field. As here is Delaney pushing Marsh back, who decides to go back and stroke to Dockrell at mid-off. So another dot after the opening boundary. 4 dot balls.
He's bowled a good tight line, a good tight length. Just inside the leg stump to Mitch Marsh, giving him no swinging room.
Long on, deep mid-wicket still, the only 2 men out. Last ball of the over, last ball of the power play. Delaney to Marsh and defends down to mid-off. There's half an appeal from Delaney. May have been pad before bat. Not out's the call, no referral, and well, a leg spinner gets away with only 4 runs from an over in the power play after having conceded that boundary from the first ball. 6 done. Australia sent in 1 for 38 with Warner out. Caught Adair, bowled McCarthy for 3 in the 3rd over when the score was 8. Marsh 11 from 13 deliveries and Finch 23 from 16.
Quite a measured power play from both teams, Q, to be fair. 1 for 38, 6.33 and over. Not what you usually see of T20I here at the Gabba.
And it is going to be Fian Hand who's going to bowl from the Vulture Street end. And where are the boundary riders going? Deep mid-wicket, or more so the moo corner out there, that short boundary near the Cricketers Club. Long on's out. Deep point. And deep third, so fine legs inside the rope, backward point, extra cover, mid-off.
We are waiting.
Waiting, just for the hand signal of the power play. So fee in hand to bowl to the Australian captain. Right home over the wicket. Full Yorker length. Finch digs it out and gets it down the onside of the pitch to Adair at long on for a single.
Not a bad start, zeroing in on the straight Yorker. First ball of his spell. Typically bowling to the shorter end of the gabba.
He's a guy that is very new to international cricket, fee in hand. Made his debut against Afghanistan in August and didn't make his first appearance in the tournament until the game at the MCG against England. And now for Marsh, long off goes out as well. Deep cover, long on, deep mid-wicket and cow corner. Hand to Marsh, tries to swing it on the onside, hits his pad, balloons towards the 45 at fine leg, but it didn't carry and they don't get a run.
No great deal of velocity so far from fee on hand, just the 132 k an hour, 133. Marsh and Finch summing it up, having a look at him early, but I dare say his change of bowling might be to their liking later on in the innings if they're still there.
So 3 boundary riders for the hoik to the onside, and Marsh hits it beyond them and perhaps into the top deck.
That's a big bomb, Q. That's halfway up the top deck here at the Gabba.
6 rows back into the top deck, over cow corner for Mitch Marsh.
I'm not sure he's got all that either. It didn't sound great off the bat, to be fair.
That is a huge strike from the Bison. Australia 1 for 45 as Marsh moves to 17.
First 6 of the match, I believe. Great shot, Mitch Marsh. 102 metres, it's measured up on the big screen. That's a big hit, halfway up the upper deck.
That was very close to going onto the roof.
Very close.
So Marsh is away. What's the response from the relatively inexperienced hand? Short and slow outside the off stump. Beats him with the change of pace. It bounced the second time before going through to keeper Tucker. Swing and a miss from Marsh.
When the Irish have changed the pace and rolled their fingers on the ball, it's been a little bit harder to hit, to be fair, Q. The wicket could be a bit dry, again, as it was yesterday during the day match here. So be interesting to see if it quickens up as the night progresses, if any dew comes in and irons out the surface.
1 for 45 in the 7th. Marsh waits for hand, gets bounced. That's high and wide down the leg side and indicated as such. And will be re-bowled. 1 for 46.
They want to try and finish this over. There'll be a few nerves trying to hide these last 2 balls against Mitch Marsh, who's obviously starting to get his eye in now. I'd be hunting the wide line if I was him, trying to stay away from the short pocket. Hit me at the deep point for 1.
And tries again. Full, and Marsh goes big again over cow corner for 6. That one's only about 12 rows back into the lower deck. 2 sixes off the over from Mitchell Marsh.
Another change of pace, just rolled his fingers on it, but it just rolled straight into the arc of Mitchell Marsh there. Another 6, 2 from the over.
Welcome to international T20 cricket, fee in hand. Mitch Marsh starting to go at you hard at the Gabba. He's 23 now from 17 deliveries, 1 for 52.
It's tough. None for 14 from his 5 deliveries. He's got 1 more ball to hide.
Trying to get out of the over without more damage. Full toss in at the thigh region, turn through mid-wicket for 1, and just the 1, but a very good over for Mitchell Marsh and Australia. 1 for 53 the scoreline after 7 overs. 15 runs coming off the over from fee in hand. Mitch Marsh is 24 from 18 deliveries. Aaron Finch also 24, having faced 17. Ben cutting out, Ravi Bopara in. Nice to see Ravi. What do you made of the first 7 overs?
Well, that was a very productive over for Australia, and it's pretty obvious that they're going to target this end. Any bowler that bowls from this end, they're going to target the short boundary and get as many runs as they can. A little bit more conservative from the other side because the boundary is a long way long way back out on the leg side and even towards mid-on, which they can afford to be more conservative and then really attack from this end. They've kind of made up for the first 6 overs, haven't they? I mean, it wasn't a rollicking start, those first 6 overs.
George Dockrell's going to come into the attack with his left arm variations. Hasn't bowled a lot in the tournament. This will only be his 3rd over. He had 1 over against Scotland and 1 over against England. So something different from Ireland here at the Gabba to see if they can unseat this Australian combination.
I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing Dockrell bowling from the shorter end. You know, the left arm spin, trying to take it away from the right-handers, and if they want to, go across the line into the short boundary.
Marsh is on strike. Dockrell left arm around the wicket, pushes Marsh back, and he strokes it along the deck to the long off sweeper for a single. So long off, deep point, deep square, deep mid-wicket, long on. And no change to the field. The infield, fine legs up, thirds up. Backward point is quite backward. Long way behind square, and then there's a man in the covers as Finch does some dancing moves before then stroking over the covers towards long off, bounces before the sweeper, and they'll come back for a couple. Finch moves to 26, 1 for 56.
Yeah, good smart batting there from Finch. You know, targeting the extra cover boundary, not being tempted to slog across the line into the big boundaries. It's smart batting. He looks in much better form today than he has done in the last, few games.
Tapping away, waiting for the left armour. Forward, turning on the onside, no run to the man at fine leg. Quickly speared back towards the keeper. Barry McCarthy doing the fielding there, and the crowd starting to get a bit more into the atmosphere. Expecting around 25,000 fans here. As Dockrell spears that into the pads of Finch, he works it out through square to the deep for a single. Finch to 27, 1 for 57 in the 8th.
Yeah, and clearly you can see how much more conservative the Australian batsmen are when they're batting up this end.
Try for 2, come on!
Now it's Marsh's turn. Waiting for the left armour. Again, dug in a little. Turned on the onside for 1. They're thinking for 2 and will get it. Beautifully paced shot from Marsh, hitting it through mid-wicket. There's no one forward of square on the onside in the infield. And in the end, the keeper and the bowler sent, bowler's job to go get it, and Dockrell had to run to the edge of the circle to do the fielding, and Australia completes 2 runs. Marsh to 27, 1 for 59.
I think the Irish have got to, they've got to be aware that there's such a big boundary out there. They've got to come a long way off that boundary and stop the twos and almost tempt the Australian batsmen to go, look, we'll try to go over their heads.
6 from the 5 balls so far from this Dockrell over. Spears that into Marsh's pads and again turns it through mid-wicket for just the 1 this time, as an athletic piece of work coming in off the rope from Tector keeps the scoring to a single. 7 runs from the over. Australia 1 for 60 through 8 after Ireland won the toss and inserted the locals. David Warner out for 3 from 7 deliveries. Bad shot, bad luck for Davey Warner-Ravi. He got one on the hip and slammed it straight down short fine leg's throat.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to call it a bad shot because, in my opinion, it was a little bit of a bad ball. It was there down the leg side. It's something that you don't have a lot of control over as a batsman sometimes because it's that side of you. It's sort of at your hip and down the leg side. You just want to get a bit of bat on it and get it away for 4. And sometimes you can just hit it straight to the man. There's one man there, and it's got to go straight to him. If it's sort of 5 yards either side, you've got your boundary. But you can be unlucky sometimes. You can go straight to the man.
You want to send us a text message, 0467 920 222, as Barry McCarthy comes back into the attack. Bowling to Marsh. Flashes, missed. Got an edge. It's gone through to the keeper. He's caught. Marsh has nicked off, and McCarthy takes a valuable wicket for Ireland just as the Bison was getting going. He has to go for 28 from 22 deliveries, and Australia now 2 for 60 at the start of the 9th over.
Well, what a time to get a wicket. What a time to get a wicket. I mean, he was coming hard at him. He was coming hard from this end, but it was outside off stump, probably a yard outside off stump, and it shaped away a little bit. And I'm really surprised the ball swung at this stage of the the innings sort of into the 9th over, getting a little bit of swing and just catching that edge. That's a massive wicket to take from, especially from this end, making the new batsman come in, which means that they can probably get out of this over with, you know, minimal damage. So it's, you know, it's a fantastic time to get a wicket. I really do like his action. It's a strong action. It almost reminds you a bit of almost an Aussie style action or South African style action.
Well, we've got a text from Kevin Redcliffe, which is a suburb here in Brisbane, Ravi. He goes, is McCarthy for Ireland Shane Watson playing under assumed name? He's got the broad shoulders, the strong chest, the blonde tips.
He does look a bit like him from here, especially the side profile. I mean, he's a big boy, really nice, strong action. It does look good.
What's Glenn Maxwell got for us tonight? His World Cup started okay with the bat, 28 in the beaten cause at the SCG, 23 against Sri Lanka. The big show under the lights at the Gabba, faces McCarthy and drives through cover. He's off the mark immediately, takes one to the sweeper and will saunter back for a second. And you've seen a lot of Glenn Maxwell over the years. Aussie's moved to 2 for 62. What do you make of his recent form? He really did struggle when he went to India in September, had 3 bats for only 7 runs. Made Norton 1 in the 2 games against the West Indies. 8, and it did not bat in the series against England, but has at least made a contribution the first 2 games of the World Cup. Facing McCarthy here, driving on the up through cover. That is a carbon copy. And he'll take 2 to the sweeper to move to 4 and the score 2 for 64.
Look, I really love Glenn Maxwell. I think he's, you know, one of the most dangerous players in the world, one of the hardest batters to bowl at when he's in form and he's coming at you. You know, he's going to go through those periods where he's going to score very little runs because of the tempo he plays at is high tempo, is high risk, which makes him so dangerous. He can win a game single-handedly. So
McCarthy was halfway in and Maxwell was distracted by the fact that Spider-Cam is still moving around the place. So he pulled away.
And also with Maxwell, even if he fails with the bat, because he's a good bowler as well, in this format, he can make up for it. And that's why you need someone like that in your team. You know, he can single-handedly win you a game with the bat, and he can really contribute with the ball. So, you know, he's almost first on your team sheet.
Now he's right to go. McCarthy runs in. Maxwell tries to pull, missed times, but it's going to fall safe. 2/3 the way to the boundary at Cow Corner. Mid-wicket was in the infield. Long on out in the deep. It pitched between them. Adair does the fielding, and Maxwell gets another couple. He moves to 6, 2 for 66.
I mean, they've already got 6 off this over from the 4 deliveries, having taken a wicket with the first ball. You know, Ireland wouldn't be particularly happy that this over's still gone for 6 with 2 balls to go. You know, it would have been one of those overs that would have said, look, we've got a wicket off the first ball. Can we get a few dots on Maxwell, maybe get this over out for about 3 runs? But they've managed to pick up 6 and keep up the scoring rate.
2 balls left in the 9th over. Short from McCarthy, and Maxwell opens the blade, runs it down to deep third to take a single, and brings his skipper on to strike. Maxwell to 7, 2 for 67.
I mean, it looks a really good wicket. You know, it's quite an easy pace wicket. It's not too quick where it's flying through, and there's certain shots you can't play, and it's not too slow. It's like a nice, easy pace wicket. Almost suits the Ireland batsman.
Ooh. You're leading us somewhere there, Ravi. Well, I don't think anything suits a batsman when you've got to face Cummins, Stark and Hazelwood under lights, does it?
No, not particularly.
McCarthy now to Finch. Last ball of the over. Bounces him. Finch gets on top of it, pulls it down with control. Well played. That's the shot of a man who looks a little better than his last bat. He gets a single out to deep mid-wicket. Will keep the strike. That's the end of the 9th over. Australia sent in 2 for 68. Finch on 28 from 21 deliveries. Maxwell 7 from 4, having lost Warner for 3 and Mitch Marsh for 28.
Yeah, I think Australia will be reasonably pleased in the position they're in. 68 for 2 off the 9 overs. It'll be about playing Maxwell in now. I think Maxwell doesn't take long to get in, but if he's there after sort of 10 balls, he's faced 10 or 12 balls, he can be a real threat to this Irish team, especially with the bowlers bowling from their end that we're sitting at, with that short boundary at long on, Cow Corner. You know, he's not going to have any problems clearing that. But the thing with Maxwell is, he doesn't need a short boundary one side. He's got the ability to hit on the, both sides. He's got ability to hit boundaries over point, over cover, over mid-off, which makes him so dangerous, because if you are trying to hide the ball outside off-stump to Maxwell, he can still find the boundary in the offside.
Another over of leg spin from Delaney. Bowling to Finch, drags it down, Finch drags it through. Mid-wicket, no one in the infield, but the sweepers converge out on the rope and just one. Finch to 29, 2 for 69.
Good mates, these two, aren't they? Maxwell and Finch.
Well, most of the Aussie guys get on well, but
no, but I think these two are particularly good mates.
Yeah.
Any
Maxwell products of Victorian cricket. Played a lot of state and international cricket together. Maxwell to face the leggy. Tries to sweep, hit on the pad and given out LBW. And immediately he asks for the review. As soon as he saw the finger go up from umpire Menon, he put his glove to the end of his bat, signalling, I want to have a look. He was trying to play that very vertical batted sweep, to use a term, these creative shots that we get in 20 over cricket. It wasn't the down on the knee to sweep. He was trying to just paddle it behind himself in the swatting motion. And has been adjudged in front. Getting a look at the replay. Doesn't look like he's hit it. And it looks like he's in trouble, Ravi.
Well, to the naked eye, I would have said, no way, that's not out. It just doesn't look out. But as the replay goes, I think he has hit it.
Knee roll height, not far forward.
He's hit it.
Yeah, he's hit it. Okay. So Australia keeps its review, still has 2. And Maxwell survives the howler.
It's amazing. It's amazing
again, Maxwell's just had to tell the bowler to hold up. There was a security guard behind the side screen. So we'll get through Delaney's ball and get to your point, Ravi. 2 for 69. Maxwell with the reverse sweep in on the pads that time as well. Umpire says not out. Will Ireland refer here? Well, Delaney was pretty confident. Balbani comes in to have a chat to his bowler, and they are going to review.
Now, naked eye says just slipping down leg side, in my opinion. And now I know why Maxwell didn't take the second run on that first ball, because I thought he just missed out on the second run, the one that Finch hit out into deep cow. It's because he fancies himself against a spinner. He wants to play those reverse sweeps, reverse slog sweeps, but he may have just got himself into a bit of trouble there.
Quite full from Delaney. Height's not going to be an issue at all here. And, you didn't like it to the naked eye, Ravi.
Yeah, I feel like it's pitching outside leg.
Alfred is coming up.
And, of course, the switch hit is a little bit confusing because, indeed, the right-hander's leg stump looks different when he's going for the reverse sweep. Seeing some waves on RTS, but that's because of Maxwell's bat hitting the pitch. He hasn't hit the ball, and it's made contact with the pad just above his boot. Now we're getting tracking on the big screen, and Ravi's in form. 2 from 2 for you, pitched outside leg, not out. So Ireland does lose a review.
I mean, these reviews are amazing. I mean, he was given out a couple of balls ago. A few years ago, that would have been a batsman trudging back and could be dropped for it.
3 balls left in the 10th over, and it's dragged down, and Maxwell does sweep it straight to fine leg, and he is grumpy having missed out. Got a big piece of that, but absolutely smashed it to McCarthy on the circle at fine leg. 2 left in the over, 2 for 69. Delaney, the leg spinner to Maxwell down the leg side. Mishandled by the keeper, Tucker. It's a wide, and they'll make it a couple because Finch is going to trot through for a run as well. 2 for 71. Aaron Finch was ready, and then there's more movement behind the side screen, so he takes a moment or two. The skipper's 29 from 22. Getting his iron at the Gabba. Facing Delaney, forward and turning on the onside. Keeper Tucker races to the leg side, throws at the striker's end. Maxwell got in the way anyway, so we don't know whether the throw was straight or not. Maxwell's home, and they take a leg by. 2 for 72. 1 ball left in the 10th.
I mean, I was just saying that with the review system, if you're in a bit of bad form, you may have had a couple of bad knocks. In a World Cup where, you know, the schedule's tight and you want people in form, you could have a couple of bad knocks and get given out after you've hit one. And there was no reviews back in the day. I mean, you could be dropped and never play again for your country.
Yep, such is the nature of the game. Delaney finishes the 10th over. Maxwell thumps him down the ground towards the side screen for 6. Not a big one by Glenn Maxwell's standards, but still gave himself room, stepping beyond the leg stump and smashed it straight over the rope at the Stanley Street end of the ground to ensure that Australia goes to the halfway mark at 2 for 78. Maxwell 13 from 8 deliveries, Finch 29 from 23. If you have just joined us, Ireland winning the toss and sending Australia in. David Warner was out in the 3rd over, having made 3 from 7 deliveries. The score was 1 for 8. And then in the 9th over just a moment ago, Mitch Marsh caught by keeper Tucker off the bowling of McCarthy for 28 from 22 deliveries, 2 for 60 now, and over and a bit on, 2 for 78 at the halfway point. Finch 29 and Maxwell 13. Hope you're enjoying the cricket from the Gabba, wherever you're listening to us on the ABC, the BBC. Jonathan Agnew's coming in to join Ravi Bopara.
The T20 Cricket World Cup on the ABC Listen app, ABC Sport Digital, and BBC 5 Sports Extra.
Well, Ravi, while they're having a drink, how about this story that's coming from Perth, where Virat Kohli has revealed that somebody's been in his room and filmed it and posted it out on social media. I mean, Kohli wasn't in the room at the time, and Kohli saying it's an invasion of his privacy. He's worried about his safety. The Crown Resorts there, from the Burswood Hotel, and people in Perth will know exactly where that is. It's actually almost right next door to the stadium there. They've confirmed the footage was filmed by a contractor, and they've unreservedly apologised to Kohli, saying they have zero tolerance for this behaviour. It's a bit of a strange one, isn't it?
I haven't seen the video myself yet, but I heard a rumour it was Kohli who posted it himself. Where did he get the video from? That's what I've heard, but you know, right. I could have the information wrong.
Well, it's clearly happened. Something's happened because the hotel's apologised. But yeah,
someone's going to be getting a sack.
Well, I assume it was a cleaner of some sort. But anyway, that's what's kicking around at the moment. It sounds as if a fan saw the film and then sent it to Kohli, and then Kohli posted it. I think that's what's. Yeah.
Well, I know it's not ideal. I mean. If it happened to me, I wouldn't feel like that's an invasion of my privacy. It wouldn't bother me too much, to be honest. But this is Virat Kohli we're talking about.
Well, indeed. Right, they've had their drink, and we've got Little back in the attack, and he's bowling to Finch, who leans back, steers that firmly to backward points, fielded by Sterling, and there's no run. So it's 78 for 2 then at the halfway stage. With Maxwell and Finch at the crease together. Marsh played nicely, 28 from 22 balls. Hit a couple of very big sixes in the same sort of a place, actually, over sort of cow corner, deep straight mid-wicket. And of course Finch has been there from the start, 29 from 24. And he's on strike again now. Little bowls left arm over. Third man is on the edge of the circle. As Little runs away, bowls short, and actually a little bit slower too, took the pace off that, which deceived Finch. He was through that shot very early. The ball ending up going down to mid-off. Nice atmosphere in here tonight. Good crowd. Not a full house, but I know it's getting towards half full, I suppose. Predominantly, of course, Australian supporters. There's a few green shirts around as well, though. 78 for 2 in the 11th. Little strides in again. Bowls a slower ball outside the off stump, but he's absolutely threaded that through just past the diving cover fielder. Is in the air, leaning back, a typical Finch stroke really. Leaning back, hitting it in the air, but he's got it to the right hand of the fieldsman, the one man who might have been able to stop that. And it's clattered into the boundary. Went very quickly indeed.
It was a typical Finch stroke, wasn't it? He sort of leans back, keeps that right, that left leg out the way. Obviously, clearly worried about that front pad, so he keeps it out the way, which doesn't help him get back into the ball, but he's got so much power, he can just go over the top.
Little again runs in, bowls to him, and he pulls into the leg side this time. Man at mid-wicket's quite straight, and that picks him out perfectly. Throw comes in on the bounce. One more to Australia's captain. He's getting a bit more rhythm now. 34 from 27 projected scores being shown on the screen. Current rate 156. They lifted a bit. 167. They lift it a lot. Up to 186. So that's a sort of area that they reckon that Australia are going to get towards. Maxwell, of course, could do anything. This is short. Good bouncer, in fact. He's swayed out of the way and then looks towards... he does get a wide for it. It's amazing how, do you know, Ravi, you know how to do this, but as someone who couldn't bat, that someone can actually have the time and the presence of mind to do that. When you're in your head, you're thinking, hit the ball, hit the ball, hit the ball, and something tells you in your brain, let it go. I think it's going to be a wide.
Yeah, but what happens with that is that the ball gets to a position where you can't actually physically catch up with it. If it gets too high, you can't catch up with it. It's
always out of your reach, as it were. Here's the next one, and it's caught behind. Timely wicket for Ireland. Maxwell caught behind a full ball, which he tried to steer into the offside. Quite wide. I think if he'd left that might have been called a wide as well, because it's very close to that white line, that white indicator now, that guide that the umpires use. But he followed it, and having ignored the previous ball, he chased this. I'd be interested to see a replay of that, because it's very close indeed to that wide line. And he's nicked it through to the keeper. What do you reckon? Ooh, it's a wide, isn't it?
Yep, it would have been a wide, but you know, the nature of the batting from this side with the shorter boundary, the batters are, they're thinking very aggressively. So, you just go after the ball outside off stump if it was there, because it wasn't a particularly good ball. It was there to be scored off, or even possibly get a boundary. And sometimes, when it's that far away, you haven't got as much control. With the bat, you do get the odd nick. Sometimes you hit it off the middle and it goes for 4, or you nick it for 4. It is a strange one, but the Irish, they keep picking up wickets.
Yep.
Just
at the right time.
Yep, just at the right time.
Marcus Stoinis has come in now. He's in good form. He got Australia over the line the other day. A very powerful innings indeed. Great fun to watch.
I've just had a look at the video of Virat Kohli.
Oh yes,
yeah. Tell you what, it's a very neat room.
I'm not surprised though. Are you?
No, I'm not surprised.
No,
I'm just comparing it to my room.
Oh well, yeah.
My room's an absolute bomb site.
Well, again, I'm not entirely surprised about that either, Ravi, to be honest. Now, Stoinis' first ball. There is a slip, and Little's on his way. Bowls to him, and he's hurried there into a defensive stroke, which the bowler can field as he follows through. And that is the end of that over, the 11th. 84 for 3. Finch on 34. Stoinis has yet to score. So Ireland chipping away. Warner out for 3. Marsh 28. And Maxwell, just as he was starting to look dangerous, out for 13. So there's 9 overs to go on this warm, on a muggy Brisbane evening. Just checking the forecasts. I know that they're not always accurate, but they have been tracking this rain now for about a week here. It does look, the last projection was that the rain should end between midday and 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That's what they're saying now. Quentin's nodding knowledgeably. For a local man, he'll know. But so that actually bodes well for tomorrow, because or wellish, because the afternoon game, of course, starts at 2. That might be a shortened match, possibly. And then It's England-New Zealand starting at 6 hour time, so that's 8 in the morning back at home. It's 7 o'clock, of course, for the remainder of the eastern states. Is Dockrell bowling, appeal for leg before wicket as Finch tries to sweep. It's fielded at short, fine leg, and they don't get a run for that. So yes, it's Afghanistan-Sri Lanka first. Dockrell again, left arm spin, and this time Finch able to nudge that away into the leg side. He wants 2. I think he might have got it, actually. I think he thought that the fielder coming in from deep square leg was going to field that, but actually it was the backwards square leg field when he got there first, and therefore he's running in the wrong direction and was off balance. I think they might have got a second there. Whereas the fielder coming in, of course, running in with the momentum, pick up and throw. Anyway, they only got 1. This goes to 35. 85 for 3. Dockrell bowls a short, flat ball, which is swatted out to cover by Stoinis and fielded at cover. No run. 85 for 3 in the 12th. Dockrell again off a couple of paces, bowls from around the wicket, driven into the offside. Oh, well, the fielder there did everything, but actually managed to field that. He dived rather over it, and they pick up a single. The Stoinis therefore getting off the mark. 86 for 3 in the 12th. Spider-Cam moving around smoothly, keeping his distance actually, after of course Spider-Cam was hit the other day, which caused a bit of a rumpus. Dockrell again bowling, and it's steered off the back foot by Finch to cover. And there's no run. It's Balbirnie, the captain, fielding inside the circle at cover, walking in now. Dockrell bowls a slower one to fuller length, and well, again, he's absolutely flat out there. He's trying so hard to stop that single. It's just out of his reach, and Finch will keep the strike. 36. Australia now 87 for 3 after 12.
It's been quite a, it's been a slow scoring World Cup, hasn't it? And, a little bit of a surprise, really, playing in Australian conditions. There hasn't been massive scores. There's been a lot of low scores around the country with the games. I mean, always a good sort of a good number to look at in T20 cricket is you want to have 100 on the board before the 13th over. That's the way I look at it. It's,
okay.
As a minimum, you want to have 100 on the board before the 13th over, and then from there you've hopefully got a good foundation. With another sort of 7 overs to go, you can put another 70-80 on the board, and that gets you up to 170, 180.
They could still get there. They're 87 now at the start of the 13th. McCarthy's in the attack, and that goes through a bit of extra zip again outside the off stump. And Finch once more looking for that favoured cut shot. That wasn't quite short enough, I don't think, for that. Bit of extra bounce, and through it goes. The SMS is up and running if you'd like to. Jen Maxwell. Hello, Jen. I hope we catch up with you and Jim when we get down to Sydney. Bet you $5 Australia win, she says. That sounds like the Maxwell household. Looking forward to catching up with you next week. 87 for 3. Another message here about Cow Corner. I think I've mentioned Cow Corner a minute ago. Philip from, is it Kogarah? Kogarah. I'm not sure where Kogarah is with a Kogarah with a K. Is that Sydney? 87 for 3. In goes McCarthy. Bowls wide outside the off stump. Is that a wide? Yeah, it is. That same sort of width actually that Marsh edged outside the off stump. Yeah, Cow Corner. So it's that area where the ball gets slogged to, isn't it? Between mid wicket and long on. And apparently it does derive its name from the corner of the field, which is safe for the cows to graze on, because very few bats would hit the ball there.
It's ironic, that, isn't it? It's probably the worst place to.
I think it is these days.
Nowadays, I mean, you won't park your car at Cow Corner now when you're playing club cricket.
In goes McCarthy again. He's there and he bowls short. Oh, he tries to uppercut it over third man. Misses. Through it goes. Well, I don't know what you were like, Ravi, but we had to chase the cows away when the village cricket that I played.
Really?
Upland Park. Oh, yeah. Or the cry would go up, the cows are coming. And so play would be abandoned briefly. Because what they did, they used to not only slobber all over your car windscreens, but they'd bite off. I'm going back a little while here. You probably never had a car with an actual aerial on it. All right,
I did.
Did you?
I did.
There were metal things that protruded, often from the back, In goes McCarthy, bowls, and an ugly shot from Finch. Has worked the ball away to cow corner, actually, but along the ground. And they pick up a single. They used to bite off the aerials, so if a player be abandoned, you'd run quickly to your car, and then you'd push it down. If you had a very smart car, I see you might have had one of these, when you turned your radio on, the aerial would go a bit like something like James Bond, and it would extend.
Yep.
But no, we never had anything like that. But so you play abandoned, rush off, put your aerials down. So yeah, there you go. So that's where cow corner comes from anyway. And goes McCarthy again, over the wicket, bowls, defended, pushed away into the offside, a single for Stoinis, who's only got 2 so far from the 4 balls at his face. I don't like the look of this one. There's a storm heading your way, strap in. It doesn't say where they are.
Who sent that in there?
I don't know. But apparently there's a storm headed our way. Well, it might be from the Boggo Road area, as we were talking about the other night. That's where they come from. Well, at least that's where they used to be able to see them coming. So perhaps our anonymous texter is in the Boggo area.
The storm, I think he's talking about the storm, the Irish batters.
Oh, that? Oh, it could be.
I think so.
Oh,
I think he's talking
that's
about...
That's a very good interpretation of it.
Sturlo.
It could well be. 90 for 3 in the 13th. McCarthy bowls and he's flogged it out towards deep mid-wicket. That is a nice one for the fielder there to be able to pick up, though, on the bounce. And they only get 1, but it was hit very hard. Campher there was able to slide across on one knee and field that. So they're not going to get, they're not going to get to 100, are they? They're 91 for 3 with a ball to go.
Just seems like Finch is getting a little bit frustrated with himself. Like nothing seems to be going. I mean, normally he could pick that up and get some height on that and put it sort of 10 rows back, but he's sort of under-edged it sort of to the deep.
Here's the last ball of the 13th. Stoinis on the strike. McCarthy bowls to. He's hit that hard in the air to start with. Down to square third man. No, they shout as the throw's already on the way. Nice piece of fielding, actually. It's a big boundary down there. And so, after 13, they're not 100, but they're 92. 92 for 3. And that means they're going at almost exactly 7 runs per over. So, again, credit to plucky Ireland. They're sticking to it here. And they will come out and they will play their shots, and they're coming out to bat. They're not going to be cowed. That seems to be the word of the night, doesn't it? They're not going to be cowed by the fact they're playing Australia. They certainly weren't when they played England. They came striding out and took the bull by the horns. Rain that Stanthorpe way. Okay. Come on, Quentin, where's Stanthorpe? Out west, okay. A lot of things in Australia are out west. It's quite a long way out west. In fact, it's thousands of miles out west. So anyway, we'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. But at the moment, we're certainly clear here, which is great. We've got the lights of an aeroplane coming in. The flight path brings all the jet traffic straight over the Gabba this evening. You can see the lights there and the twinkling green and red lights on the wings. As we start over number 14, Delaney's bowling. His wrist spin hit hard at him. Drilled at him by Stoinis, who was able to field that. Go pretty well so far, Delaney. They took a gamble. He bowled a 6th over of the innings. 92 for 3. It's the 14th over, and he goes again bowling. That's he took his hand out of the way of that, and long off there. Has he fielded it? No, he hasn't. Ball's rolled into the boundary edge, and that seemed to be at a stoppable height, I'd have thought, there for the bowler.
Yeah,
whip his hand out of the way.
He did. It was only to his left hand. He sort of moved his left hand out the way. Spinners generally do that. They protect their fingers. Oh, it's right next to him.
Yeah, I think he should have stopped that. That was not out of his reach, and it was very comfortable. It was about waist high, just to his left, and he actually took his hand out of the way. 96 for 3, mind you. When Stoinis hits a ball, it stays hit. He's gone to 7.
But it's little things like that. I mean, especially bowling from that side, they don't want to concede any boundaries.
This is curious. There's a blue light flashing directly behind the bowler's arm, and it looks rather like a police car blue light, but it's something to do with inevitably some sort of advertising hoarding that seems to have blown a fuse down there, and it's flashing blue. And umpire Menon has Well, I think they managed to switch it off. Oh no, it's still there. Every now and then it just flashes back. Well, I think maintenance has been called, and I see a chap there in shorts and a white cap. Maybe he's going to go there and just pull the plug out. But every now and then that blue light appears, flashing quite brightly. We can see it from here, absolutely behind the bowler. And not surprisingly, the Australians have said, we don't want anything to do with that, thank you, please switch it off. 96 for 3. 4 balls to go in the 14th over. Delaney bowling his wrist spin from over the wicket. He's bowling to Stoinis, who's on 7. He drags that down, is pulled away into the leg side. They'll want 2 here if they can. Long chase the fielder from long on. He picks it up now, throws in on the bounce to the bowler's end. And sure enough, they complete their second run. So 98 for 3. What have you seen, Ravi?
I'm just looking at Cal Corner, how deep he is. I mean,
a bit too deep.
You almost hit it straight at him in run 2. He's so deep, especially with Stoinis. It's only just come in.
Very big boundary out there, isn't it? Delaney again bowls. He's hit that in the air, down to long off and over long off into the crowd. Beautifully struck. He's leaning back. He's such a powerful man. He's got enormous forearms. And he's just sort of swished that really over the fielder. And there's a bit of a scramble there to try and catch that. I don't think anyone actually managed to. It's another 6. 100 up for Australia. They're 104 for 3 in the 14th over. Stoinis on 15, very dangerous. Delaney moves in, bowls to him. He drives down the ground to long off along the ground this time. Throw into the keeper. 105 for 3. The ball to go in this 14th over. Very important for Australia that they win this game, of course, but they win it well to improve their run rate. That's fired down the leg side. Umpire Menon doesn't like that. That's called a wide. Fumbling stop from the keeper, but he managed to stop it from running away for byes as well, or extra wides. 105, 106 for 3, in fact, with the ball to go still. Here's Delaney. Bowls, and there's the switch hit, flogged into the leg side, or was the offside if you like, down to the fields, and they pick up 2.
I think Finch has given up batting right-handed.
I think it looks rather like it. I mean, he hit that. He hit that very well, actually, switching and hitting it into the leg side with the spin, of course. So a couple more runs, and Australia are 108 for 3 with 6 overs to go. Stoinis 16. Finch is 40 not out from 36 balls. And it's a nice crowd, lovely atmosphere here this evening. Warm. Nothing too oppressive. And a big 6 overs coming up here for this game, because if Stoinis does get going, he's just given a sign or two of what he might do. And of course Finch is still battling for his timing. So if he can, he's beaten now for 36 balls, 40 not out. There's certainly a lot of power to add here. For the Australians, we've got Stoinis on strike. Adair is bowling. It's his 3rd over. He runs in and bowls. His drill past him for 4. And that's whistled across the turf here. And immediately Adair's calling up one of the fieldsmen from the deep, I think the deep square leg, and he's going to leave his long off back, I think. He's certainly waved there. Yeah, he's putting his long off back. Ben Cutting's back, that was hit hard.
Hit that very hard, stand and deliver, Marcus Stoinis style.
Very strong, isn't he?
I dare say he'll probably try and go again too. He's telegraphing the wide delivery with 3 out on the offside.
He's got a bowl full here. In he goes and bowls outside the off stump. And Stoinis looks at it, and after a moment's hesitation, it is signalled a wide.
Tough call. I thought that was in, just snuck inside. We wait for the replay from where we're sitting. He did shuffle across.
Yeah. It was wide of the line.
It's a grey area. Yes,
the bowler looked aggrieved.
If he gets inside that line and he's full and he misses his Yorker, look out.
Yeah. So he's got a bowl full with his field. 3rd man up, fine leg up, square leg up. In he goes again, bowls a slow ball. Here it comes. Way up in the night sky. Hit straight down the ground.
Oh, that's a hell of a stop.
And, well, you've seen it. I was absolutely, my view was completely blocked by the sight screen.
I can't tell you who was under the ball, but he was right on the boundary rope, dived back above his head. I'll say he's hit his head on the ground, but he's managed to flick the ball back in. He saved 6. There's only 2 runs from it.
It's McCarthy, I think. And, I mean, we couldn't see it here because the sight screen has prevented it. I've seen a picture. It was one of those incredibly acrobatic stops where he's over the boundary and throws the ball back in while his feet are off the ground, but I think he's winded more than anything else. He's obviously landed heavily. He's a big fella, and it's a magnificent piece of fielding. I mean, it really is. Both hands are off, both feet are off the ground, everything's off the ground, showing this sort of tortuous replay of seeing when he actually got rid of the ball. He's just above the boundary edging. It's a brilliant piece of work.
Extremely athletic. Ball in his left hand, full stretch back over his head.
It's outstanding.
Back over the boundary rope, and he's managed to drag it in and save 4 runs. He saved 6, and he got 2 off it.
Yeah, I mean, you see acrobatics like that in AFL, don't you? These huge men throwing themselves around. Is he going to carry on? That's the question. I think he is. But he was winded there. The physio has paid him a visit. He's having a sip of something.
He's a strong, solid frame.
Well,
he came down heavy on the outside of the rope.
Outstanding. Really was. That's one of the best. The only thing that didn't make it absolutely 10 out of 10 was he didn't actually throw it to the fielder who was coming towards him to give him a catch. But, you know, that has saved 6.
Watching it again in real time in the box, my ribs hurt just watching him come down.
And Little was only 5 yards from him. And that would have been the absolute icing on the cake. That would have been, well, catch of the century, I think, if he'd managed to get it to Little. But great work. 115 for 3. Here's the next ball, a slow short one, and that's a horrible ball to bowl, I'm afraid. With this field absolutely asking for trouble, it's gone for 4. A slow long hop with fine leg up, square leg up, an easy one to put away to the boundary.
That's the danger of telegraphing with your 3 fielders on the offside, bowling to the short end. The batsman knows you have to be out there. It doesn't really matter what length you're going to be, but if he can get across and get his arms and hands through the ball, flick you to the leg side like Marcus Stoinis just did then. It's a big over this. Yep. He's shown his intent, Stoinis. He's 26 off 13, 3 for 119, still with 3 balls to go in the over. It looks like he's changing his approach. Adair, he's around the wicket.
Yeah, same field. Third man up, fine leg up, and square leg up. So he's got to get his length right. The trouble is he pitches it up, and he gets slammed down the ground. It's a really difficult one, this. The score predictor's gone up to 180.
Looking for a wide Yorker here. He's really straightened up, long on.
Yep.
Mid-wicket's very straight as well.
In he goes. Can he pick it? Well, he does. And it's driven out towards deep point for a single.
Executed it well, that delivery. Out on the wide line, nice and full. Stoinis could only go one way on that. He hit it well, but 3 fielders out there. Big boundary, big hit.
It does telegraph it, though, doesn't it, the field? You know, the batsman knew exactly where the ball, well, should go. You've got to actually put it where you want to, of course. But he knew where at least the bowler was aiming to deliver it. 120 for 3, 2 balls to go in the 15th. Adair moves in, bowls a slow ball wide outside the off stump.
He's changed the field back for Aaron Finch, though. He's got mid-off up inside the ring. A wide third man. He's probably almost 20 or 30 metres behind point. And then another man at deep point, 20 or 30 metres in front. Deep square, cow corner and long on. I dare say he's probably going to still try and hunt the wide line for Aaron Finch, though.
121 for 3, 2 balls to go in the 15th over. That's the 9th wide that Ireland have bowled. And he goes again, bowls over the wicket, short down the leg side. That's going to be another one. That's the 10th. And that's a brave ball with this field too, by the way. With fine leg up.
Very brave ball. Aaron Finch moved across to his off stump there, tried to get inside the line and roll with it. Missed out, but he's got another look at it. Still 2 balls to go on the over.
Yeah, this is not a good over for Ireland.
Starting to get that momentum, the Aussies with the bat, aren't they? They were sort of cruising at 7.5 and over. The last 3 overs, I think they've gone at 12s.
11 runs and 3 wide so far in this over. The Adair bowls. Oh, another one. Oh dear. And that was very wide. That was the widest that we've seen so far in this over. Trying to bowl again, that off cutter, slower ball. And that's actually, I mean, just landed on the cut part of the strip, but by the time it went past Finch, it was well beyond the pitch. 123 for 3. Come on, he's got to try and finish this over out.
He's got 2 left and he's bowled 8.
Yeah.
It's a big set.
And he goes again then. Bowls, and that's been heaved away into the leg side. It's gone for 4. Feels an agricultural stroke. He's just hoiked it away with fine leg up. And I think Adair just wants this over to end.
There's nowhere to hide. It can feel like a runaway train when you're in this position with the ball.
Yeah.
You don't know what to go to. You've got to try and find your best ball.
It could have been worse if that might have gone for 6.
There's still another delivery to go.
Yeah.
He's 36 off 2.5. He's around the wicket to Aaron Finch. He's probably going to employ the same tactic he did to Marcus Stoinis. 3 out on the offside, round the wicket, wide Yorker.
Let's see, third man up and fine leg and square leg. He's got to pitch it up, in he goes. And oh dear, that did miss the cut part. And the crowd really getting to him now. 19 from the over so far, a lot of those wides. It's a never-ending over. And it's just, well, it's a classic example of a bowler crumbling when you know the batsmen are after you and you've got so few options and you're just not getting it right either. Can he finish it off? In he goes again, bowls, that's full toss, that's gone for 6. Over deep square leg. Poor old Adair, he takes his cap and looks for a deep hole to go and climb into. 23 for the last 12 balls, and Quentin's coming in here.
The T20 Cricket World Cup on the ABC Listen app, ABC Sport Digital, and BBC 5 Sports Extra.
Everybody rise for you.
And that 6 brings up the half century for the Australian skipper from 38 deliveries. It was almost 2 overs worth. 11 balls, 5 wides, 26 off the over. Finch is 50 from 38 deliveries. Australia 3 for 134, Ben. And the momentum in the game has changed markedly.
It's a solid platform for the Aussies heading into the last 5 overs. They got wickets in hand. They're 3 down, 134, 30 balls to go. You're looking for 180, 190 plus here with the batters they've got in the shed. We know how hard Tim David can hit the ball. He's in next. Stoinis is 27 off 14. I dare say he'll keep going against George Dockrell.
Left arm around the wicket with his spin. Stoinis gives himself room, plays airily to deep cover and is, well, not caught. I hesitate to say dropped because it was a very good effort from Delaney running in from the rope. Fingers, ball and ground were all in close proximity as Delaney got to it. He didn't take the catch. What do you reckon, Ben?
No, it was a very good effort in the outfield. He covered some ground to get there. He might have just got his fingers underneath it, but I'll tell you what, when you're sprinting like that and diving out in front, it's a great attempt.
And Stoinis gets another 2. He's 29. Australia 3 for 136 again. Stoinis gives himself room. The bowler follows him, drags it well down the leg side, and Stoinis clubs it down the ground too long on for a single.
Looking to access the offside boundary. Over covers there, but Dockrell followed him nicely. Good passage of bowling. He's done well tonight, George Dockrell. Avoided most of the carnage so far, but he's still got another over and a half up his sleeve to go.
And the story inside the story is the Australian skipper starting to find a little bit of confidence.
Waist high full tosses will do that to you, Q. Last ball, last over. Second tier.
Once again, Finch just moves away from the crease because there's a distraction behind the side screen. Warner out for 3, Mitch Marsh 28 and Glenn Maxwell 13. 3 for 84 at that point, but this pair starting to get things going as Finch from deep in his crease turns Dockrell along the ground through square for a single. But Marcus Stoinis, he flexed in Perth and he's bringing those big biceps to Brisbane.
He's flexing again.
Looking to belt this white ball all around the Gabba.
Not sure what Aaron Finch is talking about there. If you hear that over the stump mic.
Well, Balburney came in to have a chat to his bowler. Dockrell now to Stoinis, gives himself room, slaps it along the ground through cover to the sweeper, just one to the western boundary rope, where Delaney does the fielding. I think there might have been some type of conversation around the batsman moving and the bowler following him and the umpire needing to take that into account. Perhaps that's why the skippers came together. 55 runs this partnership. Finch goes to switch hit, misses. A ball which was speared down the leg side, but a legal delivery, missed on a switch hit cut shot.
He's trying everything tonight, Aaron Finch, isn't he? Trying everything to find his form.
Well taken by Tucker. Now he gives himself room. Finch goes down the ground.
It's a big bomb. That's
high, deep, and 5 rows back over long off. And Dockrell quickly takes his cap and marches away from umpire Menon. As Finch moves to 57 from 41 deliveries, and Australia set for a big total here with 4 overs to go. The locals 3 for 145. And Dockrell now with none for 21 from his 3 overs. Another 12 off that over.
Still reasonable figures from George Dockrell. I know he went, copped a bit of stick that last over. A great shot, that last ball from Aaron Finch. Gave himself room outside the leg stump. Dockrell's tried to follow him, but Aaron Finch too good on that occasion. This is the end. This is the short end they're hitting to now, Q.
And it's going to be Barry McCarthy, who's obviously got his breath back after what was a figurative and literal breathtaking save. Winding himself, throwing himself over the boundary to prevent a 6 a short time ago. He definitely knocked the wind from his sails, but he's bowled well. 2 for 19 from 3 overs, but the Aussies are on the march here.
Big 2 overs from this end. 4 to go, 2 from the short end. This is where they can win the game or lose the game with these last 2 overs down here.
Stoinis on strike. Full and respected by Stoinis. Opens the blade, runs it down to deep third. They have one. He's in and out like a lightning bolt. Stoinis back to the striker's end for 2. Always wanted the second there. And keeps the strike. Moves to 33. 3 for 147.
Good execution, McCarthy. Stoinis covered his stumps. Showed his intent, but he was right up there on the crease line, under the front foot.
Deep third, deep cover, long off, long on. Cow corner out for McCarthy, the right armour. Bowling to Stoinis. Slowing outside the off stump, and he gets a result. Mistimed club down the ground from Stoinis to long off for a single. And at the moment, you think that Ireland would take that as Stoinis reels his head back, trots down the non-strikers, takes the single. 3 for 148, Stoinis to 34.
Hugh, we've seen tonight when the bowlers have taken the speed off the ball, the fast bowlers, they've rolled their fingers on it, they've bowled their changes, they've bowled their cutters. It's worked. They haven't been cleared the rope when they've done that.
Finch now on strike. 57 not out facing McCarthy. Drives in the air through cover over the head of Balbirnie. Not timed well enough to get to the rope. 2 to the sweeper out near the terrace where the pool used to be. Down at the school end of the ground. And the skipper to 59. 3 for 150. The 150 up for Australia. 3 balls into the 17th over.
Once again, great execution from McCarthy. A knuckleball, slower ball, out on the wide line. Aaron Finch had no other option but to cut it out to the deep man. He's halfway through his set. He's got to hide another 3 balls here.
2 for 24 with 3 balls left in his spell, McCarthy. Finch waits. Full, driven down the ground, hard to the long on rope for 4. Wasn't much wrong with that, but Aaron Finch timed that brilliantly. And he moves to 63. Australia 3 for 154.
Not much wrong with that delivery at all, Q. To be fair, he's probably just missed a fraction on length, and Aaron Finch has managed to get his hands through it under the ball and smack it hard down the ground. Long on is quite square. He's come a bit straighter now. Try to squeeze that gap.
This is looming as a big pile for the Australians in a crucial game. McCarthy, full toss. Finch hits it straight to long on and is caught. Adair takes the catch, hands above his head. Had he not been there, it would have cleared the rope, but it was low enough for Adair to take the catch, and the Australian skipper, Aaron Finch, with so much spoken about his scratchy performance in Perth, albeit a red ink in a successful chase, looks a bit more himself as he leaves the Gabba, having made 63 from 44 deliveries and sets Australia a platform. With 1 ball left in the 17th, it's 4 for 154.
Great innings, Aaron Finch. You know, he set the benchmark there. He was slow to start, but he set the foundations for the Aussies. Means that someone like Tim David, who's walking out to the crease now, can play his natural game from ball one. Him and Marcus Stoinis, two of the biggest hitters of cricket ball in this Australian lineup. And they're on show here at the Gabba on a good bouncy wicket. 19 balls to go. 4 for 154. McCarthy's got one ball left in his set.
And dare we say, this is the scenario that Tim David has been picked for.
He loves this. He just wants to clear the rope. He might have a look at one delivery. And you know from there on he's going to pull the trigger for the next 18 balls. Him and Marcus Stoinis. This is where the fireworks happen. This is the momentum they could need rolling into the back end of this tournament. Put a big score on the board.
Deep cover, mid-off, mid-on, or long-off, long-on. Deep cow, deep mid-wicket. McCarthy to David, short and pulled along the ground to wide, long on, and Adair moves to his right to keep the scoring to 1, so David will keep the strike. And McCarthy finishes his 4 overs with the highly respectable figures of 3 for 29, and with 18 legal deliveries left. Australia sent in 4 for 155. You're listening to it on ABC, BBC with Quentin Hull and Ben Cutting.
Very well bowled, McCarthy. 140 k an hour, that last delivery too, when he banged it in at Timmy David. George Dockrell now, by the looks of it, coming on for his last.
Left arm around the wicket, so the muscle's going to have to be good to go onside to that very big cricketing real estate out to the eastern boundary rope.
Real estate indeed. Hectares of land out there. Q?
Well, we think he's good enough to get it there, Tim David. How's he up to the task here? Dockrell around the wicket. David decides to stroke it along the ground through mid-wicket in the infield. Bowler scurries across to keep the scoring to 1. To give Marcus Stoinis a go at it. 4 for 156.
They've made a change in the field too, the Irish. They've got a very straight cover. 3 men in the ring behind the bat. They know Stoinis is going to give himself room and try and hit through the covers or over the covers. Just got to beat that man at cover. Real estate on the leg side, as Q said.
Dockrell delivers. Stoinis steps to the leg side and has dropped, I fancy. I heard 2 sounds through to the keeper's gloves. And we've got the keeper's back to us. And now we can have a look. I think he's nicked that into his gloves and he's dropped him. Yep.
Would have been a good catch. I don't think he was looking at it and nor expecting it either.
So Tucker's put it down. Stoinis tries again. Short ball pulled towards deep mid-wicket to the sweeper on the bounce and a single. Stoinis to 35, 4 for 157.
He's been smart with his lengths, smart with his changes, George Dockrell. Again, firing it into the wicket, enticing the batters to hit to the big boundary on the leg side. It's a huge hit out there. It must be 88, 90 metres, Q.
Well, Tim David shown us he's good enough to get it there if he wants to go that way. Dockrell spears it into leg stump. David sweeps hard along the deck, straight to deep square, and only 1. 2 from 2 for Tim David. Australia 4 for 158 with 2 balls left in the 18th.
2 big balls. And then we got the fireworks to the short end again.
Stoinis waits for Dockrell. Steps to the onside and mistimes it. Tried to slap it through the offside off a bottom edge. It bounces back to the bowler, a dot. And Dockrell quick to the top of his mark. He wants to try and get out of this over. 1 ball left in his spell. None for 24, he Spiggers, the left arm spinner from Ireland. Spears it into the leg stump. Stoinis swings and misses. It goes past the leg stump, into the gloves of the keeper, and Dockrell has got out of the over. Well bowled.
Well bowled, good spell. None for 24 from his 4 overs when everyone else seems to be travelling around the park, but
that was just 3 runs.
3 runs.
That over.
That's a huge over for the for 18 gone. 4 for 158, the Aussies. They were staring down the barrel of 180, 190, possibly even 200, but the last 2 overs from McCarthy and Dockrell back to back really pegged the Aussies back there with a wicket to go with it.
So left arm pace from the Vulture Street end for the 19th over. Josh Little back into the attack. 3 overs, 1 for 17. Cow corner, long on, long off, deep cover, deep backward point. 3rd is fine and inside the circle, so too fine leg, square leg and extra cover. Little bowling to David. Wide outside the off stump and called a wide.
Hunting that wide Yorker again, aren't they, Q? I can see what they're trying to do. The execution's just a little off, but the idea is right. Nathan Horrocks would have been in their ear, planning well for this game. He's played a lot of cricket himself here at the Gabba for Australia, for the Brisbane Heat over the years as well.
So Little has to start the 19th over again. 4 for 159. Outside the off stump, swing and miss from David. There's the, well, same idea with better execution.
Well bowled. Slippery, 136 k an hour. He's got that through to the wicket. The thing about Tim David and bowling wide to Tim David is his grip is quite open in his hands. So if he gets a little bit of length, even out on the wide line, he has every chance of still being able to carve you over the deep boundary over backward point cover region.
And now there's just a manipulation. Little wants to send fine leg into the deep and bring backward point from the rope to the edge of the field restriction circle.
I think this is a bluff, Q. Wide Yorker again, surely.
Little to David. Wide and, well, a half volley which is smashed to deep cover. And again, ball, fingers and ground at close proximity, not out, a single, and a pretty good effort from the man coming in from the deep.
Short for me.
Tector coming in. Ooh. We've had two of those. Do we give it a chance, Ben?
No, I'll give the first one a chance. I think that was just a little bit short, but he tried to bluff him there Little, moved the field, sent fine leg back and said, hey, I can still bang him in. I've still got a bouncer up my sleeve, but wide Yorker again, nearly worked for him.
1 to David, he moves to 4. Australia 4 for 160. Now Stoinis on strike. Plays and misses, well bowled outside the off stump. Left arm sliding across the right hander. They are just persistent with this line. It's almost like a computer game where you put it in the same spot because and to be honest, why not? The tactics are there. That's the big boundary. Asking the right-handers to force the ball through the offside with a left armour pushing across him with wide Yorkers. Stoinis had a miss there. What will he do here? Little bowls, that's shorter. Stoinis cut straight to backward point and is caught. Little falls over in his follow-through and now is 3 or 4 paces down the pitch with hands on knees, but happy enough that he's claimed the wicket. Dockrell takes the catch and the tactic works. Well played, Ireland. Stoinis sent on his way for 35 and Australia 5 for 160.
Hugh, is this the momentum swing that Irish needed? The last 2.5 overs, almost 3, 2 to go in this ball. They've really pegged the Aussies back. They were staring at a big score. Now they're looking at a pass score. 165, 170 with an over to go. Well bowled Josh Little, 2 for 19 with 2 to go. Great catch at backward point there. Getting an early roll on the wicket too, I might add, after he delivered that one.
How much courage does it take to keep going with that tactic as Matthew Wade comes out to the crease?
100%. You know, wading to the crease now. You've got a left-hander in, which is great for the next over because it means at least one batter in the left-hander is still hitting towards the shorter side than the bigger side.
Well, he's become the Iceman of the chase, Matthew Wade. None more prominent than his heroics in the semi-final against Pakistan in this tournament 12 months ago. What a rejuvenation of his white ball career he's had, picking up an IPL title as well. And now he's got to try and find some hustle and some big runs in the last 8 balls of the innings. 5 for 160. And manipulate. Well, there were only 3 inside the circle.
Oh, it could have been a free hit then.
Just as well, Balbirnie was able to pull a dare up from the long off rope. So deep cover, the only man in the deep on the offside. Little to Wade, full and driven down the onside of the pitch to long on for just a single. Wade's away. Australia 5 for 161 with 7 legal deliveries left.
Big ball this one. Tim David on strike. We know what he can do if he clears the rope here. They get a little bit of momentum heading into that last over and their bowling innings. But if the Irish can, contain him, walk him for 1.
Cow out, long on, long off, deep cover, deep backward point. Now for the right-handed Tim David, who's 4 from 5 deliveries. Little left arm over, short, pulled, but straight. Down the ground to long on, along the ground to Adair for a single. And they're 2 good overs back-to-back from Ireland. Just 3 off the previous and 4 off that, Ben. 1 to go for Australia, 5 for 162, with David 5 and Wade 1.
I'll tell you what stands out for me about the Irish bowling is still an over to go, but they bowled 45 dot balls. When we're looking at stats as a team, we're looking to bowl 50 dot balls. We bowl 50 dot balls. More often than not, we can win the game. So they're there or thereabouts, the Irish.
It looked like it was going to be anything after that 15th over from Mark Adair, which went for plenty. And guess who's got to bowl the last one?
Poor bloke.
Yep.
At least he's got the big boundary.
For 43 from 3 overs for Mark Adair. And he has been asked by his skipper, Andy Balboni, to bowl the last over of the Australian innings. David's on strike. Adair to him. Full down the leg side. Whip fine for 4. Fully on the pads.
Missed his Yorker, going straight hole under the front foot, but he's better off, to be fair. He hasn't hit his Yorker all night. Go into the wicket, wide of the crease. Make them baseball you to the big boundary. Over the big rope, towards where the Gabba pool used to be.
Well, he got it wrong there. Australia 5 for 166. David to 9. 5 balls left. And now Adair's changing his angle, coming right arm around the wicket to Tim David. On the approach, David gets a slow bouncer, which he pulls straight to the sweeper at deep mid-wicket. They have 1 coming back for 2. Good running from the Australians. They get through comfortably. David to 11. 6 for 168. 4 balls left.
It's a better option, that delivery from Adair. Banging it in halfway down. He's got the big boundary. He's rolled his fingers on it and taken the pace off and said, Tim David, you can hit me 100 metres, but you're going to have to generate the pace yourself.
They stuck to their guns tactically, Ireland, certainly.
Trusted their plans, which is great to see.
And we've mentioned it, good friend of yours and mine, former grandstand commentator Nathan Horrocks, big part of the bowling tactics for this Irish team. Come with a plan. Adair now trying again to David full and in the slot, lifted over mid-off without great timing by David's standards. It pitches about 10 metres from the rope and rolls over it for 4 at long off. A boundary nonetheless. And David to 15, 5 for 172, 3 balls left.
Been a tough night for Adair, hasn't it? Had that 12 or 13 ball over for his 3rd of the spell. He's none for 53. He's still got 3 balls to go. Trust your plans here.
Quick into his work again. Around the wicket to David. Slow ball which strikes David. He tried to pull through mid-wicket. Probably got through the stroke before the ball arrived. And off the body takes a leg bye to short 3rd. Wade exposed to the strike with 2 balls left. 1 to the score. 5 for 173.
Tell you what, kid, the Aussie bowlers will be watching this very closely because any time the Irish have taken the pace off and gone into the wicket, it's been extremely tough to hit. There's been no 4s or 6s hit that I can recall when the Irish have done that. So I know the Aussies bowlers, they bowl fast, they can swing the ball, but I think through the middle overs and the death, they'll keep that in mind.
And now the field for Wade. Deep backward point, deep cover, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket. There's 2 men behind the batsman at a very straight short 3rd, a very straight short fine, backward square and extra cover, all on the field restriction rope. Adair outside the off stump. Wade opens the blade, gets it part short 3rd towards the boundary, and it goes for 4. Despite all the dust coming into the air from a desperate slide. Hand coming around, trying to prevent the boundary, got close to it. But Matt Wade took a full, almost stride and a half, almost hit that from off the cut strip. Down to 3rd man for 4. He's 5, 1 ball to go. Australia 5 for 177.
That was off the cut strip cue, wasn't it? We see the replay here.
Last ball from Adair. Outside the off stump, Wade mistimes the drive down the offside of the pitch. David has 1, runs back to the danger end, gets through for the 2nd, throw to the strikers end, Wade's through anyway. He throws his bat in the air, catches it athletically as he moves off from the field. And Australia has set Ireland exactly 180 180 to win the game.
That's par for me, Q. It's par here at the Gabba. Not too little, not too many. You never know what can happen if the dew comes in. Let Irish need to get off to a good start now. We know they can. We've seen Paul Sterling smack him before. I think this wicket will suit him too. A bit of extra pace and bounce than what he's had the last couple of games. Very strong batter square of the wicket, particularly with pace on the ball that the Aussies can provide him.
So David finished 15 not out from 10 deliveries. Wade 7 not out from 3. Australia sent in 20 overs done, 5 for 179, having lost Warner for 3, Mitch Marsh for 28, Maxwell for 13, Aaron Finch 63 from 44 deliveries, top score for the skipper. So despite all the talk, his last 2 at-bats, he's red ink in a successful run chase, and now sent in today, makes 63 from 44 deliveries. Hard to argue with those returns, it must be said. Stoinis, 35 off 25, and repeating, David not out 15 from 10, Wade not out 7 from 3, all done 7 for 100, 5 for 179. Now the bowling figures for Ireland: Josh Little 4 overs 2 for 21, Mark Adair 4 overs none for 59, going at almost 15 and over for his 4. Barry McCarthy 3 for 29 from his 4. Gareth Delaney's leg spin, 3 overs none for 29. 1 over from hand, it cost him 15. And George Dockrell's left arm around darts and variations, pace off, 4 overs for 24 for Dockrell. Didn't pick up a wicket, but again, showing the value of the guile of the slower bowler in this T20 World Cup, Ben Cutting.
We spoke about it off air, Q, didn't we? Did the Aussies lack that second slow bowler? Does Glenn Maxwell need to bowl some? Aaron Finch, maybe? It's tough, but who do you take overs off?
It's a good question, isn't it? But we've had 20 overs to read it. Do you think it's going to need to be a part of the Australian defence of this 179?
I think it should be, for sure, particularly with how we saw the wicket play. As soon as you took pace off the ball, as we spoke about, it was harder to score, harder to generate the pace. It doesn't look like a typical fast, bouncy, glistening Gabba wicket that you can get here, where you can use the pace of the ball and chase anything you need to.
It'll be some chase if Ireland could get there, but they've got the experience of Sterling, the Belfast Boonie, in his 7th T20 World Cup, and I say that in all respect. He is from an Australian perspective, the great David Boone, how much we loved him at the top of the order, the reliable, the tough, the nuggety man at the top of the order. He has got so much experience, Sterling, and then the skipper Balbirnie to open up with him, and even Curtis Camphor, this talented young all-rounder, the man of the heroics of the chase against Scotland. There's definitely 20 overs to hang around for here.
100%. Tune in. Stay tuned in with us, because it's anything can happen here. Irish have done it before, haven't they?
Well, we'll wait and see. It would be a famous victory if they could get there, and repeating the stakes. This is the penultimate game of what is a 5-game Super 12 phase. Both teams have 1 win, 1 loss and 1 washout, and after tonight, just 1 game to play. 180 the target for Ireland. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast through the ABC and BBC on Grandstand Cricket. We'll be back for the chase after the latest from the ABC newsroom.
Strictly Come Dancing has gripped the nation, so if you're not listening to the official Strictly podcast, you're only hearing half the story. I'm Joe Sugg.
And I'm Kim Winston. As the couples fight for their scores, we've got exclusive access all areas.
For that little bit that you just did, I'm giving you a 9.
Ooh. From the tops.
10 out of 10. Yes!
Full house.
Full house, partner.
All the laughs.
I'm sweating.
Oh, wow.
And all the nerves.
I'm really nervous, I can't tell you, darling.
Strictly Come Dancing, the official podcast.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Essential football listening.
Great ball! And it's a great goal!
Europe's elite club competition.
Left footed, here's the delivery. Adan comes and it's headed down the line! Goalkeeper didn't get there! Benson caught it and Spurs have found the equaliser!
On Tuesday night,
Marseille against Spurs.
and on Wednesday,
It's Man City against Seville.
both kick off at 8.
The build-up begins in 5 Live Sport from 7.
Europe's elite club competition.
The Champions League.
This is 5 Live. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Hello, I'm Nihal Arthanaika. And if you haven't heard the Headliners podcast on BBC Sounds, quite frankly, where have you been? I bring you in-depth conversations with some of the biggest names in entertainment, sport, culture and the arts. Rita Wilson is here. Manchester United legend Gary Neville, Michael Palin, Vicky Patterson, Jarvis Cocker. Sir Lenny Henry's on the show. Alex Scott, Arsenal legend.
The first thing the taxi guy will say to me is, I'm not supposed to like you. I'm Spurs.
And this Wednesday, I'll be catching up with Greta Thunberg. Listen from 1 on 5 Live or catch up afterwards on the BBC Sounds app.
The best live sport.
Well, it's new, isn't it? A Winter World Cup.
My favourite player, well, it's got to be Jack Grealish. Ronaldo's one of the best players in the world.
For me, I think it's all about Gareth Bale.
Top scorer, Darwin Núñez.
My favourite player is going to be Harry Kane.
Robert Lewandowski, he can score goals for fun.
Messi will get the golden boot.
You can't look really past Mbappe. He's got to be the best striker that's at the tournament.
The FIFA World Cup, Qatar 2022. Coming soon.
Coverage of every game.
On 5 Live and Radio 5 Sports Extra.
That's a big bomb, Q. That's halfway up the top deck here at the Gabba.
Marsh goes big again over Cow corner for 6. 2 sixes off the over from Mitchell Marsh. Bowling to Marsh. Flashes missed. Got an edge. It's gone through to the keeper. He's caught. Marsh has nicked off, and McCarthy takes a valuable wicket for Ireland. And Australia now 2 for 60 at the start of the 9th over. Delaney finishes the 10th over. Maxwell thumps him down the ground towards the side screen for 6.
Little strides in again. Bowls a slower ball outside the off stump, but he's absolutely threaded that through just past the diving cover fielder. It's in the air. Typical Finch stroke, really, is the next one. And caught behind. Timely wicket for Ireland. Maxwell caught behind a full ball. Delaney again bowls. He's hit that in the air. Down to long off and over long off into the crowd. It's his 3rd over. He runs in and bowls. His drill past him for 4, and that's whistled across the turf here. Can he finish it off? In he goes again. Bowls, that's full toss. That's gone for 6. Over deep square leg.
Now he gives himself room.
That's
Finch goes down the ground.
The big bomb.
High, deep, and 5 rows back over long off. Finch waits. Full, driven down the ground. Hard to the long on rope for 4. McCarthy, full toss. Finch hits it straight to long on and is caught. And the Australian skipper, Aaron Finch, leaves the Gabba, having made 63 from 44 deliveries. Little bowls, that's shorter. Stoinis cut straight to backward point and is caught. Stoinis sent on his way for 35 and Australia 5 for 160. David's on strike. Adair to him. Full down the leg side. Whip fine for 4. Adair outside the off stump way. Opens the blade. Gets it part short third towards the boundary. And it goes for 4. Australia has set Ireland exactly 180 to win the game.
This is the 2022 T20 Cricket World Cup on the ABC Listen app and across the BBC.
Yep, some fireworks there. Australia setting 180 for Ireland to win this game. The players taking the field, the umpires are ready in the middle. We're keeping an eye on Aaron Finch. We're hearing that he might have sustained a hamstring injury in the course of his innings. There's not having much luck at the moment, is he? He made 63 from 44 balls. He's out there, but Mitch Marsh, during the course of his interview mid-game, did mention the fact that he seems to have tweaked a hamstring, but it looks as if he is going to take the field. I'm just looking now, because I think I can see Steve Smith out there as well. We'll keep an eye, because there's a huddle going on. Ashton Ager's also heading out there. I don't know, but Finch is addressing the huddle, but let's see if he actually takes the field or not, because maybe they're all having a go in the huddle, and we'll see what happens. But for now, the Irish openers are wandering past. The huddle breaks up, and is Finch going to stay out there? Agar is there. Steve Smith is there. Let's have a look. No, maybe just a sort of an everyone all in sort of a huddle, because by the look of it, Finch is going to stay on the field for now. It's a tricky one, isn't it? These soft tissue injuries and substitutes and everything else, and what you can and can't do. Let's see, maybe he'll start off at slip or something and keep out of the way. But anyway, we'll keep an eye on that. 180. So it's a big call here for Ireland. It's not a total that's totally out of their grasp by any means, but they are going to need a good start here with these two. So certainly with Paul Sterling, who we know is very dangerous in these early overs. Balbirnie played well against England the other day. Finch is manoeuvring himself to slip. And Hazelwood's going to bowl the first over from the far end of the ground. So how can Ireland fare here? They do need that start. For Australia, they want a win, and a big win, which will sort out their run rate. I suppose England, watching on their television sets in Brisbane, would kind of accept an Australian victory, but as long as Ireland get, I don't know, 150, 160, something like that, to keep Australia on the back foot with their run rate. So all of those things to think about, but in the batsman's mind will simply be overhauling his target of 180. Sterling to face the first ball. Finch is very deep at slip. As you've seen throughout this tournament, the quick bowlers really have enjoyed themselves on these pitches. They've got lots of bounce. Here's the countdown, and the first ball is about to be bowled. Right-handed Sterling is over his bat. And Hazelwood, shoulders rocking, comes in from the far end. Well, there's no playing himself in there. He stepped away, trying to drill that through the covers, mistimed the stroke, and they pick up a single as the ball trickles past the stumps.
I mean, Sterling doesn't hold back. First ball, he's looking to crunch him through the covers. That's what I love about Sterling. You know, he shows no respect to any bowler. And if Ireland are going to win this, I feel like they need to be sort of 60, 70 off the first 6, maximum 1 down, with Sterling still at the crease.
They need a big power play, don't they?
They do, yes.
Get themselves going. They need 9 and over to win. Balbirnie waits now. He's right-handed as well. Of course, Hazelwood bowls to him. That's a more conventional stroke from an opening batsman. Even in T20, it's a bit of a look. Plays it away carefully into the covers. No run. 1 for no wicket. 180 is the target. A warm evening in Brisbane. Crowd settled back, they enjoyed some entertainment there. There were some big sixes hit. Ireland did chip away. I mean, poor old Adair had an absolute nightmare. But otherwise, they kept things reasonably under control. So Adair went for 59 from his 4. A lot of wides in there. Hazelwood again, past the umpire. Here he comes, bowls on the off stump, and that's pushed away carefully again by Balbirnie. That kept a little bit low. Struck the bottom part of the bat. It's fielded in the circle in the offside.
I mean, he's not a massive sort of man to go on the front foot. He sort of hangs on the crease. He sits on the crease a little bit, relies on the cut and pull shot, which might suit him against some of these Aussie bowlers who do like to go hard into the wicket around that waist area. But if they've done their homework on him, they'll keep it a bit fuller.
Hazelwood moves in, bowls, he steps away, has a swish and a miss, went straight over his stumps. And there's some excitement out there as to whether or not he'd edged that. Finch asking around, but not getting any support. That is Steve Smith at backward point, isn't it? So who's he on for? Oh, Tim David's not on the field. So Smith's at backward point. You can just tell by the way he's fidgeting. So David's off. Finch, I think, might have a bit of a hamstring issue, but he's fielding at slip at the moment. Smith, the substitute fieldsman then. Hazelwood's on his way, moves in, bowls short. Oh, my word! What a shot that is. It's gone for 6, and he's picked that up. Well, from almost nowhere. It was just short of a length down the leg side. And that has been swung away over long leg for a 6-10 rows back.
Just swat that like a fly there.
What a shot.
That is a good shot, because what he's done is he's backed away to make room to hit through cover, and then Hazelwood's followed him, bowled at his sort of rib area, but he's caught up with it and hit it miles.
What a stroke. Hazelwood again bowls to him, and that's felt away. Smith fields at backward point to end the first over. 7 from it. So not quite up with the required rate, but what a 6 there. I mean, it's Sterling who's got the reputation, really, for playing shots like that. But Balboni did play well against England the other evening. He played some good shots too. So anyway, just hearing now that David now has a bit of hamstring tightness. So anyway, goodness knows, but Smith's on the field anyway. And the towels are coming out, the little towels, little white towels. If dew is an issue up here at this time of night or not. But anyway, a lot of fielders there have been handed these by Ashton Agar, who's come on clutching. He's got a handful of them.
I mean, it's always a sign when players call for the towels, you know there's a little bit of grease out there, which really might help the Irish batters. The ball might just slide on a little bit. The slower balls might not grip as much.
Cummins will bowl the second over. And all those 3 fielders there in the covers have all got towels poking out from the waistband of their trousers behind them. Sterling's on strike. Cummins goes in, bowls to him. When he's hit on the pad, there's an appeal from Cummins. Not much support from Wade behind the stumps. Cummins there vociferously appealed. Umpire Gaffney unmoved. Dark overhead. See the lights twinkling in the high-rise blocks, the apartments down there at the Stanley Street end of the ground. Balconies there, people no doubt sitting out and watching, enjoying the balmy evening. Sterling over his bat again. A slip, third man and fine leg. Cummins runs in, bowls to him. He's hit that away. That'll go out towards deep square leg for 4. Again, a bit of a heave, but that's what it's all about. Up go the Flames. There's no respect in T20 cricket, is there?
No, and it's a brave field that Australia have set here against Sterling. There's no deep square. He's up in the circle. They've got a fine leg, a deep third, which is quite unusual for T20 cricket. Normally you'd see fine leg up in the circle and a deep square. I mean, that would have been only 1 run had there been a deep square, but they've kept the field up.
They've moved that long leg squarer now. Cummins again moves in, bowls to Sterling. It's huge. He's heaved Pat Cummins for 6 over deep mid-wicket. And we said they'd come out and not respect these bowlers at all. Wonderful bowlers with great reputations, but both of them within 2 overs have been hit for 6.
Need a taxi for that one. That's gone absolutely miles over deep square. Even if the man was out there, he would have watched that go over his head. And it has prompted a field change. I mean, that man at fine leg is now moving a lot more squarer.
Well, he's not deep enough. He needs to be about 10 rows back.
Deep third has moved to a sort of deep backward point.
Sterling waits. Cummins runs away from us. Bowls to him, hits him on the pad, runs away for a leg by or a single anyway down towards the gully, which is vacant. And yes, umpire Gaffney signals a leg by. 18 for no wicket in the second, and the target is 180 for Ireland to pull off their second big scalp in this tournament. Seems a long way off, but this is the start they want. Got to just keep it going. Both batsmen have hit a 6 so far. Third man's on the edge of the circle. Cummins strides out, bowls to Balboni, who hits that hard. It's a nice looking stroke, but he's hit it absolutely straight to Stoinis, who's fielding at cover. So no run, 18 for no wicket. 2 balls to go. 1 ball to go in the second over, in fact. They need 162 more.
There's no fine leg here. No fine leg here. And sometimes when there's no fine leg for a bowler, he can sort of subconsciously just bowl a bit wider. He's scared to get clipped fine for 4.
Cummins again, bowls. It's bowled him. Balboni has been bowled leg stump. He got way across to the offside. Aware of that big gap at fine leg, he was trying to flick that away in that direction, but he missed the ball completely. He's been bowled by Cummins. And so the Irish captain is out for 6. And they're 18 for 1.
Well, he was definitely looking for that fine leg, wasn't he?
Was.
There was no one there, and he wanted to step across his stumps and get You get it fine. Always a dangerous play that you're playing with almost sort of 30% of the bat. You know, really, you're not giving yourself much chance if you're trying to aim the ball down to fine leg. It's never really a shot you want to be looking for. It sort of almost happens accidentally, or unless you're ramping. One thing you don't want to start doing is stepping across your stumps and trying to hit the ball fine, past fine leg, and get yourself into big trouble like he did there, and completely missed it in the end.
Tucker in at number 3. He played nicely against England. He made 34 from 27 balls. He'll be up at the non-striker's end because that was the last ball of the second over. Now, that's interesting. Glenn Maxwell's coming on to bowl the third over. With his flat off spin, the keeper standing up. So, of course, in the power play, so only 2 fielders outside. He's got steep mid-wicket, a deep backward square leg, and he's bowling to the dangerous Sterling, who's bound to take him on. They're sort of just throwing the gauntlet down here, saying, go on then. Let's see what you're made of. Brave. Maxwell's bowling round the wicket to him. Here he comes. Bowls, he steps away, drives into the offside, but doesn't really time that. And mid-off can field. And there's no run. It's Cummins fielding there. So this ring of fielders inside the circle. They try and tease Sterling here. Maxwell again bowls flat. He's in the air to Cummins, who takes the catch. Both openers are out. It's the worst possible start for Ireland. They needed to get away. And there's a good catch by Cummins. It was hit low at him, to his left. He's taken that just a few inches off the ground. And it's the end of Sterling. No heroics from him tonight. And it's 18 for 2 now. That target, 180, seems a long way away.
Yeah, it's a massive celebration as well for the Australians. They knew that Sterling could be the danger man, the type of man who can get you 80 off 40 balls, can kill the game. So they knew that was a massive wicket, and it was sort of bowled into the pitch. He really sort of drove it into the pitch. It bounced a little bit. Probably would have missed the stumps. It was bouncing that much, but Sterling had made some room, sort of tried to flat bat it over mid-off, extra cover area. Didn't quite get the height that he wanted on it, and a good low catch running around to his left.
Brave move, isn't it, bowling Maxwell, third over?
Yeah, it is, but he's a smart bowler. You know, he's difficult to hit. He's got a really fast arm, but the ball can come out at different paces. He makes life difficult for you. He's been a good performer with the ball.
Tector is number 4. Maxwell bowls to him. That tucks him up, hits him on the pad. And Wade comes round from behind the stumps to pick it up. And the Australians in the crowd, they're enjoying this. Maxwell again, round the wicket bowls, and that's flicked away into the leg side. They're running that first one quickly. They should get 2 here. Chase round for Stark. He's down to our left-hand side there. Fielding out on the deep backward square leg boundary. 2 to Ireland. 20 for 2, with 2 balls to go. In the third, Maxwell again trots in, bowls, and there's a drive straight down the ground for 4. That's a good stroke. Up in Tector's arc, and he's just gone bang and hit it past Cummins' right hand. Very fine shot.
Yeah, just making a bit of room, full, hitting it hard enough, close to the stumps. No chance of mid-off running around and getting that.
1 to go. 24 for 2. Here's Maxwell. Bowls short, catch it they shout, and catch it he does. Steve Smith has taken the catch at square leg. He's hit virtually straight at him. And this is all going horribly wrong for Ireland. 3 down. That was the last ball of the third. And it's going very, very nicely for Australia, who need a comprehensive win here to sort out their run rate. And if they can dispose of Ireland here in, well, for, 100 just over, then they'll be in a very good position indeed. They'll jump up. And a reminder for everyone listening, but particularly back at home, that tomorrow at this time it's England-New Zealand. There is rain around in the morning here. It's due to end in the afternoon. And then at 8 a.m. in the UK, 7 p.m. in the eastern states of Australia, 6 here. It all gets very confusing. I give up with Adelaide. Then it'll be England, New Zealand. 24 for 3, Ravi.
Yeah, I'm afraid it's all over Red Rover now, isn't it?
I think so.
I mean, it's a great opportunity for Australia now to wrestle back that run rate and get themselves into a better position on that table.
They go for jugular here, can't they?
Yeah, and it's not going to get easier now. Even Stark's on now.
Well, Kampfer's been a hero before, and he's arrived. Mitch Stark is coming on from our end, starting his run from well outside the circle. And he's bowling to Tucker. Neither batsman has faced a ball yet. There's a slip. Stark's on his way, cruising in, bowls full, fairly straight. Not straight enough for umpire Gaffney. The ball rolls away out to square leg. Conversation about reviewing or not. I think they're waiting to see if umpire Gaffney gives out a leg bye or not before they decide whether or not they're going to review it. He's poised as if he's now waiting for that clock to tick down. Now he's signalling leg bye. So that one going down to miss the leg stump.
Some sharp swing there for Stark. This is the Australian side that I said was my favourite at the start of the tournament. When they're in this sort of form, the bowlers are swinging it and bowling quick. Spinners are bowling more. They're putting big scores on the board. You know, this is the team that I expected to see at the start of the tournament.
25 for 3. Kampfer just steps away there. Stark was midway through his run. Somebody's moved, I suspect. Somewhere down here below us.
And, I mean, anybody can lose a game of T20 cricket, and you can lose by 100 runs, you can lose by, 5 runs. But if you've got a good quality side with good quality cricketers, they should come good. It just looks like they're coming good at the right time.
I think the problem here is this sight screen again, or the advertising hoarding or something, because Stark has got his back to proceedings. And I think the problem is we can't see it because it's been blocked off by the sight screen. But I think, again, this all too clever gadgetry has failed again. It failed at the far end. Whatever it was has been put right again, and Stark can run into bowl. The second ball of the 4th over is 25 for 3. He's bowling to Kampfer. He's bowled in. This is horrible from an Irish perspective, not good from an English perspective either, and indeed New Zealand, who'll be looking on, because the Aussies here are roaring back and they're doing exactly what they had to do. They're not only winning this game, but they're doing an absolute canter. 25 for 4, chasing 180.
Saw that coming a mile away.
Beautiful ball.
After the first delivery, where it swung back sharply. The new batsman really, he should have been expecting it. Keep a low bat lift, try to negotiate the swing. But Kampfer's gone for the big drive down the ground. Pressure on the board as well. They're in big trouble. It looks like Australia, what an opportunity here they've got to go. They could go above England. Well, I mean, as in run rate wise, they could have a better run rate after this.
Absolutely.
Game.
If they carry on like this, it's exactly what Australia had to do. They've still got Afghanistan to come. 25 for 4 as George Dockrell arrives. I'm not sure what he's going to do about this. He's prodding at the pitch, he's getting himself ready. Beautiful ball from Stark. We've seen it all before.
Did Dockrell get a first ball in the?
Oh, he did.
In the England game. Was it bowled by a Yorker?
Yeah, he's sort of on a king pair, isn't it?
He could get bowled by a Yorker, this one.
25 for 4. Stark on his way. Those long, menacing strides. Is there, and he bowls outside the off stump. Dockrell swishes and misses. It's collected by Wade. Crowd groan. It wasn't far away. Stark 146 Ks. Walking back to his mark again. There'll be some long Irish faces around. 155 needed from 99 balls. Stark again sets off right from the edge of the circle, actually. Cruising in again. Left arm over. Is there, and he bowls a low full toss this time, which Dockrell manages to poke away into the offside. And just dribbles away to be picked up by Zampa, who's fielding it at cover. Recovered from COVID, as has Wade as well, behind the stumps. Not sure that Finch entirely was socially distanced there at slip, but perhaps he's 2 metres. No, Wade yesterday wasn't feeling very well. He was in bed yesterday. 25 for 4. Dockrell waits. Stark's on his way. Bowls a swinger from outside the off stump. Very full and quick. And Dockrell plays no stroke at that.
You can just see Stark looking for that full ball swinging back like he did against Camper. The odd one hasn't swung back quite as much over these last couple of balls, but he's looking full. He's looking at those toes, that middle stump, right up there swinging back.
Here's the last ball of the 4th. Dockrell waits. Stark bowls to his bowled him. There's another one. 5 down, and it was, I'm afraid, the ball that Ravi Bopara nominated. Full and straight, little bit of swing, and I'm afraid Dockrell was nowhere near it. Ireland are 25 for 5 after 4 overs.
It just looks too quick. It looks too quick. I mean, obviously it's swinging enough to cause a few problems, but it's also beaten both batsmen for pace. And it's always hard when someone's got a low arm like Stark, lower than the traditional arm. When it is swinging, it swings late. It swings really late compared to the guy who comes from high and the ball almost swings from the hand. With Stark, he almost throws it out there, outside off stump, and it swings back late and sharp. That is what does you as a batsman, because you've set yourself up to hit the ball in the channel, and suddenly it's in at your stumps and it's full and it's low.
He's so late on that, looking at the replay. I mean, it just cleaned him up. The DLS par score, which is often quite a useful indicator as to how this game's going, given that the score is 25, the DLS par score is actually 74. And we start the 5th over. Cummins having a change of ends. He's going to bowl to Tucker. He's yet to score. He's only faced 1 ball. Delaney's arrived. He's at the far end. And Cummins, what's he got? He's got a slip. 3rd man and fine leg. In comes Cummins then. And he bowls, and that's played away into the leg side. The ball rolls way up to mid-on. I mean, how do you do? If you're batting now, Ravi, what are you trying to do?
Well, it's difficult. I mean, if you try to hang around, you'll have no chance, because the rate will go up to 12 and over, 13 over, and it'll be too difficult to get back into the game. I mean, you've still got 2 overs of power play. You've got to try making the most of the power play.
But it'd been in Ireland's interest for the Australian net run rate not to be overwhelming as well, because they've still got ambition to be up there in that group. In comes Cummins, bowls, he's charging, and he's clipped it over mid-on. Runs for Ireland at last, and Tucker picks up 4. Nice stroke. He actually charged Cummins, clipped him just past mid-on and over the top and into the boundary. I mean, is it in their interest to just bat the 20 overs?
Well, if they want to protect the run rate, then yes, but if they're not looking down that route and they're saying, no, we still want to try win the game regardless, then they've got to keep going and keep going. I mean, this Australian attack is, I feel, from the amount of IPL cricket that they've played now, they've improved so much with the new ball.
2 slips now. In comes Cummins. He's there and he bowls. He tries to ramp him. The ball goes right over the stumps and thumps into Wade's gloves. And there's no run. 29 for 5. Tucker on 4 from 4. I mean, that just went straight over middle and leg. They're lucky it didn't clatter into his stumps. 29 for 5. The target's 180.
I feel like the Australian bowlers have really learned from the Indian bowlers from playing in the IPL.
Cummins again bowls, turned away into the leg side, beats the man at square leg. They'll get 2 here. So he runs back and slides. Sends the ball in again. It's Mitch Marsh there. just on the edge of the circle. 2 balls to go in this 5th. 31 for 5. Finch claps his hands there at slip, looks around the field, still mid-on and mid-offer, inside the circle. There's a 3rd man and fine leg. Cummins moves in, and he bowls short down the leg side. Now there's an appeal for a catch, but really I think in the hope of putting the umpire off, signalling that a wide, which if that was the case it doesn't work, because one of our men in there stretches his arms out, and a wide is signalled. 32 for 5. 2 balls to go in the 5th. So 148 more needed. 92 balls remain to be bowled. Cummins exchanges a word with David Warner, who's inside the circle at mid-off. Comes in again, elbows slightly jutting out. He's there and he bowls down the leg side, brushes on the pad, maybe the thigh pad. And Cummins can field that as he follows through. So again, there's no run. 32 for 5. With a ball to go in the 5th over. Finch saying, drop somebody out. Should we change the field? Put a man out a deep square leg? But I think that's what they're going to do. Bring 3rd man up. Up comes Stormus.
I mean, that's an interesting decision. You got a new batsman at the non-strikers. Might be a better option to keep your square leg up. Try getting a dot and have Stark bowl at the new batsman. The way he's swinging him back.
Yep, he hasn't faced a ball yet, Delaney. 32 for 5. Here's the last ball of the 5th over. Cummins on his way, bustling in, bowls a bit of a swipe. Ball runs away into the leg side. They should get at least 2. Either eye on 3 here. The ball's still running towards that boundary. They will get 3. So Delaney still won't face. He'll be down at the non-strikers end. And that's a pretty torrid spell. I apologise to our Irish listeners. I've done a bit of damage there. 35 for 5 after 5 overs. And Quentin Hull's coming in here.
This is the T20 Cricket World Cup on the ABC Listen app,
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital and BBC 5 Sports Extra.
You're right, Robbie. Brits are a bit flat. How good's this from Australia? Storming back into the tournament.
Well, they've been excellent so far. This is I was saying earlier, this is the Australian side I expected to see at the start of the tournament, and I don't think you can ever judge a team on one game, especially the first game of the tournament. You know, this is a quality Australian side.
Mitchell Starc is going to get another go. Double wicket maiden with his first over. He's bowling to Tucker from the Vulture Street end. 5 for 35 is driven through the onside for 4. In between mid-wicket and mid-on. Pretty handy shot. He moves to 13.
He's not holding back. He knew that Starc was going to go full and straight. It was pretty obvious that Starc was going to go full and straight after his last over, so he's just danced down the wicket, had a little swipe, which has just pierced the mid-wicket and mid-on fielders.
So the keeper bat, Tucker. Watching Mitchell Starc storm 4th, left arm over. Short and pulled beautifully through mid-wicket for 4. This is Mitchell Starc in a nutshell. Unplayable 1 over and boundary fodder the next.
Well, they are 2 good shots. They're not bad balls at all. I mean, the first one was on the money. He's just been proactive, and to be fair, it was a miss-hit through mid-wicket. But the second shot, it wasn't a bad ball. It was into length, just over the top of the stumps, and just swatted away from Tucker. It was a very, very good shot.
Interesting he didn't take the first couple of overs either, Mitchell Starc. They've been talking criticism of him not picking up wickets in the power play. Well, that previous over, absolutely dynamic, but straight away, Tucker has thrown the gauntlet back at him. 5 for 43. Starc to Tucker, charges him, checks his drive on the bumper, crowd catch to backward point, no run. If you have just tuned in, having maybe just drifted away from the game for a bit in between innings and thought, what has happened? Well, Hazelwood's first over went for 7. Sterling was then having a go at Cummins. So too Balbirnie, but Balbirnie was out for 6. And then Glenn Maxwell was brought on in the third over. Very tactically astute move as it turned out from Aaron Finch. He picked up 2 wickets in that over. Sterling for 11 and Tector for 6. As Stark bowls a waist-high full toss that went over the top of the stumps. And Tucker was stepping to the offside to ramp that. That looked rather dangerous for a moment. Free hit. Yes, and then the fourth over, Stark, clean bowling, Camphor and Dockrell, both for ducks. Full in-swingers, which cleaned up the poles. 1 for 18, 2 for 18, 3 for 24, 4 for 25, 5 for 25. 5 for 7 in the collapse for Ireland, needing 180 to win. Free hit for Tucker, wide outside the off stump, swung at and missed, and through to Wade.
I get the impression, although Stark has got 2 wickets and there were 2 reasonably good balls, he's struggling a little bit, I think. You know, I get that feeling he's not bowling the ball exactly where he wants it to go. He's already bowled 2 high full tosses in this short spell, and a lot of balls outside off stump. He got 2 on the money, which got him the wickets.
Tucker waiting for him, charges him, swung at, missed. A slow bouncer which Wade mishandles behind the stumps and is going to concede a bye as he has to go up and clean up his own work as it trickles away down towards third man. So now Delaney does get on strike. Further run for Ireland. 5 for 45. Gareth Delaney, 25 years of age. More than the 50 games experience so far. He hasn't had a heap of work to do with the bat. Made 24 in the first of the qualifying group games against Zimbabwe. And then 9 against Sri Lanka, 12 not out against England. He's got a huge job to do here if Ireland's to get back into this game. Facing Mitchell Stark, full, and driven off an outside edge through backward point. It's going to beat third man and go to the rope for 4. Double wicket maiden the previous, and now 12-13 off this over from Stark.
Well, that's the danger with Stark. I mean, if it doesn't swing, his length is so full that it gives you the opportunity to hit the ball pretty much anywhere you want, as long as you can handle the pace.
That's the end of the over and the end of the power play. 5 for 49.
You know, that's the only problem that Stark probably has, because he doesn't come from high and get that sort of bounce from hard length. It does make life difficult for him at times in the power play, because he can get too full if it's not swinging. And that's why I'd be encouraged to bowl in, you know, probably the first over and give him the third over where the ball is at its best condition and it will swing. I think that's when he'll be at his most dangerous.
Glenn Maxwell's going to get another over. What did you make of the move to bring him in? I know you wrap him as a bowler as well, but that was bold tactics.
Not really, you think?
Third over with a spinner at the Gabba?
Yeah, it happens nowadays. I mean, I think spinners can bowl pretty much any over as long as you ain't got a set batsman after 5 overs.
Maxwell around the wicket. Yep. Reverse sweep attempted by Tucker, executed to deep backward point. Marsh does the fielding on the rope and they get 1.
I mean, Maxwell's a quality spinner. I mean, people will look at him as a part-time offie. I don't feel like he's a part-time offie. He's got a lot of skill. He's got the ability to change his pace and hold the ball in the surface. He's got a fast arm and can bowl at different paces with the same arm speed. That's high quality. That's high skill. That's what you need as a spinner. And only the best spinners in the world have that quality.
He's around the wicket to Delaney. Yeah, nice. Turns it on the onside and will take a single to Warner at mid-wicket. So, looking at this Australian side, would there be any temptation to bring Agar into play as well as Zampa? As Maxwell tries again. Tucker hit on the front pad trying to sweep. An appeal for LBW. Not out.
Well, yeah, I think Zampa will at some stage. I mean, he's a leggy.
Well, he's there, but would you bring in Agar as well? Do you need the 2 specialist spinners?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
No, I don't think so. I think Maxwell does a good enough job.
He's working away to Tucker. Turn through the onside. Along the ground. And they're thinking of a second, but there's just a Well, a misnomer there for Delaney trying to pick up and go through to the other end. And then, so he aborts the second run. And then at the other end, Glenn Maxwell, did you walk through the stumps then? The stump's been broken, and I was too busy looking at Delaney almost dropping his bat.
I think when you've still got Stoinis who can bowl for you overs if you really need them. Got Marsh as well.
Delaney waits, Maxwell bowls, gives himself room and cuts. With timing, out through point. Marsh can't run it down. It goes to the rope for 4. And Delaney moves on to 9. Ireland 5 for 56. Now, they were 4 for 60 odd in that game against Scotland. We saw Dockrell and Camphor with the heroics. Surely not twice in the same tournament, Ravi. Maxwell tries again, spears that in, and a punched off the off stump by Delaney to Maxwell to Finch at extra cover, does the fielding. And that's the end of the over. 5 for 57. 8 runs from the over. Great to have Ravi Bopara with us on Grandstand Cricket. Ben Cutting coming in for him. Did you actually watch that game, the Scotland game, where Camphor and Dockrell went nuts in Hobart when they were in perilous state? So they've already produced one miraculous comeback this tournament, Cutsy. This would be something else.
This would be another level again, Q. I think it's a bridge too far, though, if I'm honest. 5 for 57 from 7. Josh Hazlewood back into the attack. Good start by the Aussies.
What did you make of the tactics of saving Stark for a couple of overs later?
I didn't mind it. What impressed me the most about Mitchell Stark tonight was that the first time for a little period that he stood the seam bolt upright and swung it late back in, which is a great sign for the Aussies leading into the business end of the tournament. Late swing, straight back through the gate at good pace. He's been bowling well for years, but we haven't quite seen him swing it like that.
Delaney on strike. Hazlewood bowls from the Volta Street end. Delaney charges, mistimes a cross-batted swat to long on and takes a single. And we're getting information that Aaron Finch is not on the ground at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see just who's directing traffic out there. Josh Hazlewood is chatting to David Warner at mid-off. Matt Wade's giving signals as well, and well, he's the nominal vice captain, so there's a lot of leadership out there. Assuming Steve Smith's out there still subbing. Hazlewood bowls on the hip and tickled away fine by Tucker. Down towards the rope. They take one. Stark does the fielding and keeps it to a single.
Let the bowlers run it, Q. Give the bowlers a run. They've done the hard work. They've got 5 poles.
Well, what's it like, Ben? You know what your best balls are at the back end of a 2020 game at any point. I mean, how often are you telling the captain where the fielders go or the other way around?
No, some of the best captains I've played under have allowed the bowler free rein and trusted the bowler completely and honestly with the balls they're going to bowl, when they're going to bowl them, the fields they're going to operate with.
Delaney facing Hazlewood. Short, pulled off a top edge. Will it carry to Stark at fine leg? Nope. Pitches safely. And they take one.
Hard into the wicket, Josh Hazlewood, hitting the deck hard, using the Gabba bounce. He took the pull shot on, but didn't get enough at that occasion. Ballooning just outside the 30-metre ring.
Who were those good captains you played under, Cutting?
David Warner's one of them. We won the IPL final with him, 2016. Exceptional captain. Thoroughly enjoyed him, the way he directed the troops on the field, the way he kept it simple, trusted his bowlers.
Tucker now on strike to Hazlewood, gives himself room, steps out outside the leg stump, swings and misses. And through to Wade.
Getting word, Q, that the Aussie team media is saying Finchy feels another hamstring twinge while fielding. He was nearly short of his ground a few times when he was batting, particularly early on when the hamstrings would have been a little bit cooler.
So David's still off as well. Agar and Steve Smith are subbing for the Australians at the moment. Ireland 5 for 60. 8th over being bowled, 180 the target. Hazlewood is charged at, it goes down the leg side. Tucker swings, misses, it's a wide.
A couple of pretty good sub-fielders, those, Q.
Yep.
Agar, fast. Good arm. Steve Smith, experienced. Great hands. That backward point there. Some conjecture. Are they going to go upstairs for a DRS? No, the time has run out. Did it flick the glove on the way through the leg side wide?
So there's a whole different debate as to whether David Warner should be the next T20 captain of Australia. But as far as your experience of his capacity of captaining in this game?
Exceptional. Exceptional knowledge of the game and how he directs his troops and trusts his bowlers.
Hazelwood, Yorker delivery. Dug out by Tucker. Along the ground too long on where Mitch Marsh does the fielding. Australia sent in 5 for 179. And Finch top scoring with 63 from 44 deliveries. Mitch Marsh made 28 from 22. And Marcus Stoinis 35 from 25. They were the best with the bat. 2 wickets for Little. 3 wickets for McCarthy. And unfortunately, part of the story was the troubles of Mark Adair, the right armour, who went for 59 from his 4 overs. The Australians really got into him. Now Delaney facing Hazelwood. Slower short ball, which he glides off the throat of his bat to backward point on the bump. No run. And it ends the over from Josh Hazelwood. 8 down. Ireland 5 for 62 with Tucker 21 and Delaney 12. Quentin Harlan-Ben cutting with you on Grandstand Cricket through the ABC and the BBC. And a reminder, if you happen to be just tuning in regularly tonight through your wireless, you can get all of the games. Tomorrow we've got a couple, if the weather stays kind. Sri Lanka versus Afghanistan, followed by England versus New Zealand. BBC Sounds, you can pick them up there. ABC Listen app, look for the white T20 World Cup button. So all of the games of the tournament covered, even if they might not be on, old analogue radio, which I know a number of you are listening through the ABCR tonight. You can pick us up through the digital services as we bring you every moment of this T20 World Cup 2022 in Australia. And a man who was, in some eyes, the man of the tournament in the UAE, got pipped by his teammate David Warner. Adam Zampa comes into the attack. Good to see him back, having missed the game in Perth, feeling poorly with COVID.
Good to see him back. Hopefully his energy levels are high, but 12 overs to go. Coming in for his first delivery.
To Tucker, full, toss, driven along the ground through extra cover, down to the long off rope for a single.
I think this Gabba wicket will suit him, Q. As we spoke about earlier in the night, it's a little bit drier, a little bit slower. We haven't seen a great deal of spin in the first innings. Looks like Matthew Wade is the acting captain, confirmed by the Australian team media. Q, thoughts on that?
Very experienced player and captain. Zampa bowls.
Oh, that's nice, Zorby boy bowled.
And I had to pause for Matt Wade's commentary as it's pushed out through point for a single.
Commentary from the acting skipper?
Yep, when you've got the skipper on the mic. Zorby boy, Zorba, Adam Zampa. And it's a run for Delaney, he's 13. 5 for 64, Wade crouching down. Tucker tapping away. Zampa comes in. Down on a knee, sweeping. An appeal, not out. And the ball balloons off the pad into the covers. A dot. He was so good in the UAE, Adam Zampa. In conditions where, well, Australia relied so much on his control. He was able to do that and take wickets as Tucker charges him. And again, Zampa sees it quickly enough to make it almost a Yorker length delivery. Jammed out down the onside of the pitch for 1. And Tucker to 23, 5 for 65.
Still showing their intent though, Delaney and Tucker. Looking to get down the wicket, get to the pitch of the ball. Extend the arms if they can. Zampa too good on that occasion.
Delaney goes at him. Too long on, but on the bump. 1 to the deep. Steve Smith doing the fielding. So there'll be plenty of fans from around the world not only watching the result here, which certainly seems like it's heading Australia's way, but the margin thereof because of the net run rate scenario in this very tight group. Zampa to Tucker, steps to the onside. Zampa followed him, speared it into his pads, turned along on.
Oh, trouble.
Striker's come down a long way but gets back. Delaney from the striker's end, turning for 2 down to the non-striker, and Tucker was not having a bar of it. Throw went to Zampa's end, He threw back towards Wade. Stumps weren't breaking anyway, and Delaney survives. End of the over. 5 runs from it. Ireland 5 for 67 after 9. Delaney is 14 from 9 deliveries, and Tucker 24 from 23.
It was not a mix-up. The Irish needed then. If it had to go on the way of the Australians, they got away with one there, the Irish. Zampa, good start. Just the 5 off his first over.
Want to keep the messages coming in, +1 61 or 0467 920 222 0467 920 222. Please send us your name and where you're texting from. Time for some Marcus Stoinis right arm seam from the Vulture street end. He looks like he's starting to bubble along with his batting as well. Record-breaking half-hundred in Perth, 35 off 25 today. Stoinis starts the 10th over, walked at and driven by Tucker through cover point. There's a sweeper on the eastern boundary rope to keep the scoring to 1. Tucker to 25, 5 for 68.
Stoinis, this wicket will also suit him. Likes to go to his cutters, as he did early on. First ball this over. His go-to slow ball's the off-cutter cue. He'll be cagey with his changes of pace.
Well, it's Love Cafe time at the Gabba with Zampa at one end and Stoinis at the other. If you're not aware of what we're referring to, very close. Marcus Stoinis and Adam Zampa, and that terrific documentary, The Test, showed us just the depth of camaraderie between the pair. They love to have a coffee together. Zampa loves his coffee. Stoinis bowls a short ball. It's spooned in the air by Delaney. Maxwell coming around to mid-on to take the catch. And Stoinis takes a wicket with his second delivery. Delaney is gone. Delaney is gone for 14 and Ireland 6 for 68.
It's a bridge too far now, Q.
If it wasn't beforehand.
Oh, if it wasn't beforehand. They needed a partnership out of those two if they're going to get anywhere near this target. I'm not sure what he was trying to do there. He had mid-wicket up inside the ring. Whether or not he's sitting deep in his crease, just trying to flick it over that man close, but a top edge in the end. Good clutch from Glenn Maxwell. It's Steve Smith on his left shoulder, tearing in from long on though, calling in his ear, mine, 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 but Glenn Maxwell caught him off it. Made it a good catch in the end.
Mark Adair's turn to try and do something with the bat for Ireland, and they've decided to take this this little drink, seeing that we are 4 overs from the halfway point. Australia's final assignment in the group phase is against Afghanistan at the Adelaide Oval on Friday. I think that's a very well placed fixture, considering the love that the City of Churches has for the Afghan star Rashid Khan.
He's a local there, isn't he?
Striker's boy. He's my son's favourite player.
He's my favourite player too.
Really?
Have
you ever played with him?
I have. Sunrisers 2017 in the IPL. No, lovely man. Lovely, lovely man. Hate facing him. He gets me out for fun. I think I've hit him for...
You're not on your own in that category.
Got him for a couple of boundaries, but only if I try and sweep him. If as soon as I try and play vertical, he knocks me over for fun. Back through the gate, stumped, LBW, you name it. I can't get him away. So,
yeah,
he's
well,
a handful.
Will we get to see him tomorrow? They're due to play at 2 o'clock local time against Sri Lanka. And just a chance to give you the points tally going into this game. It was New Zealand 3 games, 5 points. England 3 points, Ireland 3 points, Australia 3 points. But the net run rate was England 0.2, Ireland minus 1.1, Australia minus 1.5. And Sri Lanka with 2 points minus 0.8. Afghanistan 2 points, minus 0.6. So let's hope that the rain stays away, because it's a pseudo elimination final tomorrow for Sri Lanka and Afghanistan. If they get a full game and we get an out-and-out winner, well, the loser's pretty much gone and the winner's right in the fight.
It's going to be a good game, that, Q. I don't know who my pick is for that first one in particular, but let alone the second one, England versus New Zealand tomorrow night here at the Gabba. That is a blockbuster, that one.
And the victory for Australia looming here, and the margin thereof, as I mentioned before. Hence why it's been such a good night for the title defence of the locals so far. 6 for 68 Ireland, needing 180 to win. Although concern for Tim David and also Aaron Finch off the field with some soft tissue issues.
Let's say Aaron Finch doesn't get up for the next one, Q.
Mm-hmm.
Cameron Green open the batting.
Good question.
Tough question.
Who would you go with?
Cameron Green.
Okay. Who'd captain the team? Matthew Wade?
Oh, if he's acting captain, he probably has to, doesn't he?
Yep. Stoinis to the new bat, Adair.
Oh,
he
no.
spoons it off the top edge, goes over Wade's head. He's tracking back the keeper, but he can't get it. It pitches about 2/3 the way to the boundary. Wade then does take off his gloves, throws back to the striker's end. So an inauspicious start for Mark Adair, who went for 59 from his 4 overs with the ball and gets a top edge too to start his job with the bat. 6 for 70.
It's always tough when you go the journey with the ball. You come out with the bat, you know you've got some credits to make up for your team. Puts even more pressure on you to get a score under your belt, trying to get your team back in the game. Too little, too late though at 6 for 70.
Stoinis on the straight approach. Adair heaves in through mid-wicket off the bottom edge. In fact, it's come so much off the bottom edge. It's gone through square in the end.
Well, they'll pinch two though, Q.
And there was just a hint of a mixed field from Stark in the deep. Didn't pick up first time. And you're right, Ben, they come back for a second.
Would you run with Matthew Wade as captain if Finch is out of next game?
Yeah, I think so. Well, there's the logistics of appointing an Australian captain and so on and so forth. At the moment, David Warner is not eligible, and Matthew Wade's a very experienced captain.
I'm just not on board with these logistics, Q. I'd like to see him. I think he's done his time. Get him back in there.
Stoinis short, and an attempted uppercut from Adair is missed. That goes through to Wade.
He wasn't the only one in on it.
They don't have.
They've done their time.
Are you happy enough? And what about the rest of the playing fraternity? How do they feel? You're still closely linked?
Oh, not that closely linked, no. I wish I was.
Just a T20 gun for hire. Just a T20 renegade, happy to shoot from the hip. Cutsy with those thoughts.
Ravi and I are exploring our options abroad.
Stoinis bowls a slower delivery, which is short and slammed by Adair on the cross bat. Straight down the ground to Steve Smith, who picks up at long on. And that's the end of the 10th over. This is developing into an interesting discussion. The game's ebbing away a bit. 180 the target for Ireland. Halfway there, 6 for 73. Tucker 25 and Adair is 5. And Jonathan Agnew's going to continue the probing with Ben Cutting.
The T20 Cricket World Cup.
On your radio.
On the ABC Listen app.
Sport Digital.
And BBC 5 Sports Extra.
Holding me back. Gravity's holding me back.
Well, it's interesting watching the body language because from all the arm waving, I thought Maxwell was captain for a while. I mean, there's a lot of arm waving going on, and but anyway, I think it has been confirmed that Wade is putting a helmet on now to stand up to the wickets to Zampa is in charge. So shame for Aaron Finch, but so he's got a bit of a hamstring issue, we think. In comes Zampa then, he bowls, and that's forced off the back foot. Well, very well fielded, brilliantly fielded at cover. Could be a run out. Missed the stumps. Tucker had committed himself and was setting off from that far end. So whistling in. Just missed the wicket. Zampa again comes in, bowls, and Adair clips him firmly straight to the fielder. The one fielder inside the circle. It's Steve Smith in the leg side.
Impeccable lengths from Adam Zampa.
Yep.
Into his second over now. Great fielding from David Warner, that first one. Nearly caused the run out.
There's the next one, short this time, and cut and beats the fielder. That'll come for 4. Zampa just a little bit short this time and quite flat. And that's nicely put away by Adair. He went round the park with the ball. I feel he owes his team a few here. But,
good shot, great hands. Top of the off stump. Managed to split the two men behind point in the ring. 2 big frames too, Josh Hazlewood and Mitch Marsh.
77 for 6 is the score. Zampa comes in, bowls, driven back at him. Not real power in the stroke, and Zampa can field that. 77 for 6 it remains, so 103 more needed. looks to be a mountain, but they're still in fighting at the moment, as the next one again is short, clubbed away into the offside, picked up by Marsh at backward point. So 78 for 6 with a ball to go, being over number 11. I know I keep saying it, but people tuning in and out all the time. But this time tomorrow it's England, New Zealand here in Brisbane. Here comes Zampa, trotting up from the far end, very full, driven straight back at him, and he grapples and searches for the ball and fields cleanly. And that's the end of that over. We've got Cameron Green trotting on now. There's lots of comings and goings here. We've got 2 substitutes on the field. And Green's coming on now.
Stoiner's trotting off.
He's coming off, so that's 3 subs on the field.
I don't think there's anything wrong with him. Might just be a little relief break. Perhaps a restrapping of the ankle.
It's all getting very confusing, but anyway, Stark's going to continue, bowled beautifully earlier on. Full, good pace, swung the ball. Simply too good for a couple at the top of the order there. Quick and full, Camphor, Dockrell in cleaned up. 78 for 6, and the start of the 12th over. Adair's on strike. He's made 10. Third man and fine leg back. And also the long on. Stark runs in, bowls short, turned away off the hip. Nice stroke there from Adair. They'll look for 2. Maxwell's after it. But then rightly this time. There was a bit of a mix-up earlier on where the fielder coming in didn't pick up the ball. That was the right way round to do it there. The fielder coming in the right direction. It was Cummins picking up and preventing that second run. So 101 needed from 53 balls. Very tall order when you've only got 4 wickets left. Our friends the Rangers joining in the wave, going round the ground.
Super Troopers starting to get a little bit more rowdy.
Well, I think so. Stark on his way again. Tucker on strike. He's there, he bowls short to him, and he swats that away for 4 through mid-wicket. He's taking him on. The Irish aren't going to be cowed here completely. They've got a massively tall order, but they're going down fighting, that's for sure. 79 for 6. Tucker goes to 25.
Certainly maintained their intent, the Irish, right the way through this innings.
Yep.
To be fair, it was probably their undoing early on, particularly in the power play against the likes of Stark, Cummins, Hazelwood. But they're going to go down swinging. They won't die wondering.
Tucker, 29. 83 for 6. Stark again cruises in, he bowls full straight, driven for 4. What a good shot that is. He stepped around the crease a bit just to put Stark off there as he was about 3/4 of the way through his run. Then went back into his normal position. Stark bowled full and straight, aiming at the stumps. And Tucker's swung the bat and driven that for 4 through extra cover. Very fine stroke. 33 from 27.
It's caused a change in the field now. Third man comes up inside the ring. Josh Hazelwood, that long off, pushes back to the rope at long off.
Stark again on his way, bowls short, this time a slower ball, and completely deceives Tucker, and there's no run. Hello, Big Tony. Hey, Jonathan. Why does Australia say 4 for 25? And everyone else says 25 for 4. That's where Big Tony's from, if you're a BBC listener or an ABC listener, Tony, but I don't know the reason for that. Why do the Australians do it the wrong way round?
You asking me, Agus? You're barking up the wrong tree.
Well, you're one of them. You do it the wrong way round.
Well, for me, it's the right way round. Everyone else has got it wrong.
Everyone else is wrong. I don't know. See, New Zealanders, they can sometimes do 4 down and then a score. You start bowling, and that's scythed away down towards square third man. It's expensive over this. Just picked up by the fielder, who scoops it on to the man coming round. Nice piece of work out there in the deep. And it was Agar there who threw it back. And there's a couple more. 89 for 6. So 8, 10, 11 from this over so far with a ball to go.
Ball to go. I'll say he's probably still going to take that on too, Tucker.
Well, they need 11 and over. So could be a little bonus here. There's a man going out to deep mid-wicket now. Fine leg is up. You've got to bring someone else in though, so deep square leg is brought into the circle. Fine leg up. Third man up. No, he's not. I can see him now. Way in the distance. In goes Stark. There he bowls. Oh, that's a big one. He's got high in the air. He's going to be caught, I'd think, by the mid-wicket fieldsman saying, oh, he's dropped it. Didn't get a hand on it.
Pat Cummins.
Oh. Well, we saw Virat Kohli drop an easy one yesterday. And here's another massively talented cricketer who's played so many of these games. And Pat Cummins there has had a skyer and he has not laid a hand on it. Not a finger.
I've seen that go pear-shaped before when they go high into the night sky at the Gabba Aggers.
Well,
tough catch, to be fair. When it goes straight up directly above you like that, it's tough to judge the depth of the ball. There's no clouds, there's no blue sky, there's nothing except the backdrop of darkness.
Oof. Well, he seemed to have it lined up, but then it was, well, he just missed it. Missed it completely. A run was taken, so 12 from the over. 90 for 6 from 12, so that required rate 11.2. 90 needed from 48 balls with 4 wickets left. And it looks as if Zampa is going to continue. He is. From the far end, 90 for 6. The target's 180. We've had 12. Here's Zampa bowling his wrist spin, bustles in and bowls is pushed off the front foot out to Warner, who trots in from the edge of the circle, and they concede 1 run off the first ball of the 13th. 91 for 6.
Aggers, I've got some interesting information from Zane Bojack out the back regarding the wickets before runs.
Oh, right.
I'll tell you after this ball.
Okay. Zampa bowls. Oh, he's stumped. Stumped by a mile. Down the pitch. And swinging haplessly there. And Wade had the easiest job. He's almost run out of so far out of his ground. Out for 11. Down goes the 7th. Go on then.
The very well researched Zane Bojack out the back has said that when the first scoreboard was built in Australia around 1890, it had the wickets on it before the runs.
Right.
Therefore, it became customary to say the score the same as it read on the scoreboard, 2 for 78 instead of 78 for 2.
So somebody built it the wrong way round.
He's a good builder. 1890.
Yeah. Well, that seems like a fair explanation, because the Kiwis sometimes do it that way round. But, well, we'll find out more tomorrow night, won't we? When England play New Zealand. But I try and vary it, but because when I work on the ABC only for the Ashes, I'll always do it the Aussie way.
To be fair, Aggers, in 1890, even though it was in Australia, it was probably an Englishman that built it.
What are you saying?
89 runs required for 46 balls.
I suspect you're probably right, Ben, if I'm honest. You probably did it on purpose. He didn't want to be here. I thought, I'll tell you what, I'll build the scoreboard the wrong way round. That'll show him.
He probably thought it was funny. 100 years from now, I'll show them.
Who knows? But anyway, that's the way we do it. 91 for 7. 7 for 91 for our friend Big Tony. And we've got Hand batting now with a slip. Zampa bowls from a wrong, and there they come skidding on, guided away to backward point. And so there's no run. 89 off 45. Zampa skips in, tosses that one up. It's a low full toss actually, and so an easy one for Hand to drive to long off. And he's off the mark with a single, but as we know, singles really aren't enough here for Ireland. 92 for 7. 2 balls to go in the 13th.
Aggers, what are your thoughts on the captaincy debate that Q and I were having earlier? Finch's out of the next game.
Here's Zampa again, tucking their way out to mid-wicket. They run that first one hard. Fielder comes rushing in. They've got to run for it, really. It's Agar who misses the stumps. And Hand's able to bustle into his ground. Well, I can stay out of this argument, and I can let yourselves all beat yourselves up on this one.
I'm trying to drag you into it.
No. I've learned the lesson of these things. When you're a visitor, one stays out of domestic issues. Here's Zampa again. Bowls tucked away into the leg side out to mid-wicket. they take a run. I mean, Steve Smith's captain, doesn't he? Since.
It's true. It's a very good point.
But other than offering that, I'm not going to say anything else. 95 for 7. With 7 overs to go. That target's 180. Hand is 1. Tucker, 40. He's played some good shots. Scooby-Doo's in the ground. It was good to see. Quite a lot of fancy dress going on, but the most impressive turnout has been those Rangers down there. Very nice brown shorts. They're not quite lederhosen, but they look as if they could be. With the braces. It's immaculately turned out. I mean, as if they've been drilled beforehand. There's men and women there. And some that's quite hard to tell, frankly. We've got, some unlikely looking beards amongst some of them, put it that way. But they've had a good night out. And they're going to see, presumably, Australia win this. Cummins is back. The ball is 3rd. And he's bowling to Tucker, who's 40. 3rd man, fine leg. Cummins sprints in, bowls short outside the off stump, and a bit of a swipe there to a ball with the pace taken off it. And Tucker makes no contact, so he's 40 from 34 balls. And Cummins walks briskly back to his mark again. Overs on target, it says up there, amongst all these numbers and various bits of information that you get on the board. And Ireland need 85 from 41. Cummins starts on the edge of the circle again. Familiar, easy run. Over the wicket he goes, bowls, and that's hit high into the leg side. We've dropped just short of the man coming in from mid-wicket. Lovely throw from Maxwell, typically right over the bails. Such a good fielder.
Strong arm, Glenn Maxwell, as all the Aussies do, to be fair. They work hard on their outfielding, hitting Matthew Wade over the stumps from 60, 70 metres outside the ring.
Do you know what we haven't had? And I remember when T20 first started, there was all the talk of having ambidextrous fielders. Do you remember that right-handers are going to work on fielding and picking up left-handed and vice versa? That hasn't really happened, has it? There are some right-arm bowlers who naturally throw left, 1 or 2. There aren't many. But they were talked about, like the cover fields one is going to be absolutely just as good right-handed as left. They're going to drill them. Then goes Cummins, bowls short, fended away by hand. As for a single, there the ball rolls away for Wade to go and pick up.
I think the next generation of cricketers, Aggers, the ones that are 2, 3, 4 years old now, they're the ones that are practicing it. So you watch out 15, 20 years' time when they start to come on the scene.
I mean, if you've got a cover fieldsman who is just as strong right or left.
Yep. John Buchanan, the former Australian coach, was big on that. He always encouraged his players to work on both left-handed and right-handed batting. David Warner is someone who can do it very, very well with the bat.
Okay, he can bat right-handed.
He can bat right-handed very well. I've seen him quite often, particularly at the IPL. He'll just go out and hit balls left-handed for an hour and hit balls right-handed for an hour. Hits them just as far both ways.
Cummins mops his brow. 3rd man comes up to the edge of the circle. 83 needed as he bowls a low full toss, which is hit hard. But only as far as Stark. Down to our right-hand side at long on. 1 more. 98 for 7. We're in the 14th over of Ireland's reply. The target's 180. They get off to a horrible start. They were 25 for 5 and Dockrell was out. Here's Cummins again, bowls short this time. Well, he tries to run that away off the face of the bat to 3rd man, but actually quite a long way from achieving that. And so no run again. 98 for 7.
Good pace from Pat Cummins there. Sailing through. Matthew Wade had to leap to drag that ball back in.
I like these pitches. I much prefer watching one-day cricket, T20 cricket on pitches got a bit of pace and a bit of bounce. You can play the shots. Cummins again, bowls, driven hard in the air, out to deep cover. Agar's after it and can't get there. Well, that was very well timed.
Well struck. No, I agree with you. That game last night over in Perth, watching the South Africans bowl like the wind was great to see.
Absolutely. No, it is. It just keeps that pace on it. Thank you, Ben. We'll catch. Are you with us tomorrow?
I am. Aggers, looking forward to a double-header tomorrow.
Yeah, well, England, New Zealand. It's a really important game now in this group. And that's the evening game, as it were. We've got Afghanistan, Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka still there, showing interest. Actually had a very nice evening. Chris Silverwood last night happened to bump into in town there, who of course former England coach and now Sri Lanka's coach. But, he was on good form. Nice to catch up with him. 102 for 7. 14 overs gone. The target 180. Zampa's going to bowl his last. Comes in now, bowls to Tucker, steps away, drives down the ground, let him get one for it. And Zampa's bowled nicely so far. That's only the 16th run off him, which was 4th over. Hazelwood 2 overs for 12, Cummins 1 for 27 for his 3. Maxwell bowled in the power play, bowled the 3rd over. He's taken 2 for 14. Zampa again, bustles in, bowls a low full toss, is bowled in. Behind his legs, and Hand trying to sweep that. It's another wicket. The 8th goes down. And Ireland, well, they don't really know whether there's a stick or twist here, really. But as far as Australia are concerned, this is absolutely the performance that they wanted. Decent score, 179 on the board. And they're going to win by a big margin. I think somebody somewhere was talking about if they win by 75, that'll take them above England, but they probably won't quite do that. But they've made big strides here tonight, Ravi.
They have done. They've really made back that run rate, really, that they lost against New Zealand.
Yeah.
And I mean, they'll be sitting quite pretty, especially with going into their last game against Afghanistan. They'll be fancying themselves to turn Afghanistan over, and if needed, could get a large win if they're bowled well against Afghanistan. I think that's going to be the key, because batting against Afghanistan's bowlers ain't going to be as easy as it probably was today. 180. I'm not saying 180 is off the cards, but I mean, you've got some world-class spinners in there and some decent seamers. It's not going to be easy to just smack them around for 180 or 200.
Steve, tomorrow night they'll be, come on the Aussies, come on Steve, you can't say that on the Gold Coast. That's pushed away out to cover, and there's no run. All you Aussies are going to be icy. You're going to stick with your Southern Hemisphere friends, are you, tomorrow? Quentin, I'm going to be watching you very carefully. 77 from 33. As is driven out towards long off. McCarthy's the new batsman, and he takes a run. Well, I guess if we're honest, I think the word is barracking quietly for Ireland tonight, weren't we, Ravi?
Yeah, we were.
Just to be honest. So I guess we'll have to forgive you for. You can back New Zealand all you like, Quentin. It won't make any difference. 104 for 8, and there's a bit of a slog into the leg side, and Tucker moves to 44. And the ball to go in this 15th over. That'll be me done. And just a reminder again for all our BBC listeners, 8 o'clock tomorrow. I think we're on air before that, but for build up, but the game actually starts at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, your time. Here's Zampa. Bowls short, played away along the ground down to long on. And as I said, for the Australian Eastern States at 7 p.m. as usual, but 8 o'clock at home. England, New Zealand tomorrow. Look forward to your company then, and Quentin's coming in here.
The T20 Cricket World Cup.
On your radio.
On the ABC Listen app.
Sport Digital.
And BBC 5 Sports Extra.
I don't know whether we like New Zealand as much after the first game at the SCG.
But you'll be backing them tomorrow.
Yeah,
You have to.
yeah, of course. But isn't that the fantastic part of a World Cup?
That's, I mean, you'd never normally ever back New Zealand, would you? But you'd be rooting for them. Yeah, and you're right. And that is the beauty of a World Cup.
I tell you what, there'll be some noise here early on as well if the rain stays away. I love the Sri Lankan fans.
Yes, they do. They do make a racket.
Hazelwood's going to bowl from the Stanley Street end to the Vulture Street end to McCarthy. Clubs it to mid-on the bounce, takes a single to Stark, throws, misses at the non-striker's end, and then McCarthy, in grounding his bat, did a somersault over it as well. He has been in the wars today. There's a great bit of vision, which I'm sure is already around the place on the socials. Amazing boundary 6 save, jumping backwards over the rope to flip the ball back into play. He winded himself, and there he is tumbling away again, putting his body on the line for the cause. 8 for 107 in the 16th over. 180 is a long way away. Tucker's batted well, gets a short ball, which is slow, and bounces a second time through to Wade. That's swung at and missed by the keeper bat, Lorcan Tucker. He can hold his head high. He is only a run away from his best performance in the tournament so far. He made 45 not out in the win against the West Indies in Hobart. And he's at 44 from 39 deliveries tonight, having come in at 1 for 18 and seen the carnage around him in that top order collapse. Hazelwood to him. Strikes him over long on into the top deck. Yep. All the way for 6. And I use the term strokes. That was a pure cricket shot. Just a little bit of room to swing the hands freely, and went with it.
He's absolutely crunched that. It was a slower ball.
What a way to bring up your 50. Well played, Lorcan Tucker, on a tough night for the Emerald Green. He quite rightly gets the applause of the Gabba faithful for reaching his 50 from 40 deliveries. Now he goes at Hazelwood over backward point. Slashes it down to deep third for 4. 2 boundaries in a row.
Still a chance.
Well, we've seen stranger things in a game of cricket. 8 down for 117. Tucker up to 54. We didn't have much time to contemplate the previous straight hit 6. It's 20 over cricket, Ravi. It does move on very quickly from one ball to the next, but gee, it was a good shot to bring up 50.
It was a very good shot. Probably the shot of the day.
I don't think the big boy from Bendemeer would like it, though. So what's his response, Josh Hazelwood? Yorks him. Almost got through him. Bottom edge onto toe, and they take a very cheeky single. Hazelwood has to chase after it down the pitch, but they get a run.
Is it Halloween tonight?
It is.
What's Brisbane like on Halloween?
Oh, like most Australian cities, sort of ever more becoming involved in a tradition that I grew up as something was a thing for the Americans. That I've got an 11-year-old daughter, she loves it. Are you into it? Hazelwood to McCarthy, full outside the off stump, a dot through to keeper Wade.
Well, yeah, I was thinking about going trick-or-treating tonight.
Okay.
Yeah.
What would you dress up as?
Go. Dress up as an Indian.
8 for 118 with 24 legal deliveries left. Hazelwood's 3 overs, none for 24. I mean, it used to be all about sort of ghouls and sort of horror stuff. You can get away with dressing up with anything now for Halloween.
Yeah, you can. You can get away with anything now. Just depends what your... Now, if it's a night out, then you can dress up how you want. If you're going trick-or-treating, you want to look a little bit scary, don't you?
Well, the only thing that's been really scary here tonight has been the first over from Mitchell Stark from an Island perspective.
It was.
Fast, in-swinging Yorkers. A double-wicket maiden back in the 4th over. And that top order collapse, they lost 5 for 7. Having bashed 18 quickly. 1 for 18, 2 for 18, 3 for 24, 4 for 25, 5 for 25. And Stark picked up 2 of those. He's now bowling to Tucker on 55. Tucker ramps him for 4. Over the top of Wade. Lorcan Tucker. He's still got something to prove tonight. And I'm surprised that you guys aren't starting to cheer him. Every run that Ireland gets is better for England, better for New Zealand.
Yep.
Doesn't help Australia's net run rate. 8 for 122. Tucker to 59.
Well, I don't think Australia's run rate can get better than England's anymore. I think it was something like 74 runs that the Aussies had to win by. So we've already passed that stage, and it's, you know, every run they get from here is damaging Australia.
So what's happening here? There's going to be a long stop put in. It's like club cricket for my boy on a Saturday morning. Josh Hazlewood's right behind Matthew Wade. So Stark runs into Tucker, gives himself room, bashes him straight down the ground this time towards long off. And it's over the rope for 4 on the bounce. Tucking in, Lorcan Tucker at the Gabba. He moves to 63, 8 for 126. I should give this just as a matter of course, make that 54 required from 22 deliveries. That's the first time we've even thought of that, Ravi.
I mean, it can happen, and this guy's on fire. He's playing some serious shots. And I think this is where I worry about for Australia. This is the only stage of the game where I worry for Australia is at the death.
And Stark hit the poles again. Tucker waits for him. Steps to the onside. Stark followed him. Tucker nudges it off his ribs for 2. Out to Agar at deep square. .63 and make it 65 from 45 deliveries from Lorcan Tucker, and this only the second ever T20 international between Australia and Ireland. Australia won the previous one in Colombo in the World Cup of 2012. They have played 5 50-over one-day internationals. There's been 1 no result and 4 wins for Australia, so Ireland won't get their first victory against the Aussies tonight, you wouldn't think. They need 52 off 21 to do so. Tucker gets a bouncer, he follows it. Was it too high? Yep, a wide. Tried to slap it away, couldn't reach it. Went through to Wade. And the umpire indicates that's a sundry and will be rebowled.
I mean, it's when you watch T20 games like this, you value and you respect how good the likes of Malinga were in his day. I mean, he just ran up and just hit the block hole and had an unbelievable slow ball. And sometimes you watch other bowlers, international bowlers, you know, that's their livelihood. But just the difference in quality when someone like Malinga is bowling at the death.
Stark over the wicket to Tucker. Full outside the off stump, through to Wade untouched. Tucker had taken a step to the onside and couldn't reach it in the end. Well bowled, full ball outside the off stump. Mitchell Stark's got 3 balls, make it 4 balls left in his, 2 balls left in his spell, 2 for 36. But power play wickets for Mitchell Stark tonight, which will please the Australians. And an intriguing night where, at the moment, there are 3 sub-fielders out there. Finch, David and Stoinis are off the ground. A mixture of reasons. The Stark bowls full, and Tucker smashes him over Agar's head at mid-off. 2 bounces into the cushions for 4. This is tremendous from Lorcan Tucker. In a beaten cause, dare we be assumptuous, but he is putting on a fine show tonight to continue to build his profile and his confidence. 69 from 47.
I mean, if this one goes out the park now, this could get tasty.
Where's he going to go? Maybe straight again. Long off's now been put back. Stark to Tucker. Wild down the leg side. That's a wide. Deep point, long off. Deep square and... deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. 1, 2, 3, 4. And long stop must be still behind the sight screen. I can't see the 5th guy.
There he is.
Is he there?
Right there.
Oh, there he is. Now just very fine leg, Adam Zampa. Stark still to try and complete his spell. Bowls to Tucker. Full on the leg stump. Turn through mid-wicket. They take 1 and will come back for 2. And that ends Mitchell Stark's spell. A Mitchell Stark kind of night. Damaging at his best, expensive at his worst, and the numbers finish up 2 for 43 for the experienced left armour. And Ireland need 46 runs, or make it 44 now. 44 from the last 3 overs at 8 for 136. And Ravi Bopara's got a look on his face as if to say, well, you know what? Funny things can happen on Halloween.
I mean,
Lorcan Tucker might just dress up as an unlikely match winner.
I mean, 20 off this over, and it's possible it can happen. 20 off this over, short boundary, leg side.
If he can get on strike, he might not face another ball because Pat Cummins is bowling to the tail. McCarthy's on strike, and there's only one more to come. Barry McCarthy, the Shane Watson lookalike, according to one of our texters. He's out there having done a good job with the ball. What can he do with the bat? Cummins bounces him outside the off stump, through to Wade, swung at and missed. A dot.
He's just got to try to get Tucker back on strike here somehow. Get in line with it. Try to nudge it into the leg side there for one. And give Tucker 4 balls to go at him.
You haven't had to dress up to get your lollies though tonight. You're hooking into our snakes.
Yeah, they're tasty, them. Who bought them?
Oh, sort of a collective effort. We're very welcoming here. Cummins to McCarthy, pulled hard straight to deep mid-wicket, caught by Steve Smith. That went like a bullet. That's a very good catch. It didn't go high. And Smith, palms pointed down, takes the catch. What did I say about Tucker facing another ball? He might not. They're 9 down now, Ireland. McCarthy's sent on his way for 3, and Cummins picks up his 2nd wicket.
No, it was actually a very good shot. And that fielder there is a lot straighter than what he would normally be for a deep mid-wicket, and he's crunched it straight at him. And Smith's got safe hands, you know, don't expect Smith to put that down.
Josh Little, the last man for Ireland. Hasn't had a bat since the first game against Zimbabwe. He made an unbeaten 7 there. Now, surely they're saying, come on, as unlikely as this is, how about you get a single and give me a go?
Still a chance. Still a chance. He's got to get him on strike.
9 for 136. Cummins now 2 for 27. 2 balls into his final over. He did pound that McCarthy. It absolutely hammered out to Steve Smith. Little on strike, bounced by Cummins, tried to play the ramp with the open blade, missed it. Well, not the ramp, the uppercut, should I say, missed it. Got any mates in town to come to the cricket tomorrow to watch England play?
I have, actually, yes.
Who's about?
I've got one of my very good mates that I've played cricket with from a very young age. He's come out with a couple of his mates. He's looking forward to the game tomorrow.
Cummins bowls to Little, swung at, hits him on the shoulder. They don't take a run. He looks okay though. Yeah, flesh blow, he's fine. They're expecting 20-odd thousand, even more tomorrow. Hope the weather doesn't get in the way. And the problem tomorrow too, and I say that in inverted commas, even though it's Melbourne Cup Day tomorrow, it's Cup Day for everyone in Australia. They get a public holiday in Melbourne, not here in Brisbane, but a lot of people take the day off. Big race meeting as well. They want to try and get dressed up, but it's going to be a bad day to get dressed up, I think, early in the day because of the rain. Cummins to Little. Again, a bouncer. He tries to play the uppercut and misses it through to Wade.
How many bounces he bowled this over?
Couple.
You're only allowed 1.
They're now just saying that's the first one above the shoulder. Do you follow the racing?
No.
Okay.
No, not interested in racing.
At all?
No.
Not even during the Ascot Carnival or at Cheltenham or any of that?
Got no interest in it.
Okay.
No. I like golf.
Yeah, I like golf too.
Golf's brilliant.
I like the racing too, though. Little facing Cummins. Ireland 9 down. Little gets off the mark. Drags a pull shot off a bottom edge out to deep mid-wicket where Smith does the fielding. And that's a part of the postscript, just getting the story around the extent of the reasons as to why Finch and David and Stoinis haven't been out there fielding for Australia for the majority of this chase. 18 overs down. Cummins finishes with 2 for 28 from his 4. Ireland 9 for 137, needing 43 from the last 2 overs.
So what is it that you like about the racing?
Oh, heaps of it. The people, the atmosphere of going to the track. My father was a race caller, so I grew up on the race on the racetrack.
That's why then.
Yeah. So yeah, there's social element, sporting element.
Do you know what? I just haven't been in it, and I guess I need to get out there and go because I might love it.
It's
I
good
might
fun.
love it.
Yeah. Glenn Maxwell's going to bowl the 19th over. 2 for 14 from 2. He's bowling to Little. Reverse sweeps him to backward point. Marsh does the fielding. Throws to the non-striker's end. Stumps are broken. Maxwell celebrates. We'll go to the third umpire to see if that is the last act of this game. But Maxwell seems confident that Little has been run out at the non-striker's end, trying to pinch a single. Up to TV umpire Kumar Damasina we go for potentially the last rights. Looking on the big screen. Maxwell's broken the stumps before Little can make his ground. And Australia's T20 World Cup defence finds life at the Gabba. The game is over and Australia has won comprehensively. 42 runs the final margin. Ireland all out for 137 in reply to Australia's 5 for 179. And with one game left in the pool phase, now the Aussies, with a few other results and factors at play, ostensibly need to get past Afghanistan at the Adelaide Oval on Friday to try and get into the cutthroat phase. Well, for Ireland, they need to beat New Zealand and hope for other results to go their way, Ravi Bopara.
Yeah, absolutely. And Australia's done a great job of getting themselves back in the tournament here to win by 40-odd runs, to get their run rate a little bit back on track. And they'll have an opportunity against Afghanistan to do that if, as I said before, if they bowl well and keep Afghanistan's score low, they can really do some damage to that run rate. And look, at the end of the day, it still depends on what England and New Zealand do tomorrow.
Read the card out for you in just a moment, but what's really stood out for you in this performance, Ravi?
I was really impressed with how the Aussies batted, especially through that middle phase. They've got some powerful strikers. They, the ability to clear the ropes. Some of the most powerful strikers in world cricket. I was really impressed the way they started with the new ball. They swung it around. They showed some skill with that ball, which I think a lot of those bowlers have learned in, playing in subcontinent conditions where you don't get anything out of the pitch necessarily. So you've got to be able to move the ball in the air. And I think they've got better at doing that over the last couple of years. The only worry for me with Australia is probably the death bowling. There's a lot of length deliveries, nothing really up there in the block hole. And the chance and the changes of pace. But if you can do damage up front the way they did and pick up 3, 4, 5 wickets in that, then you're in a good place.
Let's get down to Zane Bojack.
I'm down here with the acting skipper for tonight, Matty Wade. What do you think when Finchy walked off? He had a great innings tonight, and all of a sudden you were controlling tactics, and then we saw just some amazing hitting from Ireland there at the end there, and they were almost made you guys nervous, maybe?
Yeah, it was. I knew obviously if Finchy got injured in this tournament that I would take over. So we have a lot of strategy meetings, and I'm across how we're going to work our bowlers on certain days against certain opposition. And I was obviously over the top of how we wanted to attack Ireland tonight, and it's pretty seamless out there, to be honest. We've got some great guys that can get around. The bowlers with Davey and Steve Smith, who's captain before, and plenty of guys out there that take a lot of the load off, so it's quite an easy job, to be honest.
I know you've only just come off the field, but any idea on the fitness of firstly Finch, then your mate Tim David, and also Stoinis went off as well?
No, I'm not 100% sure. Obviously, Finchy was having some trouble with his hamstrings. I don't know if he was just cramping or there was something going on there. And then, Tim, I didn't even realise that Tim was off the ground. So, Stoinis just precautionary. I think he was just a little bit sore after his first over. So, we know if he gets a little bit sore that we want to look after him, and I think that's probably why we took the precaution tonight.
What was the tactics when, I understand Australia needed to win by 74 to get ahead of England. Did that go out of your mind, and it was simply about trying to win the match after all that hitting that was going on?
A little bit. You know, we had our chances to win, I think, by that kind of a margin tonight. We probably didn't take the chances when they came, and they made us pay a little bit, but I was never too worried. I was one over short with the bowlers, so it's always a little bit stressful. You know, you've got to get one more out of Maxwell, and Stoinis obviously went off the ground. So, yeah, that makes it a little bit stressful, but we said we'd play what's in front of us. We know that, you know, run rate took a massive hit in the first game, and, you know, we've only got ourselves to blame for that. And, you know, you can't chase it too hard. These guys are a quality team. They beat England last time they went out on the park, so we're not really chasing a run rate as such when we come out here. If it's in front of us, obviously we want to take advantage where we can, and unfortunately we didn't quite do that tonight.
Did you skip any of his critics tonight?
Yeah, I think so, obviously. Yeah, he's been struggling for runs. He'd be the first to admit that, but you only have to look at his record, and it shows what a class player he's been over a long period of time, and he's got some credits in the bank for us, and yeah, it was nice to see him get a few out of the middle and get some momentum for us.
You guys had them 5 for 25, but once again, maybe just let it get away at the end. There's been a lot of talk about the death bowling. Is that a concern for you, Matthew, as you get into these really big matches?
Yeah, there's some terrific hitting going on for sure towards the back end of our innings, and no doubt we'd like to execute a little bit better. I thought, you know, they bowled really well at the end of their innings as well. We probably didn't. We're looking at, you know, 180 to 200 really. We probably got the lower end of what we should have got probably with the bat as well. So, I mean, it's easy to look at the bowlers when they're last out on the park, but I think we probably left, you know, another 10 or 15 with the bat as well.
All right, just finally, what do you got in store for Afghanistan? You guys go to the same side, you assume?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. We'll have a strategy meeting and attack them. Another terrific team. I've seen a lot of those guys playing around the world in the last few years, and IPL especially. So they're no rollover. They're going to be a hard team to beat. And yeah, Adelaide Oval obviously is a really beautiful venue and a ground that we like playing at, short square. So we'll try and attack them that way and see what happens.
Matthew Wade, really appreciate chatting to you. I guess from all of Australia, we're hoping that Finchy's back from the next game, but if not, we're in good hands. There's no doubt about it.
Thank you very much.
Good on you, Zane. And straight away back down to Adam Mountford, who's got Barry McCarthy with him.
Disappointing in the end for Ireland, but it could have been a lot worse, actually.
Yeah, bitterly disappointing there to, in the end, get so close. And putting it into context, being 25 for 5 and being 30 runs short at the end just showed what we could have done if we had a couple of wickets in hand, yeah. We knew it was going to be a challenge coming here playing Australia in their own backyard, and you know, it certainly was a challenge for the whole day, but it was a real opportunity there for us to do something special, and yeah, look, we're just bitterly disappointed.
How impressive was that innings from Lorcan Tucker in the circumstances?
Yeah, amazing. You know, he might have surprised a few people, but he hasn't surprised anyone in our change room. You know, ever since he's really changed his game a little bit and gone to number 3, he's really shown what he can do, and you know, I'm just so delighted for him to see what he does on the world stage. You know, he did it against England as well, and it was unfortunate to get run out in that game. God knows what he could have done then, you know, but to showcase his skills today and show how good he is on the world stage. You know, there's no underestimating that the Australian attack is one of the best in the world, and you know, to go out there and score like he did today, I'm very pleased for him. You know, the world is his oyster, and I hope other people around the world are really taking recognition.
And from a personal point of view, 3 wickets and 3 good wickets, dismissing some of the finest players in the world today.
Yeah, I'm not sure what part of the meeting we said we'd drag one down to Warner and catch him at short fine leg, but you know, that's the funny game of T20 cricket is. You know, we won particularly short side today with the win to defend, and like you said, it could have been a whole lot worse today. I think we did, for the guts of the whole 20 overs, we did a pretty good job in restricting them to what was probably a relatively par score in the end. We won't really know when you're 25 for 5. It's hard to know what really is a par score out there, but I thought the wicket was still playing quite nice towards the end. There was a bit of grip with the slower balls, but whenever you're in a fight when there's a short boundary one side, yeah, we did well to counter that for the majority of the innings. Obviously, when you're playing against these guys and the class that these guys are, there's always going to be 1 or 2 overs that get away from you. Yeah, just bitterly disappointing. We couldn't really attack that short boundary towards the end, even if you needed. There might have been 1 big over at 20 at the end if we had a couple more wickets in hand. But look, it wasn't to be today. But we've got a big game now on Friday. We'll take a little bit of confidence from this. Obviously, there's a lot that we have to do better. But look, we know we've got a big opportunity on Friday, and who knows, and we're going to go out there and play our best game as we always try and do.
I want to talk about a piece of fielding that you did today, which you almost pulled off the catch of the tournament, but you saved 4 runs, clawing one back on the boundary edge. That was pretty special.
Yeah, I actually thought the whole way, well, it's funny, at the start I thought it was in Rosette, and then as I started to get around, I felt it was still inside the rope. But like the one Pat Cummins tried to go for earlier on as well, it just seems to swirl in the wind a little bit and just kept going. in those situations, just first and foremost, try and catch the ball, and my reaction was just to throw the ball back. Would have been nice if we had held on to it, but look, it wasn't to be. But yeah, we practice these a lot now these days, so it's nice to see that practice is coming into the game, and we're sort of seeing the fruition of that.
Now, by coming back from 25 for 5 to closing the gap, not only keeping you sort of just about alive in the tournament, there'll be a few England supporters listening thinking thanks very much, because keeping Australia's run rate down gives them a better chance. I know it won't be your concern, but I think there'll be people celebrating. But from an Ireland point of view, you wanted to keep it as close as you could.
Yeah, I don't think that was in any way how we were looking at it. At the halfway mark there, we thought we had a real good opportunity to upset one of the favourites, and to continue the dream that we've had for this whole tournament. But look, it wasn't to be on another day. If we had got out of the power play a little bit more unscathed, who knows what could have been today, because he just showed when you have guys like Lorcan Tucker coming in and hitting the ball, hitting some of the best players in the world to all parts of the ground. It just, who knows what could have been, and that's a real disappointing.
Because finally, that's the message for this Ireland team, isn't it? You've beaten England, you've beaten West Indies. You're not here to make up the numbers, you're not here to compete, you're here to win games.
No, and we really don't like hearing that. We know what we're trying to achieve, we know what we're trying to get to, and I think that's we've come a long way in the last sort of 10-15 years from being the team that just comes to compete. A lot of people saw it as an upset that we beat England, but having come off the back of such a convincing win against the West Indies, what we did in the Scotland game, George and Curtis to bat like they did, we know that anything is possible within this team. And I know it wasn't today, but if we had had a better power play, who knows what could have been? Because I think we've shown throughout this tournament that we have match winners in both departments with bat and ball. And look, it was always going to be a mountain to climb today facing this Aussie team, but we certainly took a lot of confidence from the England win the other day, and certainly the West Indies win, and we'll go into Friday with the exact same mentality.
Good luck on Friday. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Barry McCarthy down with Adam Mountford after his terrific work with the ball, 3 for 29 from 4 overs, and that spectacular save on the boundary in the field. He made 3 runs in the end. And stick around with us, because there's plenty more to come from the post-match. But before we hear further from the players, the all-important standings, let's have a look. In Group 1, New Zealand 3 matches, 2 wins and 5 points with a net run rate of 3.8. Australia now up to 5 points. From their 4 games, 2 wins, a loss and a no result. 5 points. Their net run rate is now negative 0.3. England, with a game in hand, 3 points from 3 games, a net run rate of positive 0.2. So there's a few other decimal points there, Ravi, and Ben Cutting, who's back with us. But there you go. Essentially half a full unit, 5 decimal points between the England and Australian net run rate. So England is still superior, repeating that. Australia 5 points, 0.3 in the negative. England 3 points, 0.2 in the positive. And then Ireland, who are now minus 1.5 with their run rate with only 3 points, 1 game in hand. Sri Lanka, 2 games in hand, 2 points. Afghanistan, 2 games in hand, 2 points. So it's Sri Lanka versus Afghanistan here. 2 o'clock local time tomorrow. Into England versus New Zealand. A New Zealand win tomorrow seals their berth in the semi-finals. An England win keeps us all on the edge of our seats. Ravi Bopara and Ben Cutting. We lamented the weather. No one wants to go through a double-header washout down at the MCG, but it certainly ensured that this group goes all the way down to the wire.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know the talks have been around England and Australia for that second spot, but New Zealand ain't safe yet. If they lose their last 2 games...
Yep, they're in strife, aren't they?
Yeah, they're gone.
So they've got, England tomorrow and then Ireland.
Yep.
After that. So
there's no guarantee that they're through.
There are 5 games left in this group, and all 6 teams can still make the semi-finals.
Yep. So I think New Zealand, they better stay on their toes. You just never know. They've got Ireland. Ireland have been good in this tournament. They've threatened to beat Australia tonight. I know. Look, they'll the way they started off with the bat, 20-odd for 5, they really had no chance. But the way they came back, they've got something.
Let's get back down to Zane. He's got the Australian skipper with him.
I have got the Aussie skipper here. We'll just move out of the frame for some Indian broadcasters. Skipper Aaron Finch, firstly, congratulations. Some great shots out there, some big sixes. Has that put all the doubters out of your mind now? You can just go out there and play freely?
They weren't in my mind, to be fair. I don't read or listen to any press unless it's footy. Then I read and listen to everything. But it was nice to get a few out of the middle. It wasn't a true Gabba wicket that we sort of come to expect. It was quite slow, and it seemed to get slower as the innings went on.
How's the hamstring?
It's not too bad. I'll have a scan tomorrow and get the full picture of it. But hopefully I'll be right for Friday, but you never know.
All right, what about Stoinis and also Tim David? Can you give us an update there?
But more precautionary than anything. They had a little bit of hammy tightness as well, so I think that was the main reason. They were just a little bit ultra conservative there.
And the fact that it was so muggy here today, did they play a part, do you think?
No, I don't think so. The boys are all in pretty good nick. Sometimes it can just happen.
What about the performance, particularly given that you did have them 5 for 25, and in the end they went past that 74-run threshold, and you're still behind England? Is that a worry?
Oh, we've got to try and win both games. Well, our last game. So first and foremost, that was our main goal, was to try and win the game. And you do have dreams when they were 5 for 25 that you can really blow it apart. But they played brilliantly well through that middle part of the innings. They come back at us. They fought fire with fire.
Did Tucker expose some parts of our bowling attack?
Oh, I think he just played a really smart innings. He got away early, and then he manipulated the field really well. So it's one of those innings that really good players can have in T20 cricket when they're looking to be aggressive, and we're looking to take wickets as well.
From your perspective, is it better if you maybe sit out Friday and be available for the following games, or are you keen to play yourself depending on what the pitch is going to be tomorrow?
Oh, I'd definitely love to play, but we'll wait and see what the scan says. Because you never hold out too much hope. I mean, with a hamstring injury, I've had them before, and sometimes they come back good, sometimes they come back poorly, so you never know.
You pray for rain tomorrow with England, New Zealand?
Oh, as a cricket fan, you just want a good game of cricket. So, yeah, we've got ourselves to blame for being in this position. We got hammered game 1.
All right, well, appreciate your innings today, and I appreciate you coming to have a chat with us, Aaron. Congratulations.
Cheers. Have a good one, mate.
So no guarantee to play on Friday nights, the real takeaway there from Aaron Finch. And we generally hear a lot of positivity about players, Ben Cutting and Ravi Bopara, when they're asked about soft tissues. The fact that he even opened the door to the possibility of not fronting for that game, well, what do you read from it, Cutsy?
No, when you've done a soft tissue injury, particularly whether it's a lower limb, it's a hamstring, it's a groin, you generally know fairly early on whether you're going to be up in another day or two. My initial... He didn't fill me with a great deal of confidence listening to him there about Friday, to be fair.
Ravi?
I don't really know. I don't think I've had many soft tissue injuries. I don't bowl fast enough.
Before we continue the wrap-up, a short time ago we did have the official presentation. Let's hear the reaction from the Irish skipper, Andy Balbownie, with the host broadcaster.
Andrew, tell us about your thoughts on the match.
Yeah, it was hard fought. Certainly in the first innings it could have got away from us, but we bowled pretty well with a couple of overs that just didn't go our way. Certainly we didn't get the start with the bat we wanted, but to show that bit of fight at the end, show that we're making progress and we can keep up with these big teams when we're given the chance.
The innings from Lorcan and Tucker kept you right in it to the end.
Yeah, and I think looking at the scoreboard, we felt that that score wasn't against us, and it was just the wicket column which was clearly a problem. But if someone had maybe stayed in with Lorcan, who knows, but he's had a really good World Cup. I think these sort of wickets suit him. We've got one more game on Friday. Hopefully he can continue that.
Thanks very much, and well played tonight.
Thank you, cheers.
So Andy Balbownie there speaking to Mark Howard from the host broadcaster. So call of the card, Australia sent in by Ireland, made 5 for 179. Aaron Finch top scoring with 63 from 44 deliveries. It was enough to earn him player of the match. David Warner made 3, Mitch Marsh 28, Glenn Maxwell 13, Marcus Stoinis 35. Tim David, 15 not out. Matt Wade, 7 not out. 15 sundries in that Australian total of 5 for 179. Little, 2 for 21 from 4 overs. Adair was the issue with the ball for Ireland. He went for 59 from his 4 overs. McCarthy, 3 for 29 from 4. Delaney's 3 overs of leg spin, none for 29. Hand, none for 15, bowled only the 1 over. And Dockrell's left arm spin, economical, 4 overs, none for 24. So all done through 20 overs, Australia 5 for 179. And Ireland bowled out from the first ball of the 19th over, 42 runs shy for 137. Balbirnie and Sterling put on 18 quick smart at the top of the order, but then 5 for 7. Balbirnie out for 6, 1 for 18. Sterling out for 11, 2 for 18. Tector out for 6, 3 for 24. Camphor, first ball duck, 4 for 25. Dockrell, third ball duck, 5 for 25. And ostensibly the winning of the and the losing of the contest seemed over at that point, and hence the conversation as to the potential for Australia getting a really big win to breach the net run rate gap between it and England. But Ireland steadied predominantly off the back of Lorcan and Tucker through the rest of the wickets. Delaney made 14, Adair 11, Hand 6, McCarthy 3, and Little last man out for 1. And the number 3 bat, the keeper bat, Lorcan Tucker, remained unbeaten on 71 from just 48 deliveries. With the ball for Australia, Hazelwood 3 overs for 24, Cummins 4 overs, 2 for 28, Maxwell 2.1 overs, 2 for 14, Stark 4 overs, 2 for 43 he finished after his first over was a double wicket maiden. Zampa 4 overs, 2 for 19, and Stoinis just the 1 over, 1 for 6. All done, Australia by 42 runs as Ireland bowled out for 137 in reply to 5 for 179. Ravi Papara and Ben Cutting with yours truly, Quentin Hull, to wrap things up here from the Gabba as we see the ground staff starting to work away. They'll be able to give that pitch a little bit of a freshen. And, well, the questions that have been answered and raised out of this game tonight, I think once the result is consumed, which we do pretty quickly in tournament cricket and T20 cricket, now it's a matter of, well, can Australia skip a front up for the last group game with a hamstring injury? He didn't seem all that concerned about his teammates, Tim David and Marcus Stoinis, who didn't field for the entirety of the second innings there. But, well, Ben, it's an interesting one for Australia.
Does it solve some problems for them, though? I mean, I know Aaron Finch got runs tonight, but then do you enter Steve Smith? The experience of Steve Smith through the middle overs there, particularly if there is a batting collapse to come in a tight game coming up. Do you enter Cameron Green at the top of the order? We know he's done so well in the lead up to the T20 World Cup. He is in form. He hits the ball hard. He hits the ball a long way. Yes, there are injuries. Is it a good thing or a bad thing with those guys coming in?
Well, it's never a good thing when you lose your captain, is it, Ravi?
Well, it's not ideal. And to be fair, he's played himself into a bit of form tonight. And you never know in the next game. When you play yourself into form and you're feeling good about yourself now, you can be extremely dangerous. And, you know, he could go out in the next game and bang an 80 off 50 balls, 45 balls, and take the game away from Afghanistan and make life, and really change that net run rate for them.
It seems like a no-brainer if Finch can't play. It would be bizarre to do anything but open Cameron Green, considering what we've seen in the games leading into the World Cup.
100%. But then if you can bring Cameron Green in, you've also got the extra bowling option, so you can strengthen the batting further again through the middle there.
Yeah, and Matthew Wade will captain. There's no doubt about that if Aaron Finch is not there. Ravi, a takeaway or two from Ireland's perspective. So they now have New Zealand at the Adelaide Oval to finish, and they'll need to win. They'll need some other results to go their way. Did they go too hard at the top?
No, I don't think they went too hard. I thought Australia bowled well. They swung the ball. And if you swing the ball, it's so difficult as a batsman to just line you up and especially at that sort of pace as well. You know, the 3 bowlers bowling close to 90 miles an hour, some over 90 miles an hour, and is swinging around. It's not easy to play. It's not something that the Irish boys would be particularly used to. They're not going to get that in domestic cricket, which they're, or they're not going to get that against some of the, against the Netherlands that they play against the Scotlands. So I think it just caught them off guard today when Mitchell Starc came in and bowled that over where the ball was swinging and he was bowling full and fast. It just caught them a bit.
You spoke about the team that you now like being out there for Australia, and we'll put the Finch injury aside for a moment. But what we're sort of alluding to there, Ravi, about sensing that Australia's finally got its teeth into the tournament. What are the things that you saw that gave you that impression?
Well, firstly, the way they batted. I thought they were a little bit slow in the first 6, and that might be down to just the lack of form from Finch. Normally he goes out from the first over and starts playing his shots, but because there's been a lack of form, he needs a score. He has got a score today. But the way they played through the middle overs, all their players, they struck the ball well. They hit the ball far. Strong built players. I like the way they play through that middle phase, and the way they operated with the ball in the first 6 as well. Good pace, swinging it around. I thought they looked dangerous for the first, I would say, 30 overs of this game. They looked dangerous even more, even while Zampa was bowling through the middle there. He didn't look easy to hit. He was firing them in there and making life difficult for them. They looked really, really good. The only bit I would say, the only concern for Australia is that death bowling.
Well, Ben Cutting, what are your thoughts? The Australians finally won the T20 World Cup for the first time 12 months ago, and fate has it that the first time they host is the first time they've won it 12 months later. Do they now look like a team that can defend its home patch and defend the trophy?
Without a doubt. And to be fair, I think they always did. They showed glimpses of it in the first 2 games. They just got, they're probably a little bit rusty, a little bit probably tired. They looked in the New Zealand game when they got pantsed first time around. So, the guys that have all, turned out tonight, they've put scores on the board. They've taken wickets over the last couple of games. It's just a matter of putting it all together as a collective now, moving into the business end of the tournament.
I'm preparing for Ravi to look at me strangely because I'm about to give you information from a weather app. You're not going to like waking up in Brisbane tomorrow because it's going to be wet.
Is it?
It's going to be really wet in the morning. But I think we're going to be okay for cricket, particularly in the evening.
Oh, good.
So according to the information that I'm getting, England, New Zealand tomorrow night, I think we're good. I think we're good.
That's what we want for the tournament.
I don't know whether we're going to get a full game beforehand. That's the question. So you'll hear it. Where are you staying? In town somewhere?
I'm staying at the 4 Points.
Okay. Well, if you were in one of our beautiful regional settings out in the countryside and you had a tin roof, you'd be hearing it all night on the tin roof because it's going to rain.
Oh, really?
Tonight, overnight, and early into the morning. What about you, Cutsy? You haven't got a tin roof.
No, Colorbond. No, there are storms predicted, that's for sure. But the good thing about Queensland, they'll blow through fast. They'll dump a whole heap of rain. I've sat up here before for a T20 and a one-day and seen this entire field out in front of us covered in water, ankle deep. We are on 45 minutes later. That's how quickly it drains. That's how quickly the storms blow through. Can be covered in hail, you're on in an hour.
Well, just to set things up tomorrow, we do have Sri Lanka and Afghanistan first, but a lot of our listeners, be it here in Australia or over through the UK, really looking forward to that game between England and New Zealand. Let's set things up for you and hear from Paul Collingwood, the assistant coach from the England team, speaking with Adam Mountford ahead of tomorrow's game.
First of all, I suppose there's been a bit of frustration around this England camp with the weather and obviously the Ireland defeat and everything else, but you're here in Brisbane, huge game ahead. What's the sort of spirit in the camp?
It's very good, and the boys have been training hard, they're having a lot of enjoyment, and it's just nice to be back in some warm weather and looking forward to a game of cricket. And what an opportunity we got. If we win the next 4 matches, you've got an opportunity to win a World Cup, and it's very much in our hands. The boys realise that, and there's plenty of excitement to get out there and put on a good performance.
Is it difficult to keep everyone focused with the sort of the break between the last game and this game coming up tomorrow?
Not really. I think it has been frustrating. We're in Australia in a time of year, especially down in Melbourne, where you can get cold weather, and I played a lot of club cricket out here, and when I was young, and October November, it can be very English-like conditions, and unfortunately you don't want those conditions when you're playing one of the best teams in the world at the MCG. And but you know, as I said, the boys can sense an opportunity now that we've got a game tomorrow night against a team that we've in history have had some amazing games against, and some tight-fought games, and hopefully we can go out there and put on a great performance.
Obviously New Zealand will be a threat tomorrow. Where do you see their most dangerous players?
Oh, I think you go right way throughout their lineup, and they've got players that on their day can win games, and I think that's the most exciting part of these two teams is they're closely matched, and you know, they've got the swing at with the bowlers up the top with the new ball, but they've also got batters who've played a lot of T20 cricket around the world, and just like we have. So when you look on paper, it's a close match, but as I said, it's the exciting thing from our point of view is if we get our game right, then we're going to be tough for anybody.
You talk about 4 games to win the World Cup. You've done this. You've led England to a T20 World Cup. How valuable is your experience?
Well, it's just really trying to keep things in perspective and understand the position that we're in. Not many people get an opportunity to be able to say, if you win the next 4 games, you're going to win a World Cup. And you know, this is why we play the game. This is why we put all the hard yards in, and you should have the excitement of it's an opportunity here, and it's really just trying to keep things in perspective from our point of view. Is might have had a disappointment against Ireland, but you've got to put that to the back burner and really focus on this opportunity coming up, and it doesn't get any better.
Good luck.
Cheers, thanks.
Great to hear from England's assistant coach Paul Collingwood chatting with Adam Mountford there. Quentin Hull, Ravi Bopara and Ben Cutting wrapping things up at the Gabba after Australia defeated Ireland by 42 runs. And we take a moment to look to tomorrow. What are the matchups at the top of your mind?
Well, I think Woody against their boys. I mean, they play pace well. Like most teams, like Australia and New Zealanders, they do play pace well. I did mention earlier in the tournament when I was watching Woody against against Ireland and against Afghanistan, a lot of them stayed leg side of the ball, which I felt is probably not the way to go in Australia against that sort of pace. If you can get inside the ball to someone like Woody, then you got a better chance because he is bowling that express pace. You know, it's not like subcontinent. If you stay leg side, you can really hurt someone. I think here you got to get the other side of the ball and sort of help it with the extra bounce. Then you've got Trent Boult. You know, that's a big matchup against the likes of Butler up top. You know, swinging the ball back at him.
And it seems we're waiting for Kane Williamson to really enter the tournament. Everyone else has been doing it with the bat, Ben, for New Zealand, and here's one of the best New Zealand bats of all time, waiting to really put his mark. Gabba against the England team wouldn't be such a bad point to enter the tournament big way, would it?
100%, and he certainly loves batting at the Gabba, the extra bounce. You know, he plays the ball late and it suits his style of play. But for me tomorrow, I'm really looking forward to seeing Trent Boult and Tim Southee swing it around. We know, with Queensland, if there are storms around like we've spoken about, it means the air is going to be heavy. There's going to be humidity around. It's going to promote that swing bowling. It's going to be entertaining to watch the power play.
And here we are at the Gabba, a home of pace and seam bowling. Tikshana Hasaranga against Majib and Rashid Khan. Yep. The spin attacks tomorrow for Sri Lanka and Afghanistan. How good?
Yeah, I love it. I mean, I don't know how much spin you're going to get out of these wickets.
But Majib knows this patch very well. He's played a number of seasons for the Heat, and Rashid Khan's played a lot here for the Adelaide Strikers, of course.
Well, they don't need the spinning wicket too much because they just need to move it a little bit each way. Because of their skill, and it's really hard to pick those sort of bowlers. You're always cautious about which way the ball might go, and that needs to go a little bit for you to mishit it if you're going after them. So them boys are highly skilled bowlers. I'm looking forward to it. I love mystery spin. Love watching mystery spin.
I hope you can get home safely and you avoid any Halloween shenanigans, Ravi. You enjoy the sun, the rain pattering down around your hotel room overnight and tomorrow morning, and then we'll see you with the clouds parting.
Depends what time I get in tonight.
Not tomorrow.
Great to have Ravi Bopara with us. Cutsy, you too?
Looking forward to it, Q.
Okay, hopefully we don't get too wet before the cricket starts tomorrow. Hopefully we start on time. A reminder, it is 2:45 Australian Eastern Daylight Time tomorrow on the Listen app, Sport Digital in Australia, BBC 5, Sports Extra and BBC Sounds in the UK. A huge doubleheader to finish the Gabba swing in what is, a very close Group 1, but Australia really injecting life into the tournament and its title defence with a 42-run win over Ireland tonight. Thanks to our entire team from the Gabba. Hope you have an enjoyable night. Make sure you're with us for the doubleheader tomorrow.